Hey, Fromaholics, it's JulieBDeepDives. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. I had some technical difficulties, but we are here with special guests Tony, Teflon, and Doug Hughes tonight. And of course, our awesome panel, our awesome co-hosts, Doc Kaiju and Scarlet Echoes. And we're going to be talking some theories tonight. We're going to be talking some boy in white theories, man in yellow theories, season 4, really anything is fair game. The whole time travel thing, what's going to happen with Julie? Is it possible to change anything? I think these are all topics we can dive into and have a fun discussion about. So I appreciate you guys waiting in the chat. Thank you for being here, Tony and Doug. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, thanks.
I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me, Julie. What up to all my familia that's rocking with me in the chat that's over here? We are here to get this thing popping with our girl, Julie B, Scarlet, Doc, and our main man, Doug. We're going to rock this tonight.
Yes. Hell yes. We need some from talk, in the off season, we diehards. We don't stop with the from talk. It's all year round. Hey there, Martin. Nice to see you. Hey, Tabitha, our newest member of our community. So happy you made it.
Hey, Tab.
Hey, Alexis. Nice to see Alexis is in the chat. Alexis did our giveaway of the Jade doll, and we really appreciate it. She makes those awesome dolls. And our own Amy won. So happy for her. Mr. Frogman. Mr. Frogman says, so excited for this. I love all 5 of these hosts. He was very excited when he heard about this. He was like, wow, we're getting Tony and Doug. He was excited. Yeah. Hey, Scott, nice to see you. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Ryan, nice to see you. Ryan runs an awesome fan group on Facebook. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. Let's see, with Alice, nice to see you. Who else is here? Samuel. Yeah, Samuel. So I got into some, oh no, we got some Severance talk here, and Ryan hasn't seen it yet, so we won't spoil it for you. Don't worry. Thank you for letting us know that. It's a from live anyway, so we won't spoil it. It's a mind-blowing finale of Severance, and I wouldn't want to spoil it for anybody. Believe me, you want to be surprised for this one. Trust me. Dieter is going to be here eventually, but he's on his time. They haven't turned their clocks back yet, not till the end of the month. So I told him, he needs to get a little more sleep and show up later.
He's not the only one.
Yeah. Trace, nice to see you. He says hi, Tony. And Doug, of course, says hello, Doug. And so I thought we could get into some talk about, first of all, what can we expect like for season 4? How are things going to change now? Because it seems like we have reached a game-changing point in the series. The rules are probably going to be different now with the emergence of the Man in Yellow. And I thought we could talk about that. We could talk about, the story walking situation. Is it possible to change anything? Can Julie save Jim? What's the nature of the Man in Yellow? The origin of the Man in Yellow? Or what the hell is he, and how does he factor into this? And of course, the boy in white. The boy in white, I think, is still going to be a key factor. He has been from the beginning, and it's been clear. So yeah, I thought we could get into that. Doc, what do you think? Does that sound good to you?
Fairy battle. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah. So what do we think about the whole time travel? I mean, it's called story walking, but it's really it's just another word for time travel. That's what it is. They're branding it with their own name. I think it's a bootstrap paradox situation where I don't think they can change anything that's not supposed to be changed. Like Jim already died. We saw him die. I don't think that they can change that. Personally, I think what we saw is a bootstrap paradox with Julie throwing the rope to Boyd. And I don't think there was ever any version of reality where he didn't get out of the well. We saw it happen. She was just basically completing an action. So we kind of saw, I think, the way time travel is going to work in this show already. The rope throwing was a preview of that. It was an endless loop because Boyd was in the well, season 1. Julie threw him the rope, but we didn't know that at the time. He gets out. Julie gets trapped in the dream state in the dungeon. He winds up saving her. And then she, in turn, is able to complete that loop by going back in time and saving him. It's an endless circle. There's no start. There's no finish. It's just, that's a classic closed loop bootstrap paradox. And I never even knew what those were until I watched Dark. If anybody wants to see a masterclass series on time travel, it's Dark. And that's how it worked on that show. I think that's what we're going to be dealing with. So I think since we saw Jim die, I think every single time it would just be Julie trying and failing again and again. I really hope they don't do that because that would be repetitive as hell. I don't want to see her trying many times over, but that's what I think. Tony, what are your thoughts on the whole?
Yeah, so that basically sounds a little bit like Groundhog's Day where you just start all over. But I think it's two different things. So they showed us what happened with Boyd, right? They've seen the rope come down and no one knew when we asked the question, how the rope get down. You see the tent get dragged and then you ask yourself the question, who dragged the tent? They didn't ask that same question when Jim died. It's two different things, right? Nothing happened there extra that you would make Julie have to come back there like we seen with the rope. When Julie does come back there, she specifically, when you look at the words, she says, and I'm not going to quote or paraphrase it, she says, I think I got it right. I think this is the place, right? The fact that she says that she thinks this is the place means that she has gone to other places. And she
I believe the line is actually, I think this is when it happens.
All right. Thank you, sir. I think this is when it happens. So her not being confident in this means that she has tried it before and didn't get it right. And this time she feels that she has gotten it right. So therefore, Jim already has to be dead in order for her to try this thing. So when we see him die at that particular time, and I believe that's the first time that he died, I think he was already killed by the man in yellow. And now she's trying to come back and prevent it from happening. Now, obviously, she wasn't successful at this time by doing it, but we also hear her say this when she's talking to Ethan, like, I could go back and save Kenny's mom. So she believes that she can go back and do these things. So that is what she's trying to do. So I do not believe that every time Jim died, Julie was already there every time. I do not believe that's the way it went down. This, from the words that she spoke out of her mouth, clearly says that she thinks this is right. So she has done it over and over again. It seems like she has finally come up to the spot where it actually happened. So I think it's two different things. I love time travel as long as it's done right. But I don't like time travel when it's used as a giant eraser to erase plot holes and mistakes. So it all depends how it gets put down.
And I don't think that's what's going to happen here because, every time this discussion comes up about the time travel and, is Julie actually going to be able to change anything? I just keep coming back to the same thing. And that is Ethan and the Chromonacle. And he explains the whole concept of story walkers. And one of the rules, and this is the thing about that book, everything that Ethan says is a description of how this place works. And one of the rules is you can't go back in time and change anything. So, right. I mean, Julie can come back as many times as she wants in as many different ways as she wants. She's never going to succeed in saving her dad. I'm not saying they're necessarily going to show that, but those are the rules that we've been given, And so, people may be able to go back in time, but they're not going to be able to be anything other than a spectator when they get there,
Right. I think Ethan is he's kind of been our guide from the beginning. I think Ethan is like the mouthpiece for the way all this works from the start, all the Chromonacle stuff. So I trust Ethan. I know he's just a kid, but I think the writers are using him as a way to kind of show us what the rules are of how this works. And he said you can't change a story that's already been told. You can visit chapters of them, but you can't change them. So I think what they're going to do is at least use this as a device to send Julie back to various time periods. I'm hoping we get to see past cycles in From and get some insight into what happened in past cycles. And then she could maybe take that information, and the information could be useful in the present. But I don't think she can change the past. So that's my opinion on that. But who knows? I mean, it's entirely up for debate. Doc, what do you think? Sorry, Doug.
No, go ahead, Doc. I'll wait.
About Bootstrap Paradox?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem to be. I wonder if we're going to see Julie going back in time and like missing the mark and going further back in time and using it as a way to give flashbacks into the story of the people that lived there before, maybe.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I was going to say. They've opened up the possibility now for us to see all kinds of things that happened in the past that haven't been part of the series yet. And it means all these people who've been killed off can reappear in flashbacks, you know? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe not all of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we had not seen the last of Jim.
And I'll give you the Tony Teflon theory. Y'all going to hear it first right here. From the Don, Tony Teflon. So if you hear anyone else put this out there, you know that the Don is the one who put this out there. You will see Julie go back in time and put the talismans in the room where Boyd found them. Remember, the Don said it. You'll see that happen. You'll see that happen.
Oh,
guaranteed. You're gonna see it there. When you look at the way the talismans were placed inside of there, they were all set up very neatly in that place. They weren't scattered about. They were put in the wall in there and everything else. You will definitely see her go back in the time, and she's going to put those talismans in there. Now that brings you to the Infinity. If you watch Infinity, the Endgame, how they were going back into time and grabbing all the Infinity Stones. So I look at it more as a situation like that with her with talismans, that she's going to be the one who put the talismans in there, and the boy just stumbles in there and finds them.
I could totally see that happening. Yeah. I think they'll probably show her being responsible for something else that's already happened and we just didn't know it yet. Absolutely. And I think I've had a theory for a couple of months now. I just haven't had a chance to actually make a video on it, but I think Julie is going to be the one who saved Eloise. We're going to find out Julie went back and did something with Eloise because there's a piece of that flashback that's missing. You see the flashback of we've seen it multiple times now of Victor's mother leaving the two of them, and there was one flashback where we saw in season 2 the mother leaves, and then Eloise within a few seconds runs after her. Well, she could have easily caught up to her. It was only a few seconds. The next time we see Miranda, she was getting killed by Smiley. Where's Eloise? Did she not catch up to her mother? There's a piece of the story that they're, I think, intentionally leaving out for some kind of a reveal. And if they wanted Eloise to just be dead, I think they would have just settled it once and for all when Victor remembered he had a sister. Like, oh my God, I have a sister and she died. They would have used that for the emotional impact. But they didn't do it. They're still leaving it open because when they showed her grave, he said, I think. It's not settled that that's actually her. He said there were only pieces.
Yeah.
I think that's her. Once again, they're leaving it open. I think it's kind of like a Chekhov's gun. It's going to go off at some point. She is going to come back into the story. We're going to find out she's alive. I think Julie is going to be the missing piece. She story walked and did something to save her.
What does it do for the story to bring Eloise back? I mean, you have to ask that question. When you bring Eloise back, what does that do for the story? How does it advance the plot line? It has to advance it at some point, right? So the only way I could see it advancing is she's at the cabins that we seen up there with the food, that she's the one that was outside knocking when they heard the footsteps outside, that she's been living over there the whole time. Again, these children living by themselves this whole time and no one being able to, and this surviving up there is kind of crazy to me. But if she was going to be there and be alive, I would say she would be at the cabins. Now, I like it better. Not because I made the theory up. I'm not saying that, but I like it better. Sarah is Eloise. I wish Sarah would be Eloise and stuff, because if you had Sarah as Eloise, you would have two different personalities of how this place actually controlled you. You'd have Victor as a guy who was still a child, and Sarah, who was basically a murderer in this place. And it would be two conflicting things there. So I like it as Sarah being Eloise. I wish that was the way, but most likely when I look at the story, it seems to me that Eloise is up at those cabins. She was living in those cabins that whole time, and that's why that food was left out there.
I totally see that too. I loved the idea that Sarah could be Eloise, by the way, Tony, when you were putting that theory out. I love that. I think it would be such a great twist, because Victor and Sarah act like brother and sister now, and it just seems to fit so well. They looked like a family unit, Victor, Sarah, and Tabitha. And now we find out Tabitha is Miranda reincarnated. It would be crazy if Sarah is Eloise, somehow reincarnated, or like she could be a reincarnation too.
Mhm.
I could have seen it. I don't know if they're going to go that way, but I think it'll either be that or she's the one out of the cabins. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, it would be, because if we look at it and we say it like this, that every time whoever Jade and Tabitha were, they were Miranda, Christopher, they were other people before that, and they get reincarnated over and over again. Who's to say their children don't get reincarnated over and over again? Also, like because of their curse, their children have to deal with that same curse too. So if the children had to deal with that same curse too, then you could say that Sarah is one of their children and dealing with the curse, and that's how she would be in there too.
It's entirely possible. Scarlet, are you good? Is everything cool with you? I didn't know if she was having trouble with her iPad, but anyway, Scarlet, jump in when you want to. Please jump in. And I'm trying to see what your avatar is, but I can't quite tell. Well, I'm sure she'll come back when she's able to. Doug, it looked like were you gonna say something?
A couple of things.
Yeah.
The first one is, one of the scenes that really struck me in this series is when Victor is alone with Sarah and he's talking about how she's the scariest person there. And yet, although he's saying that, although that's the line, there's this tremendous sense of comfort between the two of them. They seem very much at home with one another. And this idea of her being a manifestation of a version of Eloise is kind of interesting for that reason. But I just had another thought that was sparked by what you guys were saying, and that is that how are all of these people from all over the country chosen to come here in the first place? What is it about them? Do they have some prior connection with this place? Is that why they all end up here? And I don't have a theory about that. It's an open question.
To answer that, it's hard. It's hard to say, but I can't say that. And we know for a fact that Boyd's stunt double is the one who played the Civil War soldier. All right. I don't know if that's a connection, but he's a Black Civil War soldier. Maybe somehow back in the day, that person has the same bloodline as Boyd, and that's why Boyd was selected to be here. It could be a situation like that, and everyone, if you go back to those people, have the same type of bloodline, and they all get connected in there. Now, I do believe people are brought in there just for fodder, because I think 100% that Marielle was brought in there just to prevent Kenny from getting with this chick, and they just wanted to have fun with him. And I think everybody else on that bus was just collateral damage and brought in there just for that reason alone and stuff. Tilly, everybody else, and all that stuff. So I think they do mess with people, but I think that is good possibility that the main people that we look at them, that somehow they may have a connection somehow to the bloodline that was there before.
Yeah, I think that's possible, that there could be bloodline connections. I think, I don't think everybody who winds up there is supposed to be there. I do think there are just some who get unlucky, and it's a lot of the people on the bus, people who happen to marry, like Jim was just unlucky. He happened to marry Tabitha. That was what screwed him. And the bus people, I think somehow it was orchestrated. I don't know how, but multiple people on that bus, I think, were supposed to be there. Clearly, Marielle. Elgin has a special connection to the place. He had that seizure. He had a premonition dream on the bus. Seems like he was chosen. his grandma, like he was talking about how he no, not his grandma, Bacta had a grandma who knew that cicada nursery rhyme. So it seems like Bacta was chosen. Tilly seemed like she was chosen to be manipulated. So I think somehow whatever force is pulling people in there orchestrated multiple people on that bus who were supposed to be chosen, and then the rest were just red shirts who got unlucky. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I think about that. I know it's hard to kind of understand how that even is possible, but I think it's somehow it worked that way.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if you go with the premise that this place is trying to maintain a balance of number of victims, we just had the massacre at Colony House prior to that. They had to repopulate the place to a little bit, to a degree. And, as for the people who died off quickly, the ones from the bus, well, the monsters still have to feed, right? So they needed a few of them. It was kind of like a balancing of the numbers thing, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I think so. I wanted to say hi to Robert here. Our friend Robert. Robert says, I also suspect Tabby is a story walker. Her visions of the past with the ghoulish kids, etc., and maybe Jade, his multiple visions of the past. Could be. I hadn't heard that theory before. That's interesting.
I think it'd be too many. You can't give everyone the same powers. It doesn't work to me. It doesn't make an effective story. When you have to give her, this is her special thing, you have to allow her to use it. If everyone can do it, a lot of people can do it, doesn't make it as special, right? So she's special because she can do this. Ethan is special because he knows the book backwards and forward. Tabitha's already got something specially connected to her and Jade. They have their story, so to give them more, to me, just wouldn't work. That's why I don't think that would be it. Why she's getting, people getting visions is different between people going back into time and seeing things, so.
I agree. And I think this was the mistake a lot of people made after the finale of season 3, thinking that, oh, well, because Tabitha and Jade have been reincarnated, everybody must be a reincarnation of somebody. And I thought, come on, they're better than this. They would not do that. That would be such a cop-out to do that,
Oh, totally.
100%.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Scarlet. I haven't heard your beautiful voice yet.
Right? Oh, hey, hi, everybody.
Hi, Scarlet.
Happy Friday.
Yes. So what do you think, Scarlet?
I think the same thing. I think that you got to keep all your special abilities to maybe 1 or 2 people, or else the story walking is just going to become a mess because everybody can do it.
Yeah.
So you're going to have somebody story walking and run into another story walker, and then they run into another story walker, and it's just, it's a little too much.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Ryan says in the comments, Tony, same thing with reincarnation. So when I say the thing about reincarnation and Sarah being reincarnated, I'm specifically tying it to the line of Jade and Tabitha because that's their child. I don't think everyone, I'm saying that person specifically because it's their bloodline and they're the ones forced to come back all the time. So it would make sense if their children were also cursed and forced to come back. And that's the only reason why I say it. I don't think everybody else is reincarnated. I just think it's their line. So they had kids and everything else. And that's the reason why, because she said when they pulled up, this was our child back in the day that they were able to see. We know they had another child, Eloise, that was there. So why not Sarah be that reincarnated next version of Eloise brought in again after that? That's what I'm saying about it.
Yeah, I agree on that. I wouldn't say everyone else is reincarnated, but it's possible maybe just their family members. AA said Sarah would fit to be Eloise too. I think Eloise is feral in the woods somewhere, possibly Cannibal Village. But if she was at Cannibal Village, I think this is the problem I have too. If Eloise was at Cannibal Village, this is that silly name we call it. Why haven't she and Victor crossed paths in all these years? What was stopping her from coming back to town? Why would she still be out there? That's the problem I have with that. But I still think it's possible. It's just that's one thing that I don't understand, if that's what's going to happen, if she's going to be out there at the cabins.
There's too many scenes of Victor with Sarah, with Tabitha all together. I just don't think it's a coincidence that they
Yeah.
showed them all together over and over and over again this season. If you look back, you'll always see it's Victor with Sarah, and then you'll always see something. You're going to see Tabitha gonna touch her, and Tabitha gonna get the flashback of Eloise taking. She's gonna touch her, and she's gonna see that flashback. It's gonna come back. You're gonna see it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. They're gonna do it.
I could see it happening. I could see it, and Tabitha says she thinks specific people are reincarnated. That makes sense. I think Civil War was a big part of this too. Maybe they almost saved the kids then, and that's why they get so many clues from then. Yeah, I think specific people from that line, like Tony is saying, I could see that. Not the rest of the town, but I could see that Montreal Ledger is joking here. Hey, Doug, maybe you're a reincarnation of someone. Yeah.
I've been hearing that since the day after the season 3 finale dropped. I'm everybody. I'm Ethan. I'm the boy in white. I'm Randall. I'm Boyd. It's just the list goes on and on and on and on. It's ridiculous.
Did someone actually say Boyd? Not
Oh, yeah.
really. Oh my god. How?
Yeah, I've heard it all.
You're Boyd. Okay. Yeah, that one's pretty out there. Okay. Well, hey, everyone has a right to their theory.
Oh yeah, Martin too. I've been connected to Martin. That's another one.
Yep, you've been connected to Martin. I've heard the Martin thing. I think Martin is Martin.
Yeah.
I think
the man in yellow. Get over it.
Exactly. And I think that if you want to talk about Martin and you want to talk about those things that are going on with Martin, the thing that people should be talking about is, where is Martin? Because obviously we see when people go into that room that their body is somewhere else, and that's some type of spirit of them in there. We've seen Julie screaming in there with Randall and all of them. Julie was in bed, Randall was in bed, but we've seen their bodies up inside that place. So you would have to think that most likely the same thing is going on with Martin. So where was Martin while that was all going on? Where was the body of Martin while his soul was being handcuffed to that thing? I think that would be the bigger mystery of it all than anything else.
Yeah. Martin, I think, is just Martin. I don't think everyone was saying, okay, first people were saying Randall's going to become Martin. Randall's Martin. Now all of a sudden, okay, no, wait, never mind. Randall is the man in yellow. It's getting to be a bit too much. Not everybody has to be somebody else. But I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, it could be. On Dark, there were some wild twists. The series Dark, where you find out that some older person is actually the same. There's an older version of them that's in the same timeline with them, time traveling. So I mean, when you introduce time travel, it's possible, but it doesn't. We can go a little bit too far with that, I think.
Ryan's making a joke in the chat here. He says, Doug, no, I thought you were Whitney Houston reincarnated, which is something I said on one of the fan pages on Facebook, because there was this whole stream about who the man in yellow was. He's this guy, no, he's that guy, and then I just came in and typed and I said, no, I got you. I got you all fooled. I'm actually Whitney Houston reincarnated. So that's where that came.
Great set of lungs you have on you then.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you give us a little bit of a song?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Love Crochet by Alexis. Alexis here said, I've always thought Eloise was one of the Ankui kids, the one in the cage. I think she looks just like her. I may be very wrong. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard that one before. That's
if you wanted to go with the reincarnated theory, then she would be the one that walked up to Tabitha and said Anna Cooley, that she said that was her daughter. She would be that reincarnated version of that girl, over to another. So yes, she would be an Anna Cooley kid. She'd be that one that specifically walked over to her, and then it would be someone else, and then you can go to Sarah from that or whatever. But she would be, if you go through that reincarnation, but she would be that Anna Cooley girl that walked over to her.
Right. And Robert brings up a point that's always bugged me about Tabitha's dream here. He thinks another proof that Tabitha might be a story walker was her vision of walking through an empty town. I suspect she story walked to the past after the town massacre. You know that premonition dream that she has of the lighthouse tower? You see her in the empty town.
Not
Now
walking.
now I'm just thinking that might have been a vision to suggest that she's been there before, because eventually she'd be revealed as reincarnated. I think it might just be a matter of that, like not that different from when she had dreams as a little girl of Fromville. Maybe she was having a vision of this place as she once saw it in one of her past lives. So I don't know. That's my take on that. But
You're right.
but
That's exactly what's going on. She's seeing it as she's seen it through, whether it's Victor's mom's eyes at the time when she arrived, that's how it looked, or someone else when she was there. That's what she's seeing it as. When she's walking up the steps and she sees that steps, that is her going up, someone else walking up those steps, and now she's in that person's footsteps, following behind them, doing the same thing. Seems like a lot of things. There's a lot of repetitive things here, and it's basically you have to break this repetitive streak in order to get to the end of this whole situation here. And it just seems like it's people keep going on and they keep failing, and you have to say, why do they keep failing? Well, what is it that's preventing the people from Tabitha and Jade's character from actually moving past this and actually succeeding? What is holding them back every time after time after time? Is it the lack of not believing, or just getting lazy, or just getting sloppy and getting caught? Because it seems the reset, they die in there, and the resets goes to somebody else, and then those people get sucked in there. So what is it? Why do they keep losing this game?
right. It seems like they keep failing over and over again, and that's why they have to keep coming back. They were cursed in their own way, so they have to keep coming back until they figure out what it means to save the children. What does that even mean? They're already dead. So that's another question. Is it possible? I wouldn't like this if they end up doing this. If they went back in time and stopped the original sacrifice, I wouldn't like that. Just erase everything. It seems like it would be too convenient, and I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to happen because that would break the rule, the story walking rule.
You can't change it. Yeah, you can't change a story that's already been told. Tony,
I think this whole thing of people keep coming back time and again, it's just another expression of that theme of everyone here is trapped in one sense or another,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlet,
to me, it made more sense if the children were cursed and then the curse was lifted. Because then their souls could be released, and then it'd be happening more in real time than a story walking thing.
Yeah, like their souls are trapped in there. I could see that one. Doc, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I do think that their souls are trapped there, the children, and I do think that their souls probably need to be set free from there. It makes me think of American Horror Story with like how there are like areas where if someone dies there, their spirit's trapped there and their ghost is trapped there. With they're doing it a bit differently.
Right. So it just becomes a question of, how do they break the cycle and end all of this? That's the question.
I think so.
Yeah. That's the question in the end. It's not going to be, okay, we can just fix all this with magic eraser, like Tony was saying, just fix it all with time travel, go stop the sacrifice. It would just be, I think it would be lazy writing, and this show is way too good to cop out.
And I think if it was a curse and the curse was lifted, it would change the monsters back into their human form and people could kill them.
Oh, that would be.
If they change back to their human form, they would just drop dead because their insides are mummified. So whatever this thing is what's keeping them alive. So it would just be a situation that they change right back. That from age,
they just crumble.
They would just crumble and just drop. Yeah. And I think that's when it's all said and done. That's what's going to happen to them. But it's going to be
cool.
Though you're killing them, in the end, you're actually saving them from themselves doing this over and over again. So it would be a situation like that. And that's where I think it will end for the monsters. You'll see them get Thanos'd and they will just drop off like that.
It's like this town is a spiritual black hole. Nothing that enters gets to leave,
Yeah.
But you do get to leave, right? We've seen them leave.
Well, there's the event horizon around a black hole. those things that don't quite get trapped and manage to escape. So I still think
And
it's
then
an
you,
abnormality.
and you have to look at how she left. What is this? Obviously, that lighthouse is in the clouds, literally. When you see him on the top, it's an unfathomable lighthouse. It's actually in the clouds, unless it was a foggy day that day. There's no way you survive getting pushed out of a window, right? There's some type of splat situation. So why didn't she go splat? And how come she just all of a sudden woke up in the hospital? You have to answer that question. Like, how is that possible? How did getting pushed out like that? And again, to me, it comes back to dreams. It does in the end. It comes back to dreams. I'm not saying that they're all asleep. Obviously, they said that's not true, and I don't think that. But a dream realm, they have brought up dreams and nightmares in every episode from the beginning of this show, not for that to mean something. It's always brought up. You always see dream catchers when you're dealing with Fatima and other people. You can't just have the characters constantly saying, this is a living nightmare. This is a dream. When Jade first comes out, he thought it was a nightmare escape room is what he thought it was when he thought. And everyone else says, this is a dream. Fatima goes up and she goes to Julie, look, even if you climb up high enough, a nightmare could look like a dream. There's countless of people in this show that they're saying nightmare dream, nightmare dream, nightmare dream. You can't just drop those lines in there for that not to mean anything at all when it's all said and done. It's just brought up too many times.
Oh, I think the fact that it is brought up so many times is significant, but it doesn't necessarily mean that people are dreaming. It could be that, for example, this place is a freaking nightmare, but there are obviously supernatural forces at work here. And the only place where supernatural forces, where the average person sees supernatural forces at work is when they're dreaming. So this is the only language we have to deal with a place like this: dream, nightmare, etc. It's not necessarily meant to be taken literally. I think it's a literary device as much as anything.
I agree.
Home that symbol.
I understand everything you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, but I think that it's been brought up too many times for it not to pay off. I think it's not that they're asleep and they're in a dream, that this could be some type of dream realm that they're all transported in, like some type of Freddy Krueger dream walking situation, where they're all inside of a realm. And I think that the people build the realm with their nightmares, and that's what goes off. We hear Sarah says specifically that the cicadas were in there, and Nathan used to fear them. He used to dream about them, had nightmares about them, and now these things are in the dream. I think that the people are feeding it and making the realm with their own nightmares and thoughts, and that's what's building part of the town. That's why we see different things from different architecture things, and I think that's why we don't see the hotel, the motel, or whatever is supposed to be there, because I think the person who actually seen it or dreamt it didn't go inside of it, but they seen the swimming pool and they remember seeing the sign, but not the actual hotel. So the hotel isn't there, but the swimming pool is there and the sign is there. So I think it has to be something. If it doesn't pay off and all of a sudden they were just saying it, it's I counted. I had a count. I got to get the paper. It's over 135 times that they have said it in this show, nightmare and dream. And yes, they can be correlating it and saying this is the only way they can explain it. But when you have someone like Jade, the main character, and his first thing he says is that Toby built a nightmare escape room, I think he's right. I think it's a sort of like an escape room, but it's in a nightmare. And that's what I think why he said it.
I think that I've been doing this rewatch, Scarlet and I, for a while, and I really wish I had counted how many times they say nightmare or dream, because it is constant, right?
It's over 135 times.
Yeah, we were going to do that, right?
We were going to do that, and then we forgot, and it's constant. And I think that it's a kind of a pocket dimension that they've been transported to this place. Though I think that part of this whole curse on this town, because of the sacrifice, created a pocket dimension that operates like a nightmare realm, like something out of that Freddy Krueger Dream Warriors movie that Tony you talk about, where things can be manifested from nightmares, fears, things like that. And that's why things don't make sense here. That's why the electricity works. Like Tony, you explained it in such a clear way that always stuck in my head. Like it's something like out of a kid's dream, you know. Nothing seems to make sense here. The wires, when you dream, the way you explained it, Tony, you dream about the lights and everything, but you don't dream about how the electricity actually works. You don't dream about the wires inside of the cords.
Or where all the toilet paper comes from.
Right, exactly. You know, so you've got things that make no sense, like chickens and goats popping up in the woods, manifested there somehow. Livestock are not supposed to be in the woods. The electricity shouldn't work. None of it makes sense. So I think a lot of this stuff could be manifested from dreams and nightmares. And that's why there's a motel sign and a pool and no motel. And that's why I think there's no ocean, just a lighthouse, because we've seen no ocean. Every time we've seen the lighthouse, we've never seen any water. So I think there's a piece missing there too. I think it's just a lighthouse among a bunch of mountains and woods. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, because the person dreamed seeing that lighthouse, but they don't remember seeing the ocean, so the lighthouse is there. And that would make sense for all that, for it to go down that way. It's just who's controlling the dream and who's got them all trapped inside of this dream realm. Not they're asleep somewhere. They're physically just inside of the dream realm. Their real bodies are trapped in there.
Right.
Well, and here's another way of looking at this. You know, all these images like the lighthouse, because and Julie, you sparked this thought with your comment, because I've never really thought about that. You're right. Lighthouses are by the ocean, and there's no ocean. Every time we see it, it's surrounded by land. It's landlocked. So what is a lighthouse doing there? And what I would suggest is, like a lot of these things, like the visions of these people who are clearly dead and stuff like that, are dream symbols. So there's symbols of some aspect of this place, or the people who encounter them, that they're meant to be taken on a symbolic level, like the way we decipher dreams. You know, we look at the symbols in dreams and figure out what they mean, and maybe that's what these symbols are all about too. They're clues to how this place works, or how to get out of here, or whatever. You know? Right.
Like look how the lighthouse operates. You know, the lighthouse was a portal for Tabitha to get out into the real world. Not everybody can actually do that. I think it's only Tabitha had that ability, because she's a chosen one, as Miranda called it. She's a reincarnated person. Scarlet, you look like you were going to say something. Were you going to add something?
I was just wondering what everybody thought about maybe a flood happening in Fromville.
I think I see a mogwai there, and I know that.
Yeah, I think there'll be a flood.
They don't like water. So, go ahead, give your comment.
Some of them like water.
Is it midnight yet?
I did a commercial with Gremlin back in the 80s when that movie came out.
Huh, really?
Nice.
Yeah. It was for a gas station.
Listen, Baby Yoda, they stole the whole Baby Yoda thing from Gremlin. Let's not lie about it.
Oh yeah, they did. They merged Gizmo with another one. I can't remember.
It's Gizmo with just painted green. With a turtleneck.
I never thought about that.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry.
Oh, was I saying something?
Yeah, you were talking about the flood. The flood. Will there be a flood?
Oh yeah, I think there'll be a flood. I mean, we've seen pictures of one. There might have been one in the past. I know people think that there's going to be something like a blood rain or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It was something that I read on Reddit. That was probably an old post, but yeah, I think that we'll see a flood.
You're right. I agree. I think that. So you got to start looking at Victor's pictures and actually ask yourself, what is he drawing pictures of? He claims that he's drawing pictures of things that he's seen, so he doesn't forget what he's seen. But there are certain things that are there, like a flood in the picture, and people standing on their roofs and bodies in the water, and while the water's going by. Now, is this a picture of something he's seen, or is this a picture of something that is going to happen later? Now, if he has survived a flood and survived all these other things, there's too much for me to believe that he's done all this. So to me, it makes me think that these are pictures of things that are to happen. Just like Tabitha, I mean, Miranda was painting things that she didn't see yet, but she was still painting them. Like, I don't believe she's seen the Civil War soldiers. I don't think she's seen the man in yellow. I don't think she's seen those Anakui children before, and the bottle trees and everything she painted before. I think it's the same thing going on with Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Scarlett.
Well, Victor has that one drawing of two people that look like Boyd and down on a roof.
Yes. Yeah.
And plus, I think if maybe the lighthouse comes into play to get them to safety or something, because that's there.
Could be.
He's known as, Boyd's name is Mr. Fish and Load. From the beginning of we seen Boyd, he wanted a boat. I want a boat. I want a boat. He's gonna get his boat again. Again, we could harken that back to Boyd's dream was to have a boat. All right. Yeah. You want to put the dream aspect back in it. He's going to get his boat, but not in the way that he wanted his boat. And again, you could look at that whole aspect of whether it's a wish or something. The same thing happened to these people who are inside this place. They wished for eternal life. They were received eternal life, but not in the way that they wanted it. And usually that's what evil genies or jinns or fairies do to people. You get stuff. If you say, hey, I want $1 million, wish granted, you open your door and $1 million deer charged through, right? These are things that happen. It could be something like that going on there with his boat.
I just looked up the meaning of a lighthouse image in dream. What's the word I'm looking for? Analysis. And here's a couple of the things it says. Lighthouse often symbolizes guidance, hope, and the ability to navigate difficult times or challenges, acting as a beacon of safety and resilience. Another one is basically the same thing, a symbol of your rising awareness as you search for a safe harbor during times of difficulty. So.
Yeah. Well, that's so fitting, for the situation that they're in.
Well, and because this series is so full of symbolism, I think that perhaps looking at some of these symbols from a dream analysis point of view isn't a bad idea,
Definitely, because our dreams are a predominant theme of the show, dreams and nightmares. I mean, how many times have we heard people say, it's a forest full of nightmares. A dream is just the other side of a nightmare. That's something Donna said. If you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream, and on and on and on. And so we should definitely look at this through the lens of dream analysis. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Tony, what you said about the boat thing, that actually, it made me think of something too. I mean, how many times have we seen that damn boat key from the very beginning? I feel like it's a Chekhov's gun. We're going to get a boat and we're going to get a flood at some point. It's just, he's constantly like that boat key keeps popping up again. He's holding his boat key. The song, his favorite song is If I Had a Boat. And if there's a flood, well, maybe a boat's going to get manifested there. I mean, if goats and chickens can get manifested in the woods, then who knows what could happen? A boat could appear in the end. And certain survivors could get out in the end.
When they did the picture in last season with his house, and Elgin showed him the picture of his house when he came out of the Polaroid, which I had a Polaroid similar to that. Mine was my father had it actually. So I know exactly what those things are. I'm that old. And
me too.
he said that straight up that he knew it wasn't his house because there was no boat there. That's what he said. That's the reason why he knew it wasn't his house, because he knew his family got him a boat. He didn't see the boat, boy. He'd never seen it because they gave him the key while they were riding and they got stuck there. But they told him they had a boat, so he believed they had a boat. So he says, it's not my house because there's no boat there. There should be a boat there if it was my house. So Boyd is definitely going to get his boat, and I think it's just going to be in here, and that's how everyone eventually gets out. When you look at the cave drawings in there with Victor, you can see that looks like there's people in like canoes and boats paddling somewhere. So I think this place will get flooded out. and that's the way they're gonna have to get out. They're gonna have to get out on a boat somehow.
Well, if that's what happens, I think what's going to happen is Boyd will be in the water, Sarah will be on the boat, and she has to throw him a rope. That's my theory.
As long as there ain't no soap on that rope, she'd be all right.
Seems biblical.
Yeah, it is very biblical, isn't it? You know, it's like Noah's Ark. You know, it could, and it would fit with all the biblical themes in the show. I mean, how many times have we seen biblical themes? Jack Bender confirmed that tapestry that's in Ellis's room is of Ellis and Fatima are supposed to be depicted as Adam and Eve. He confirmed that, and on and on and on. There's like the forbidden fruit of knowledge. The apple symbolism keeps popping up. Knowledge comes at a cost. Revelations, naming an episode Revelations, Father Cautry. So I could see the biblical theme coming up of a flood and a boat may be the way out for these people in the end. But I think, unfortunately for Boyd, I don't think he's going to survive it. I think ultimately in the finale, he'll end up being the one to have to die so everyone else can get out. I just have a bad feeling about that.
I hope it's Kenny and not Boyd. I wish hope it's Kenny that dies and Boyd doesn't. But also when you deal with that whole Adam and Eve situation, Adam and Eve, the supposedly the creator of all the humans on the planet, and we see that she is the creator of the monster. Right? She brought Smiley back to life. So I think that would be her whole thing that they do with the Adam and Eve thing, that this Eve brought back Smiley and everything.
That makes perfect sense. It fits. It's like a twisted Adam and Eve in hell. She's, instead of birthing a human, she birthed one of these monsters. So it fits that tapestry, which basically looks like Adam and Eve in hell with a big monster over Fatima's head. So, oh yeah. That fits perfectly. And yeah, like Amy and Scarlet said, there's a drawing of someone on the roof with water going up to the roof, and if you look at it, it does look like Boyd like laying down on the roof, I think, and Donna is standing. Right, I think Scarlet, right? Isn't that right?
She's standing, and they look like they're wearing the same kind of clothes they usually wear on the show.
Yeah.
So
yes. I think Victor is able to have visions of things. I don't believe he's seen literally everything in those drawings. That's impossible. The crazy stuff in those drawings, I don't think he's actually seen all that with his own eyes. I think he's had visions to be able to draw all that, including that flood.
He drew a snow globe of the town with the monster's lair underneath. How would he see that? But that's what he drew. It's a snow globe, literal snow globe of the town with the monster's lair underneath the town. So,
well, it's actually a perfect image because, of course, you can't get out of the snow globe, can you?
Correct, 100%.
Closed system.
And it's circular. It's circular, just like the circular nature of this place. You keep going around in circles, driving on the road, and the circular nature of all these cycles. So a snow globe is a great analogy for what's happening here. For sure.
I am sad. Smash says
Doc,
under the dome. Yeah, Under the Dome was a good show for the first couple of seasons, and it's lost its way. It was good for the first couple of seasons.
Yeah. Hey, Peter Griffin, Adam and Eve or Adam and Lilith. I see now Fatima likes that blood. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be Lilith. And it could be Lilith. The whole prophecy, you'll see Lilith. If you're watching Marvel and movies, Lilith will probably be the next big bad after Doctor Doom. They're probably going to bring in Lilith and do the magical element and stuff. But if you haven't seen it, that's the easiest way to learn about who Lilith is.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar, actually. I need to look into that. Jesse J2G says, "What's up, Tony? What
up?"
So let's see. Tabitha said something about where is the water coming from. So that has to mean something, right, Dieter? That could be a little bit of foreshadowing. Tony, I know you've brought that up a lot too. When she was out of the cave.
That's what. All right. So Listen, my mind is all over the place. I gotta think about different things here. Now, when I said that, and she did specifically say, where is this water coming from? That makes me think, if you're going to go a different route with it, that we're talking the Truman Show situation. Now, if you're talking a Truman Show situation, and this is all some government thing that's going on, and they're doing an experiment, then a flood to me at that point would mean that they intentionally flood when people get too close to figuring out what they're doing and kill everybody in town and reset the people and stuff like that. So when I said that, that's what I was thinking, that it was some Truman Show situation. And then listen, there's proof that this could be a Truman Show situation. It could be. I'm still not totally convinced that it's not. It could go either way. I guess that's what makes a good show, but I could easily see it being some type of government running captured people here and are running experiments on everybody, trying to make the best thing. Again, Martin is a Marine person. Boyd is from the government. His wife is from the government. It could easily be a situation like that. If you're dealing with more technology situation, and more technology than supernatural.
But it's good to be it's good to be flexible with things and see how it's evolving, and there's nothing wrong with theories evolving. I like the way I see it, like your theories have evolved, Tony, and it makes sense. That's the most logical way to approach the show, is to evolve as you're seeing new information, and they keep giving us new clues. And honestly, that thing about the water, that could also be a supernatural force doing that too, flooding it out. Whatever is controlling the whole place, that could be supernatural too. So honestly,
you want to look natural and you wanted to eliminate everybody, you put a flood in there, you eliminate everybody, and you reset again, and then there you go, and everyone's out of there and everything.
I can't buy the government experiment thing for two fundamental reasons. Number one, I just keep coming back to Ethan and the Chromonocle and the rules of how this place works. It flies in the face of the idea that this is a government experiment. It's a quest. It's a mystical quest. And so many of the things that happen, I mean, you can try to explain them with technology, but I just don't buy that. They are fundamentally supernatural. A 200-year-old Marine lying chained up in a dungeon. How do you explain that from a technological point of view? I mean, that's just one example, but it's full of things that are patently supernatural. The man in yellow, for that matter, just as a being, stuff that just defies the laws of physics and the laws of cause and effect. And you can't really explain that with technology. And if you did, you'd spend so much time trying to explain the nuts and bolts of that technology that you'd end up crawling up your own asshole. I just can't buy it.
Well, I can explain that part for you, how he's alive. If it was just,
I'm going to hold you there for a second, Tony. That's just one example.
I know, but I can explain that one. I can't, maybe not the others, but I can explain that one. So we'll go through it. I had an actress on my show, as I had you on my show, and I was asking her questions, and people, y'all can go to my channel and go look if you want to know who I'm talking about, and you can hear her say it. I said to her specifically, I said, yeah, and Boyd's got those worms in his arms, and her exact response to me was, oh, you mean those alien parasites? Now, she said extraterrestrial parasites. Let me get it right. She said, oh, you mean those extraterrestrial parasites? And I said, yeah. Yeah. And then we had the conversation. Now, to me, when someone says I said worms. She said, oh, those extraterrestrial parasites. That's a big jump from worms.
Well,
right?
It could easily be a flip remark, like the kind of things I say all the time in interviews that have no basis in fact whatsoever. I mean,
I think we could spin it that way, but I think it's a big jump from there. Like if someone says worms and someone says extraterrestrial, like if someone said, hey, there's an earthworm there, you mean an extraterrestrial earthworm? No, it's a big word.
I can explain that one a whole lot easier than you can explain a 200-year-old Marine. And that
All right.
is, she read some crazy theory that she saw online, like the billions of crazy theories I've seen, where someone referred to those worms as extraterrestrial.
Maybe she did. Maybe she did. It's quite possible. But so how I can explain it is if there are some type of extraterrestrials, and that was my first thing on that. The government captured extraterrestrials and been using their DNA to run tests on humans. When the worms get removed from Martin, he instantly dies. So we can easily say that it was the worms that were keeping him alive. So if it was some type of experiment and they were using these parasites from extraterrestrials or whatever you want, we could say there's some type of life extending things. Again, when you look at extraterrestrial stuff and people look at sci-fi, you think Star Trek, Star Wars, but the movie The Thing is a sci-fi movie, and it had nothing to do with any technology whatsoever. It was just the creature itself, and it was a flesh and blood creature with no anything in it, but that made it a sci-fi movie. So it doesn't have to be all the technical advances and things. It could be experiments on something that's from outside of Earth and using that, and that would be considered sci-fi. So if they somehow caught an alien in a spaceship and they've been running tests on this alien's DNA and putting that DNA into human beings and seeing what comes out, that would be a sci-fi thing that really doesn't involve big technological advances and stuff like Star Trek and all that and everything. So that's why I would say those things.
But if that's the case, if these are extraterrestrial beings, how come they don't have the same effect on Boyd as they have on Smiley, or on Martin for that matter?
Well, because maybe Boyd has got them fresh, and Smiley and them, since they're in the form, they have no blood running through their body because all their insides are just made out of have been mummified. Maybe when they go inside them, they can't have the same effect because there's no loose blood that's running through their body, so it automatically just takes them out.
Again, from a writing point of view, this kind of stuff, it just takes way too much exposition to explain, and the series doesn't work that way. They don't get tied up in these kinds of complicated explanations for what happens. When we find out what the answers are to many of these mysteries, the answers are always very straightforward. They're always like, look at the man in yellow. It's a 43-second long scene that answered a whole lot of questions, created a whole lot of other ones too. Jade and Tabitha, that whole thing, got explained very quickly, very eloquently, and that's emblematic of how this series has been written. These kinds of ideas, it's not within the nature of the series, or at least the way I see it. So
I hear you, and I understand exactly why you're saying exactly what you're saying. So I see it. I think it can go either way. Again, I lean more now towards the dream stuff. When I was watching season 1, it seemed like government experiment, especially when Randall comes on there and then he says that this seems like this is an experiment going on here. And if there is an experiment going on here, then somebody has to be watching this. And that's why he picked Donna. And I agree that I do believe Donna is some type of mole. I think in the end that's going to be proven that she's not just who she is, that she's working for somebody. And when you go to Lizard's house, I know you're going there. I don't know if you had that.
No, they're coming here.
They're coming there. All right. Yeah. You can tell I said it.
I conversation.
I told this myself. She's like, oh, Tony, I know how he feels. She's like, there has to be something else going on with Don. It just can't be the mother hen. There's got to be a story there somewhere with her. And I think that Randall, was on to it, and it's going to look like he was crazy, but in the end, I think Randall will be right, and I think that's where he's going to swerve with Donna. Me personally, I think that's how it goes with her.
Well, Tony, I like the way that your theories have been evolving. I think it's smart to evolve, from as you're getting more information and evidence, you're evolving your theories a bit. I really love the Jinn theory, and I think that fits with it's maybe different than the way you were looking at it from in the beginning, but that's the mark of a good theorist. You have to evolve with new information and tweak things. I think the Jinn theory makes a whole hell of a lot of sense, because jinns, like you were saying earlier, jinns promise you something and then it backfires. It's like the monkey's paw situation.
Yep.
And that's what I think, that kind of a being could have been what promised the original townspeople immortality and turned them into monsters instead. Like, it backfired. So,
Yeah,
And if
and-
not the
and-
Jinn, something like it.
keep going, Doc. Don't stop.
Oh, I said, if not the Jinn, then something like it. I feel like a lot of what we see in From is inspired by mythology, but not like a direct replica.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Actually, there's an interesting comment here in the chat. Scott says, I'm beginning to think Doug is a writer in From the more Doug pushes. Scott, I couldn't get a
I
screenplay
thought
of
Tony
mine
was.
produced by those guys to save my freaking life. It's a nice thought, but it's not going to happen.
Thank you so much, beautiful Carla Way. I think today is your birthday too. And let me say, if it is your birthday, Carla, happy birthday. May you live as long as you want and never want as long as you live. You deserve it.
yes, our lovely Carla Way,
happy birthday.
Carla Way, an awesome member of the Familia. Thank you for being here. She is the sweetest. I'm so glad we connected through your channel, Tony. Yet another person who found me through your channel, and she is just lovely. She said, I love how we are all just casually hanging out with the man in yellow. Love this fandom so much.
Well, hi, Carla. It's nice to meet you. I've never seen you before, so welcome.
Apparently we were related at one time because everybody kept calling me Scarlet Way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember that? Do you remember?
I forgot about that.
I was like, no, my last name's that way.
So I would say this, whether it's the Jinn theory that I came up with, they said specifically, I don't know how true it is, but the rumors have it that they said the whole thing can be explained through episode 1. And if you go in episode 1, it explains how they're going to leave and how everything else. That's what I heard they said.
Yeah.
And it's involving mythology. The only mythology, and I've watched episode 1 3-4 times recently, it's ever brought up in there are fairies. There's nothing else brought up in there but fairies. And it's
Yes, there is.
And there's more mythology than fairies in episode 1?
Yes. The Chromonaucle. The Chromonaucle is pure mythology.
Well,
the whole book is a myth.
Weird. Well, that's a fairy. That's the fairies. The Chromonaucle is a fairy story.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where he brings it up in there. So if they're dealing with that and they're bringing up fairies there, and Ethan's talking about how he got killed, how Rob, whatever the thing's name was, got killed, and the fairies, the Herman got killed, and the fairies supposed to come back and save him, but the claws cut too deep.
Yes.
They bring up fairies. When you look at that, what is that movie that just came out? The Watchers. If you look at the Watchers, it's damn near identical to this show, and it's hard for me, even though I know movies get written years before you actually see them. I know it, most times and everything, and you go through so many screenplays, but it's so identical to this show, and it's dealing with things like that it's a good possibility that this is what they're talking about, that we're dealing with some type of fairies or jinn who grant wishes, and this is what has happened to them. It's just a bad wish in the end, and that's all I can see when I look back to that. That's what I see in episode 1 that would go towards that.
And when you think about like Grimm's fairy tales, they're dark as hell and they're full of horror. I mean, like it totally fits.
And they're the fairylands.
Yeah.
The idea that people can be stolen away to the land of the fairies. So maybe people have been in this show, at least metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, and all the Grimms here. I mean, all the tales, Doug, fairy tales are terrible. Cinderella's, the mom cuts the foot off of the daughter to fit her in the shoe in the original version.
And there's a reason for that. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. It was written by Bruno Bettelheim, and it's all about the function of fairy tales, like what their purpose is. And he basically argues, he's got a very strong sort of Freudian approach to the whole thing, but he argues that fairy tales were created and evolved in a way to present to children themes and aspects of life that they're basically too young to handle. So fairy tales are designed to get those messages to them in a way that they can consume, that they can handle. And sorry?
Ring Around the Rosies about the plague.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I did that when I was a child. I had no idea it was about the plague, but it's a story about the plague.
I couldn't believe what I heard with that.
That's the name of that book by Bruno Bettelheim. The Uses
Oh,
of
what was it?
The Uses of Enchantment.
Okay, interesting. I have to look that up. And yes, fairy tales were designed to actually scare kids into doing the right thing. Like Hansel and Gretel. Like it's all very dark stuff. Like it was all meant to make sure like they don't. Like Hansel and Gretel they strayed from the path they were supposed to. They went off into the woods, and they get cooked and eaten by a witch or something. It's dark stuff. The old fairy tales.
But you think of Megan in the pilot, and that she follows that. She didn't follow the rules. Monster came to get her.
Megan didn't. Yeah, right. And if you look back at that, what Tony was saying about that conversation with the fairy, that Ethan and Julie, if you look back at that, we can get a lot of insight from that. The very first time we ever see the Matthews, Ethan has those finger puppets talking to each other. One of them is Norman, and in the original script, the other one was named Harold, but they never said that in the show. And Norman dies. Julie is teasing Ethan, and she kills Norman with the other finger puppet, and he says the monster's claws cut too deep, and then Ethan is saying, "No, bring him back, Julie, bring him back." And Julie said, "Sorry, kid, when you're dead, you're gone." And I think, Ethan said, but the secret fairies are going to come from the Lake of Tears and save him, right? She said, "No, when you're dead, you're gone." Now that, I think, is an insight into the reality that they're not going to be able to bring people back from the dead. We saw Jim already die. So I think that was a framework for the way things are going to work here. If someone dies, they die. Like Ethan said, I don't think she can bring back anyone who died, Tan Chen or Thomas, like she wanted to do, and now future Julie trying to save Jim. I think that, go back to that first episode, that little exchange was supposed to tell us that. But also the fact that they mentioned fairies, though, I mean, it could symbolize something. I don't think we're going to get literal fairies, but it could be symbolic of maybe Julie trying to be like a magical fairy story walking to save her dad, but it's not going to work. That's what I take from that.
It's interesting. I'm reading this book right now on Welsh mythology, and it deals with the whole concept of fairies. And fairies, at least in Welsh mythology, are very scary beings. I mean, you could argue that the monsters are the fairies in this story.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it says in the story, says specifically, she's like, the monster's claws cut too deep, but aren't the fairies going to come save them from the magical blah, blah, blah. But the monsters who these claws were could be the claws of the fairies. And it's just turned around in there, and everything. These fairies aren't Tinkerbell. Like, that's a beautiful version of it. If you look at all the mythology from it all, they're not, they're people who kidnap people, eat babies, do all these other things and stuff like that. Who would love the man in yellow to be Tinkerbell? That would be great.
Hughes, can you come in tomorrow for a wing fitting? Thank you.
Yes.
There are also a lot of occultists that use the term fae as like a umbrella term for magical or otherworldly beings that aren't of the dead.
Yeah.
But
so technically, these creatures kind of are fae via that definition automatically.
Yeah, and my kid's mom is fae, so I can tell you how evil fays are. All right. No, I love her. I still love her. I haven't been together in so many years, but She's the mother of my kids, and I always love her. I'm just playing. She would know that, Joe.
Robert Saunders makes a point here. This is a good point. He says there are a total of 4 Chromonicle stories told in From, and in the third telling, Norman has to take someone to the Lake of Tears to heal them. In this telling, Norman survived. There was a version in the first episode actually where Tabitha said, "No, Norman's okay." Norman. She said, well, first of all, Tabitha said, "There's no such thing as monsters." And so that means Norman's okay. And I think that could be foreshadowing that in the end, the monsters will be obliterated. I think in the end, they are going to end the cycle, break the cycle, and there will be. So what she's saying, currently there are monsters. So that's the irony of it when she says that right before they get to town. But I think in the end, it's going to foreshadow that there are no more monsters. They're going to be gone, wiped out. And then there was another episode, I think the second one, where Julie was telling Ethan, or maybe episode 3 of season 1, where Julie told Ethan, Norman's okay. The secret fairies came from the Lake of Tears and healed him. I don't know if I buy that, though, Ethan didn't buy it. And I trust Ethan. When she said that, Ethan did not look reassured at all. So, and I look to Ethan as the guide as to how things work. So I think no one is going to be able to get saved if they're already dead. They can't go back and bring someone back from the dead. That's what
she
I
was
think.
just trying to undo the damage that she had caused.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the name Norman means man from the north. That's what it means. So if that means anything, but when you deal with those things and you look at the lonely dragon and all these things and all that, people are Victor's the lonely dragon. It's a good possibility Victor's a lonely dragon, and everything. It's good, but it's a good possibility that the man in yellow could be the true lonely dragon in this whole situation. He could be lonely. The boy in white could be the lonely dragon and keep bringing people in to play with him all the time, over and over again. There's a bunch of people who could be considered the lonely dragon, if you want, from that story and everything. And as he said, there's a map in there that, this of things that nobody else wanted, right? The room was a thing that nobody wanted, but the dragon thought of them as treasure. So all these people could be things that nobody wanted. And the person who brought them in there is treasure to them, but nobody wanted them and stuff. So it could be a situation like that where they're holding all these people there that nobody wanted and had problems with. But again, also going back to the alien, not alien, but scientific aspect, I do think that when you have someone like Jade who says in the show, this is I'm the person who sets the cheese. He said, this is a mouse trap or a maze, and all y'all like mouses running around the maze. It's people like me that put the cheese in there. And he is a technological person who they bring up, developed a quantum program that he cost billions, that he made all this money on with quantum physics. To me, it's not beyond reality that some point in the future, this program that Jade actually made could have helped create this place in there somehow. And it all ties back to him, just like some type of Terminator situation, but not dealing with actual robots, but dealing with technology that they were able to capture an alien in the future from this technology using some type of wormhole or whatever. And now they're running experiments on it and stuff. But I do think it's significant that he said that it's people like me who place the cheese and not supposed to be in this maze.
Now, to me, I see that as symbolism. Like, I think that functions as symbolism, that the people are all rats trapped in here. The people are the rats in the maze, and he just feels like he shouldn't be one because he's too smart, he's too cocky, and how is he the one trapped in here? I think that comes down to his arrogance, personally. I think that it's symbolic. I mean, we saw in the caves there were rats eating a crow, and I took that as symbolism. the maze is like, I mean, the caves are like a maze, and you literally had rats in a maze of tunnels eating the crow. So for me, I took that as symbolism that they're going to break the cycle in the end. I think the crow was symbolic of the big bad, the watcher entity that's doing all this to them, that's controlling the monsters. And I think it's symbolic of that. So I take that as symbolism. And just to circle back to something else you said, Tony, before I forget, as far as the lonely dragon thing, that's interesting. The way that I think there could be multiple levels and layers of meaning to that whole story of the lonely dragon and the Chromonacle, and who could be the lonely dragon. It could have more than one layer of meaning. And I think another meaning up to that is Jade and Tabitha being the Chromonacles. And they go into, we did a rewatch, and I couldn't believe how they laid this out. I think it was genius. At the time, we didn't know that Jade and Tabitha are connected, and they're reincarnated over and over again. But in the same episode, as we did the rewatch, each of them visited the storage room in the diner, and they each found a piece of their past. And I think, so one of the meanings of this Chromonacle thing, I think one of them, I think the central meaning of it is that Jade and Tabitha are Chromonacles on a quest, and they each needed to find a map of the rainbow sky, but it's metaphorical. It's not a literal map. And Ethan said it was this lair of the lonely dragon was full of stuff nobody wanted, and maybe we'll find a map in here. When the Chromonacle found a map, she wasn't lost anymore. Literally a moment after he said that, Tabitha found that bracelet in the storage room. So I think the bracelet is not a literal map, but a figurative map, in that it's a piece of her past. It's a piece of her past life, and it helped her on her journey to remembering who she is. In the very same episode, Jade found that book of symbols that Christopher drew. That's a piece of his past life. So that's his map of the rainbow sky, not literal. And Tian Shen would be the lonely dragon. She lost her husband, and this is her lair of, with all this stuff from people who have died. So I think that's one possible meaning to it. And we had foreshadowing that there are two Chromonacles, because Jim and Tabitha were pretending to be two for Ethan. They were running around saying 2 Chromonacles for the cave, and it was a male and a female. In the story, there's only one, but I think it's Jade and Tabitha, and they're both on a quest. And yeah, so I love how they did that. But there could be more.
I agree. I think you're right. I think that sounds amazing. But I think that one thing that's overlooked on this whole thing with that is that there is a flaw on the bracelet. Now, he said it was from Jim's dad's boots, and that he had ripped that part of the boot. That's why there was a flaw. Even if she created it over and over again, there wouldn't be that flaw in that bracelet. But she keeps finding the flaw in the bracelet every time. From what we've seen, every time she has made that bracelet, there's that flaw is in that same bracelet. That's why she noticed it and said, this is the exact same bracelet, because it has that flaw. Not that it's the exact same style. It's the exact bracelet because it has that flaw, that rip in it from your dad's boot. So here we are again with, how is this bracelet keep getting the same nick that she makes over it? Why does it always have that nick? Now, it could be made different ways, but that nick is always in that bracelet that she constantly makes. And I don't understand how it could always have that nick in it, but she says it specifically in there. So again, it could be some type of paradox that she's in under that's why it keeps coming up. But it seems like that nick is always in that same bracelet. Every time she makes that style of bracelet, somehow it gets that nick. When it was with Jim, it was his dad's boot lace, and that somehow the dad made the nick. When it was before that, someone else made that nick, but that nick always gets made in that bracelet.
It makes me think of every time I go to the janitor's closet, I hit the light switch on the outside, and I accidentally shut off all the lights in the hallway for the operating rooms, for the ORs. And I switch it back on, realizing, oh yeah, I got to turn on the one on the inside. Every day I make the same mistake. Every day it's become part of my ingrained habits. And it makes me think of the bracelet with the nicks.
Yeah.
In the OR, you shut the lights off?
Not in, but the hallways. I accidentally hit that switch.
I was like, doctor's like, listen, we got to operate today. Make sure Doc doesn't come in. All right. Can't have Doc in here. What would you operate? All right. Make sure he's got the day off today. All right. We got to schedule operation with Doc.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh man. Doc, what do you think about like who the Chromonacle thing? Who do you think, like, what do you think represents the map of the rainbow sky? Could there be more than one meaning? I think there could be more than one meaning to it. What do
I
you
didn't
think?
really. I haven't put any thought into the map as far as the Chromonocles. Yeah, it does seem like it's Jade and Tabitha. I think that harkens back to them being the reincarnated denizens of Fromville that are keep getting brought back in to try to solve this problem, break the curse, free the children. And yeah, it seems like Ethan said, like, oh, this seems like the den of the cave of the lonely dragon or whatever, for Tian Chen's basement, right? Or wherever she was keeping that stuff. So it seems like Tian Chen was the lonely dragon. They could have a new one, or there could be multiple.
She had
Yeah.
Kenny. she had a husband. She had Kenny, but she wasn't lonely for a long time. But I can understand it being at that particular time in life, she became the lonely dragon, and it could move to somebody else in that time. It could be Victor at one time. Now he's a lonely dragon. It can move to someone else just at that specific time. At that point, that is the person who was lonely at that time and everything.
Yeah, and Robert here makes a good point too. Robert thinks that the map of the rainbow sky could literally be the map in the Clary's peach truck, and that is the way they finally escape. There could be more than one meaning to it. So that could be. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think there could be more than one application of the meaning of the story, the symbolism of it.
Yeah, different expressions of the same theme, because the idea of Victor as the lonely dragon makes a lot of sense. He's got that trailer full of stuff that most people would consider worthless, but not to Victor.
Absolutely.
And God knows he's lonely, or was for a very, very long time.
Yes, he was. Scarlet, by the way, please jump in if you have anything to add.
The lonely dragon could be Porn Stash. All right. Porn Stash was lonely for a long time. So lonely.
His dragon was lonely.
Yeah, so his dragon was lonely, but so lonely that he had to go to a monster and try to seduce the monster. That's how lonely Porn Stash was. So at that time, he could have been the lonely dragon, but this got burnt when he tried to execute her and stuff, So it could be. It was like, yeah, goddamn that guy, I hate that Porn Stash. I can't stand it. That's me. I'm looking like Phil's right here. Usually, right? I look at Phil. I remember Phil. We like, yo, what would we do? I said we'd be up there in County House smoking weed and be like, yo, Tone, look, that one right there. She's pretty hot. Look at her. Like, yeah, she is, bro. Was he doing that? And that's how he got involved with this chick? Because I've never heard anybody else messing with a werewolf or anything else, or trying to seduce one and leaving flowers out there for him. So he was pretty lonely. And there were a lot of people in that house having a lot of sex, but it just wasn't him. And that's why he opened that window. So it could be a lot of different lonely dragons out there. Porn Stash could have been a lonely dragon at the time. They got everybody killed.
This is what happens when you start thinking with your dragon,
Don't do that.
Everybody gets burned.
Yeah, everybody gets burned. Yes, Doc. KP here. Hey, KP, what's up? I love the Tony versus Doug discourse. This is amazing. The star of our favorite TV show is here on a Friday night in March, streaming with the fans and theorizing and all that. This has never happened before. Indeed, it is awesome, KP.
It's not awesome. Discourse. Is it discourse? I wouldn't consider.
Oh no, I think discourse is the perfect word. There's no necessarily pejorative sense in that word. It's discourse is just discussion,
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, no, it's not like a combative, confrontational thing. It's like just like a discourse, like a nice conversation. I think that's what KP meant, which I think is, and I agree.
Debate.
What, Doug?
A spirited debate.
There we
Yeah.
go.
A friendly
Well,
and
and, you know, I mean, I love discussions like this because they inevitably lead to new ideas. You know, we were talking about this the other night when my writing partner Marcia was on, and we were talking about the process of two people writing together. And one of the cool things that happens is one of us will come up with an idea, and you know, the other one doesn't necessarily receive it immediately. They might be a little skeptical about it, but the discussion about it sparks another idea and another idea. And that one idea and the discussion around it suddenly creates 4 whole new ideas that we didn't have at the beginning of it, you know? So I love this kind of examination. It's very cool.
Yeah, that's what works. You know, I could say it's helped me writing when I wrote books before, and it helped me many a time. I hearken it back to my Final Fantasy days when I used to play video games all the time, and I still do. But I would
Yeah.
be playing Final Fantasy, and I'd be on this board, and I'd be stuck, and I'd be stuck, and I'd be stuck, and I'd be playing it for days, and I can't get past. And then my sister would come in, and she watched me play, and she goes, "Well, why don't you try this?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, try what?" "Well, why don't you try Life 3? Life 3, and then I hit the Life 3, and it actually be it because it's fresh eyes, right? When you have fresh eyes, when you're looking at the same thing over, even though you're trying to look at it broad, you still narrow your focus. But when you have someone who has fresh eyes, who has just seen that and just watching it over, they can pick up things that you just mentally block out subconsciously, even when you don't want to.
Yeah, that's one of the big benefits of collaboration, you know, a fresh set of eyes, totally.
Absolutely. I love these kinds of discussions for the same reason. I completely agree. You know, like you bounce ideas off each other. It sparks new ideas. I mean, Tony, yeah, you and I were on Real Enigma stream back in September, and I said something. I presented a theory that I thought Tabitha was going to come. I thought basically that ambulance that we saw in the full trailer for the show. It said some Knox County, and I realized that was in Camden, Maine. So I thought, okay, this ambulance is going to be coming from where Tabitha is. That view from her hospital window looked like Camden. I've seen it myself because I hiked a mountain back when I was still able to hike, and I saw it, and I thought, okay, she's in Camden, Maine. The ambulance is coming from there, and someone on that ambulance will have met her and be able to tell everybody that Tabitha escaped, and that sparked your inspiration.
100%. When you said that and everything else, and we were talking about that live on air right then, my whole Tabitha, what day when she was coming back and what episode she was coming back, all came from that conversation. And I said it right then. I was like, oh, I just figured it out. I figured something out right then. And it would have never occurred to me unless you said that. So yeah, that is no doubt about it. And I acknowledge that. And that's what it is. Everything, when you discuss things, that's how you get things out there, and that's how things work out. That's just the human course of life. I think you just got to kick ideas around, and then someone else will kick this around and kick it, and then eventually it's going to go into the goal if we keep kicking it enough, right? So that's the way it goes and stuff. So yeah, 100%. That's what it is. And KP, you have my book right in front of you. Thank you so much.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Yes,
and I will. I know you have questions about it, and you keep bringing it up. I will do a stream at some point where I will answer questions from the book that you have. If you had a question that wasn't too crazy or spoily, I could answer it for you. That wouldn't ruin the book. But you know, when I will do a stream about it and stuff and everything else, I promise you, I will do that for you. But thank you for copying it. I appreciate it.
Oh, look, Doc has it right there.
Doc, you bought a copy of my book too. Look at you. Thank you so much, Doc. I really appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate it.
Yes. And Dieter's been dropping the link to Tony's book. So definitely check out Tony's book, Darkest Before the Dawn. I'm going to be reading it myself too. Now that Severance is ending, I'll finally have some time. I'm going to finish Doug's book that I've been reading. And Tony, your book is on my reading list too. I'm going to be reading that.
I appreciate it. I hope it doesn't disappoint you. You know, I'm not George R.R. Martin, but I did my best, and I think it's good, and I'm proud of it. And I will say that when I put the book out, and again, my mother and my father, they're from a different generation than I'm from and stuff like that. Say that, my father, I've never hugged my father once, and my father's not alive now. I've never hugged him once in my life, ever. I have no memories. If I did as a baby and stuff, I don't know, but I have no memories. And I remember he used to always say, men shake hands. This is what men do. He's from that generation. This is the way his father taught him and stuff like that. But when that book came out, when I dropped that book, it's the first time I ever heard my mother tell me that she was proud of me in my life. So maybe it was long past due or anything like that, but they're from a different generation and everything else. But that's the first time I ever heard it come out of her lips. So regardless to me, whether it sells a half a copy or 2 million, just to hear her say that, it was worth it for me to write that book. So
that's awesome.
That's awesome, Tony, and that's a great accomplishment too. That's amazing. So yeah, you should be really proud of that. And I know like we're all just behind you and rooting for you, this whole community, and your familia is behind you, and I think it's awesome that you got that book out there, and I can't wait to read it myself. You have a lot to be proud of. You built an amazing community. You built the From fandom from the ground up from day one. I mean, it's really something to be proud of. And now over 100,000 subscribers, like, you're just killing it.
Well, I appreciate it. I was happy to take a chance on the show. I took a chance on me, and I'll say, when I covered From, there's like 3 other YouTubers covering it at the time, and I covered it and everything else, and no one was, and I every episode I was loving it, so I kept going back, and I said I talked to my friend Heidi from Costume Co, and I was like, she kept getting interviews, and I was like, how are you getting in contact with these people? And she was like, I'm just hitting them up on Twitter. I said, it's really that easy, and like that. So I hit Liz up. I said, let me give it a shot, and I hit Liz up on Twitter just in a private message, and she hit me back and said, I'd love to be on your channel. And that was it. And she came on, and she was the first one who came on, and told her what I was doing. And she came on, talked about the show, and then I got the actress who played Fatima. She came on after that, and everything else. And MGM contacted me, so they must have said something. MGA contacted me, and then offered me up other people. This was back in season 1 and stuff and all that. And then the show started to grow, and it just got bigger and it got bigger, and here we are today. You know what I mean? So I'm proud that if I had a little bit to do with the fandom and help the fandom and help the show grow in a little bit of way, I'm proud to have done that for a great bunch of actors and show writers, but mostly these actors, I would say, I got nothing against the show writers and everything else, but to me, they've done things before. A lot of these actors in this show, this is their first thing. This is their big thing. And, Doug would tell you, sometimes, no matter how big the show is, whether it's Cheers or Seinfeld or whatever, sometimes you're in that big show. This is your big show for your career. And so hopefully a lot of these actors get a whole lot of work after this and everything else. But if it's not, and this is their big moment in their career, and somehow I was able to help it out a little bit, I'm proud to have done a little bit of part to have helped that out and stuff. But I will say that when I look at it, the people from Lost, who this shows Jack Bender and them are from, all those actors had really good careers after Lost. So I'm hoping for the same magic to happen for the people of From, that when this is over, a lot of these people go off and do a lot of big things. If you look at Lost, a lot of those actors are still working to this day. They still they're still going in a lot of roles, and that doesn't happen all the time. You know what I mean? Ralph Kraft, not Norton from The Honeymooners never really did anything after that, or Trixie. That was their shot. You know what I mean? So I hope that they get that Lost bug. I mean, whether it's Harold or anyone else, you go from the show, but still acting. So maybe Lost got that thing, and I'm hoping that this is just the start for most of them, because a lot of them are very young and everything else. But like when I interviewed Christy, And she was like, I gotta leave. And I was like, why? She was like, I gotta wake up. I'm a nurse. I said, what do you mean you're a nurse? She goes, yeah, I still got a regular job. I said, do you really? And she was like, yeah, I'm still working my regular nursing job. And I was like, this is amazing. I said,
Crazy.
you're
Wow.
just like us, you're just doing, you don't know. When I was doing managing people who were professional wrestlers in the minor league for the WWE, and they would do the dark matches for them. And I would manage those guys, and those guys would tell me like, yo, we're getting paid $50 a show, $75 a show. And I'm like, that's it. And like this, you don't make it until you make it to WWE. And we got to do all this and travel to Ohio and travel to Texas and travel all on our dime. He said, but if you make it, you make it. But if you don't make it to WWE, this is what the job is. This is what it's going to be. You're going to make $150 and you're going to drive 300 miles and you're going to do this. And you just got to keep going until you actually can make it. So hopefully I have good faith in a lot of these people, and I'm hoping the best for all of them, that they just blow up and they get a magical role that they can keep going on.
I hope so too. Yeah.
I agree with you, Tony.
Yeah, go ahead,
But
Doc.
I do have to make one slight correction. This is John Griffin's first show, but I think he's going to do fantastic after, like you said.
All right. So John Griffin's first show, but the guy who's working with him, who did do Lost.
Pinkner.
Yeah, they're all.
Yep, Jeff Pinkner, Jack Bender.
Jeff
Yep.
Pinkner. So let's get a little of that Lost pixie dust. So we talk about fairies on all these actors that they can do that. Eva Ann Lilly just left in Hollywood. She doesn't want to do Hollywood anymore, but she did The Wasp. She did all that other stuff. You go through all of them and everything else. Harold, of course, Harold was in everything, right? So let's hope it rubs off on all these actors on this show, because they're really good, generally good people. At least the ones I've had the pleasure of speaking to, they're all down to earth good people. And I've met people from the business, and not everybody's good. Trust me, not everybody's good. So I can say that straight up, and I'm saying these are all good people. Liz and her husband are fucking amazing. Just like anyone you would just see down the block in your local coffee store, just regular people. They deserve everything. And Scott is the same. And obviously Doug is one of us, right? He's here with us. It's obvious. It's just obvious. That's just what it is. So no, I wish nothing but I got nothing but love for all of them. I just want them all to fulfill their dreams and do great in life.
Doug is like, we call him the From ambassador at this point. The amount of an interaction that Doug does with the fans, it's just incredible and so kind. He's one of us. He's just part of our community now, and it's just been amazing to have Doug just join us and spend so much time being part of these amazing discussions. So we're so grateful for it. We really are. And you're going to fit right in with the rest of this awesome, kind cast, because they're all amazing. Like Tony said, they're all so kind and lovely.
Well, to Tony's point, since I shot that episode of From, I think I've worked a grand total of 4 days, and that was almost a year ago we shot that. So, it's not the glamorous life that a lot of people think it is,
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend Christopher Scott Cerrone. I remember when he got the part to play Ray Liotta's character, young Henry in Goodfellas, right? And if you look and you see he's young Henry for Goodfellas. I remember when he got it. I remember his mother talking to my mother. I remember him going and shooting. They shot in Astoria, Queens over there, and shooting every day and doing all that. My really good friend, and doing all that. That's his role. He's done minor B movies here and there, but still to this day, that's his role. And he was 13, 14 years old. You know what I mean? But at the time, he's going to be this. He's the next Ralph Macchio. He's going to be this. He's on Wow and Bebop. And they had these magazines called Wow, Bebop. Julie, you probably know about those things. And all that stuff. And all that. He was on the cover of these magazines and all these other things and all that. In the end, it turned out that still to this day, when he goes around signing autographs, which he does all the time, and then like the Goodfella conventions, that's what he's known for. That's what it was. That one role that he did there.
Mhm.
So it happens. It happens all the time. It
Sure.
happens more like that than it does people breaking out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I wanted to highlight this. Robert said, please tell Tony that I lost a bet to him, e.g. ambulance, if he remembers, and he asked me to buy 2 copies of his book and give one away. I did and gave 1 copy to my mom.
That's great.
Thank you, Robert. I'm sorry you had to lose that bet, but I'm happy you bought that book. And I hope you and your mom enjoy it. I really do.
Yes.
I hope you do.
Because a lot of people found it understandably hard to believe that Tabitha was going to come back in the ambulance that soon.
Mhm.
But when you came up with that theory live, after what I said, my version of the theory about the ambulance, you came up with that live. You said, nope, that's it. Tabitha's coming back in the ambulance. And it took me a few days, but I came up to your way of thinking and I agreed with you. I said, yeah, I agree. She's coming back in the ambulance in episode 4. And sure enough,
Yeah,
she
it
did.
all came together. As soon as you said that, I was like, my mind is nuts. Like as soon as you had said that and you showed the pictures, like she's in this, and then my mind was just like back. I just like that got it. She's back, and that was it. And that's all. It takes one thing to spark something, right? You get a spark, and once I got that spark from that, I was like, oh, this is that. This is it. She's coming back this episode. It's done deal. She'll be back there. It was like, oh no, it's way too early for Tabitha to come back. She's not coming back to real life. Like it's over. It's done. Here's the facts. Boom, 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 boom. She'll be back this episode. And then she was just like that.
I was with you on that, and I was honored to get a credit in your video, because I helped inspire you, and I was honored. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, because you're an inspiration to me, Tony, and Doc.
Credit is the best thing to give people is a shout out. The people who don't give credit and try to do that are nothing. Like I don't respect that. Like everyone should. It doesn't take away from you to give credit to somebody else. All right.
Of course.
And I think people got to understand that it doesn't take nothing away from you or anything else just to give credit to somebody else. And everyone should be given their flowers in life. Everyone should be given their just due. And I will always give people their just due anytime I can for anything that I can do. And that's just what it is.
Oh, 100%. And I've credited you multiple times for things in my videos that I thought were spot on. So, this is what we do. It doesn't take anything away from you by doing that. I thought it was just so fun. This is how, collaborative theory crafting happens in these organic conversations. And I love it. I give credit to people in the chat. I credited someone for an idea I had in a Severance video. It's just so cool, how these conversations can spark us can spark theories that would never have thought of otherwise.
100%. And if Doug, you give me a PO box, I will send you a copy right out, man.
I don't have a PO box, but I have a mailing address. So
yeah, if you give me a mailing address, on Instagram, whatever, we talk through that. I will send it out tomorrow. As soon as I get it, I will send it out that same day.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'd love to read it.
No problem. I would love to hear your thoughts on it.
Is that you?
Doc's got his.
What do you mean? Of course, it's me. Obviously, is that
you look so different without glasses and a hat? I would not recognize you.
It is without glasses and a hat. I'm not going to. I have to see. The screen, but if I didn't have to see the screen, I would take my glasses off and everything else. And as for the hat, only reason I'm not wearing a hat there is because that was going towards my brother's wedding and stuff. So I was on the plane actually when I took that picture, and I had the suit on. And the Yankee hat just doesn't go with the suit. So
It's a great photo. Do you send these out yourself?
Huh?
Are you the one sending these out yourself?
What do you mean? The books?
Like when someone places an order on Amazon or whatever?
No. Amazon does.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Amazon,
good. So you don't know my secret.
Amazon KDP. It's a print the order. So as soon as someone orders a book, they print the book.
Yeah.
And that's the way that the service works and stuff. You order one, they'll print it, and then they'll ship it to you.
If only we could get Doug's books on there. Damn it.
Why couldn't you? Right? Why couldn't you?
Doug has wrote two amazing. I'm in the middle of reading his first amazing novel.
Why couldn't you get his book on there? What was the
Because I couldn't be bothered. That's why.
Yeah, if you don't want to put it on there on you, then that's it. But anyone can put a book on Amazon KDP. You can all put your books on there if you have any written work that you could submit and put your books on there.
Yeah, and that's the easy part. The reason I haven't done it is because then I have to start marketing it. And my writing partner Marcia and I are going through that right now with our newest play, and it is my least favorite thing that I ever have to do as an artist.
How big does the place have to be in order for you to be willing to allow them to do your play?
Oh, there's no limit on that.
Really?
No, in fact, we've had 2 American companies ask for copies of the new play, Sucker, and they're both quite small. They're like very small houses, 150, 200 seats, that kind of thing. But they're professional theater companies, so you know.
Well, I happen to have an ex-girlfriend out here who is in with the Proctor's Theater in Schenectady, New York. I'm sure you probably never heard of them and stuff like that. But they're a decent sized theater, and they've done Wicked, and they've done other things and everything else. And I am going to talk to her soon. And I'm going to bring up what's going on if they can run a production and play and stuff. I'll bring it up and see what she says about it and everything else.
What's the name of the company again?
The Proctor's Theater.
The Proctor's
in Schenectady, New York.
They might. I've got a mailing list here. I'd have to check it. They might actually be on our list because we've got a long list of American theaters that we send our stuff out to.
Yeah, like we need another production of this. This is what we need. This is the one Tony. This is the one Doug was telling you about on the interview when I first heard about it. Deadline, and it's had one production. And we just did a deep dive into it with Marcia and Doug on Wednesday. And this is the one that a lot of From fans would love, about 2 playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing. And they have to figure out how to get out.
I did get, there was this Nice and Smooth, Rakim, and a bunch of old school rappers. I'm friends with this dude named Big Jeff. And I got them a performance in the theater. I brought it up to her, and she took it to her peoples in there, and they actually did a show in the Proctor's Theater and stuff, which was great for me because I got to be on stage with Rakim like I was a superstar and everything. So she does have some sway in there and everything else. So we're very good friends still. So I would definitely bring it right up to her and see what she can do. Can't promise nothing, but I would definitely bring it up to her 100%.
Nice.
I would appreciate that.
I got you. I got you.
Nice. And Dieter dropped the link to Deadline. You can read 32 pages for free. The first 32 pages are on the website, playscripts.com, that Dieter dropped in. And I also have the link if you're listening on the replay. Well, my cat is here. If you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. You can go there. You can read the first 32 pages. And then if you like it, like if you're hooked like I was, you can order an e-copy or you can order a physical copy right there as well.
Tony, I think I just figured out why the Proctor's Theater isn't on our list. It looks like they're a roadhouse, that they bring in shows from other like touring shows and stuff like that. And theaters like that generally don't produce plays themselves. They just bring in like shows that have already been produced elsewhere and are just touring in. But you could ask her, like, if they ever do produce their own stuff, because if so,
I will. I know they did Wicked there. I know they bring, they've done other shows in Hamilton and things like that. So obviously that must be part of the road situation that they're doing there. But she's obviously tapped into the theater area in Albany and Schenectady and everything else. And I know there's probably other troops and things like that that are going on there and stuff. So.
Well, if she's interested, let me know. We'd be happy to send perusal copies of the scripts. So
I'll definitely speak to her. I'll definitely get it popping for you and get you in contact with it and everything else. And see if you, because if you can get out here, it's easy for me to get there.
Well, if they did the show, and certainly if it was the new one, we would absolutely have to be there because we always we always have to be at our first our premieres of our plays, because that's our first chance to see if the thing works in front of an audience, you know. So absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. I remember I was there on that Rock M thing. I was there, and Little Mo was there, and I was sitting in the balcony, and I was sitting up on top of the balcony, and then Little Mo comes in there, and with her man, and they like asking me, like, what am I doing here in the balcony? I'm like, what are you doing here in the balcony? I said, who you talking to? I was like, he's talking to me. I said, I'm in here before you got in here, and you asking me, what am I doing here? Blah. And she was like, oh, calm down, this, that, and the other thing. And then after Jeff came and got me, and he was like, come with me right now. And he took me on stage with Rakim and Cool G Rap and them. And then they came on stage, and then the guy see me, and he was like, oh, respect, bro, respect. I was like, yeah, all right. Now you see who the Don really is, right? Now all of a sudden something going on. So I like to be up in that balcony with you and your partner, writing partner, when that show goes down. So we're going to see if we can get you out here somehow and stuff and everything. I'll talk to her about it. I'm sure she'll have something, because she's worked there for a very long time. So she's definitely got some type of pull and stuff and everything.
Well, and the thing is, you know, if they're not in a position to produce the play themselves, she might want to pass it on to another theater, like you say, in Albany or somewhere like that, and see if somebody else might be. Because the hardest part for us is getting the damn thing read in the first place. And the easiest way to do that is have a personal connection with someone at the theater. And if you don't have that, you're getting in line with a whole lot of other people, you know? So it's like I say, it's the hardest part of the job. Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to call it a night. I've got to hit the hay. But this has been a great evening. It's great to see everybody. And I'm sure we'll
Great to see you, Doug.
Soon.
No doubt about it.
Great to see you, Doug. Thank you so much for being here. We always love having you. Whenever you're able to come, we love it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks
You're
for
like my
having
Friday
me.
night uncle.
What was that? Sorry, Doc?
I said you're like my Friday night uncle.
With all your
That sounds
stories.
kind of kinky.
Oh my.
All right, take care, guys.
Right.
Thank
That
you.
story. Bye-bye. Have a good
Bye,
night.
Doug.
Hi, Doug.
You scared him away of this Friday.
Oh no.
Well, this weekend after dark.
He was the one making the kinky comment.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'm not denying that at all. Doc.
He has such a great sense of humor.
Yeah, he's mad cool. He's cool people, man. 100%.
He's hilarious. Oh my God. He has great stories. He's been regaling us with his stories. Speaking of stories, did you ever hear about this, Tony? John Griffin, Robert said John Griffin admitted that he wrote a short story that From was based on, and it was published. Has anyone in the world ever found it? I have searched high and low. I've never heard of that.
Never heard of that.
But I would like to.
Never
If
heard
that
of it.
exists, I would like to find it. One thing I did hear, he wrote stories about a man in a yellow suit. That I know.
I mean, short story that was published, usually a short story that's published is not going to be published on its own, right? It's hard for that unless it's in type of magazine or something like that. So
Or
if it
an
was published in a
anthology.
book, then it's going to be an anthology, or something like that. It would be hard to find because it would be that, and now you would have to look at his name and see if there's any anthologies with him in it. And that would be the way to find it.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy pasta.
Creepypasta. Yeah.
It's pretty creepy pasta, probably. So yeah. I was
And-
thinking maybe he wrote a creepy pasta, but no, that was probably before that time.
Yeah, even if it is something that's based on it, he could have changed it 1,000 times. He could have just had that idea and just switched it up 1,000 times. So it may not even be what we're exactly seeing on the screen and stuff.
They already said they made a lot of changes
Absolutely.
since the original script.
Yeah.
In the
Well,
original
Jade.
script, Jade. Yeah, Scarlet. Yeah, you as usual, you read my mind, right? Jade was
Yeah,
supposed to be.
18-year-old girl in a bikini.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of people would have loved that, though.
That's a big difference.
I
To a
think she
guy
should
with
have
a
still
mountain
been
man beard.
genius, though.
It's much
Yeah.
better. I think Jade's a better. That doesn't make sense though. So let's go through it. Let's say Jade was supposed to be an 18-year-old with a bikini. How does the reincarnation thing happen then?
Exactly.
It might not have been Jade originally, for all we know. They might have had it originally be Jim, and then they changed it.
Yeah, it would have had
I
to
don't
been Jim and Tabitha or something like that.
Yeah.
Or Henry.
Yes, because
Mhm.
Jade and Tabitha are at the center of all of this, and so that he fundamentally changed it by altering that, because there's no way that 18-year-old girl in a bikini was going to be one reincarnated. Like, no, that
Or-
doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe he thought like, oh, well, you could be reincarnated as a woman, and then Jack and Jeff were like, no, that's gonna be too complicated for the audience.
KP
That's
wants
possible
to
too.
come on the panel, he said. He's hurt. He said he wants to come in. KP's coming in shirtless. You know this, right? This is how he rolls. This is his way.
I
Is this more after
Yeah,
dark
look,
stuff?
if y'all
now?
ladies
Not
are
a
looking
dark
for
stuff?
if y'all looking for some eye candy, then send KP the link.
KP can call in if he wants to call in. I'll drop the link if he wants to call in and say hi. I'm cool with it.
So KP is coming in there. He's KP is from that.
Coming in hot.
Now he's from that how Stella got her groove back. That he's the groove back giver. That's who KP is. That's what he's on.
Yeah, and when he first came on, when Doug was here a week ago, Doug didn't know KP, so he was like, what's going on here? He thought he might be one of those guys who comes on and flashes people when they call.
He has never come on my channel and had his shirt on ever for years. Every time his shirt is always off.
Yeah.
It's hot. It's hot. So this is the one. I mean, listen, all you ladies who want to see men now, if this goes both ways, I'll move to KP's country tomorrow. All right, if it's a both way street, and all the women are walking around topless too, because I've been to nude beaches, man. And the Don's done it. I've been to nude beaches, and I know you're thinking that Beyonce is going to walk down the nude beach, but it's not Beyonce, it's the Golden Girl.
Nope.
Right? This is what's going on. All right? I'm being honest here. I've been on, and I know. So, it ruined your whole fantasy is ruined. As soon as don't ever go on those things and everything else. Don't do it. Right? I was like people who have come up to me, like at my jobs and stuff like that, who are into these like three-way things and everything else. And I always tell them, every time it's been presented, what I'm offering is better what you're offering. It's never a fair deal. I understand why you want to sleep with my girlfriend, but I don't want to sleep with yours. You don't even want to do it. So it's the same type of situation when you go to news. They always offer enough stuff that you don't want. And there's a reason why they're being offered up. And that's just the way it always is.
I've been to the one in P-Town.
The what? The new beach?
Yeah, and it's like all these guys that I wouldn't want to see naked that are like, most of them are extremely well endowed and want to show it off.
Oh my God.
All I saw were old hippies in San Francisco. So
I have walked through the YMCA, and these old men in there think it's the goddamn like Greek shower room. And these dudes, and I've heard rumors in my life about men's testicles acting when they get older. And I did not believe everything that I heard. It's too unbelievable. Your balls hit the water. No way. No way. These dudes' nuts were dead ass swinging between their kneecaps.
Their knees.
And I'm not lying. It's the truth. I'm saying if they were behind the woman, it would be like a wrecking ball coming from underneath them, smashing the
wrecking balls.
In the chin. It would be
I'm
terrible.
blaming Doug for all this conversation
And everything. And and that's when I switched from boxers to boxer briefs, because I did research. I said, this can't happen to the Don. Why does this happen? And it was the gravity. Let me be honest. I'm being honest, KP. Let me be honest.
Listen. How's everybody going tonight? Good evening.
Great. Hi, KP.
It was lovely to see Doug. You guys didn't bring me in up to. First of all, let me address some of this slander.
Breathe it up.
On at least 3 occasions, I came on your show, Tony, while I was driving, or twice while I was driving. Once, like I was going to the airport to pick up my kids and mom, kids and their mother, and the other time I was going to Pizza Hut, and then the third time I was parked up in front of the Go-Go Club, and that's when we had an after dark with AK. And I think Red Lipstick. I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but like it was a real steamy after dark, such
Yeah.
that like I spent a good 2 hours in the car on it before I went into the Google Club. So to address the idea that I've never been on your show without a shirt on, that is clearly not true. Right? The facts will show that is fake news, as Donald Trump would say. And let's be honest with the people. All right. Today I have a robe on.
Okay.
You know,
Now,
I mean, I'm trying to be a little demure. I'm trying to be a little bit more demure, more mindful, less shirtless, more like
again,
shirtful, but
JP,
like with still some shirt.
but a robe is not a shirt. So you are on the show without a shirt. What are you talking about?
If I were wearing a jersey, then you would say that a jersey is not a shirt. So exactly, come on, this is the kind of slander that one would expect from Tony.
Oh, we're making KP self-conscious. No, KP, it's totally cool. Free
I'm
the
turning
nipple.
it into a political debate now. But I mean, with all jokes aside, it's a pretty hot country, you know, and I spent a lot of time over the last couple years losing weight and getting in shape, such that because I was fat and slurry. So I'm just enjoying it. I'm just enjoying it. But it's really good to see you guys. It's like, you know, all the best of the internet worlds, all the best of my internet world, at least in terms of Julie B and Tony together. All we need to do is add gray area, and I could be on stream watching you guys 24 hours straight talk nonsense because I just love this. Tony. I just love this community. It makes me so happy.
Gray will be back on Dunkin' Eggs. I already talked to her. She'll be back Dunkin' Eggs. She'll be back
Nice.
in a little bit.
Nice. But I love this community. I think it has gotten me personally through some days and nights that, you know, were a little bit tough, you know, and it's good to have a nice distraction, even though I've never met any one of you guys in person, and probably never will because I live on an island off the coast of the Caribbean, next to Venezuela. You know, I mean, like, but I do have a passport. I do have a U.S. visa, so we can work that out. I was gonna come for Tony's Tony's con, but I'm not sure the details on that. And so, but if it happens this year, I'll probably come. I'm not sure, but yeah. With respect to some From stuff, first of all, while I was watching From, while we were all watching it, I had a lot of friends that I would say, you should watch this show, and they'd be like, yeah, whatever, whatever. And but since the show is finished and now a good couple of them have watched it, and they fortunately, I would say, compared to us, got a chance to binge watch it and kind of so like the secrets were revealed a lot faster, and it's very interesting to hear their take on certain things based on the fact that there are things, if you watch season 1 and season 2 within 24 hours, there are things in season 1 that you will remember when you see them again in season 2 that if you had 2 years between seasons, you probably wouldn't have remembered. So like they brought up that they brought up the how do I put it, the strength of the amount of times that water flooding events
Yep.
have been seen or mentioned. And one of my good partners asked me, is this like the prelude to a Noah type story? Because that my head never went there, right? Before I spoke with him, this was like 3 days ago, because he finished season 3, and he says, "Is this like the preview to a Noah's Ark thing? Like, is that what's happening here? Are these people being prepared either in advance or prepared? The flood has already happened and it's kind of creeping its way up to this place, and these people have been kind of brought here to kind of be part of this project, where either in terms of like choosing the kind of person you want on the ark or building the ark itself." That was his take on it. That was his theory. So,
That's a fascinating one.
you guys, what do you think about that? Like, because it was very interesting when I heard it. We had like a 2-hour discussion about it. So I just want to throw that idea out and see what you guys think about it.
I will
Does it
say
make
that
sense?
he was comment about Helicopter Con really made me laugh. I don't laugh at a lot of shit, but that made me laugh. That did make me laugh. That did
Better
make
bring
me
an
laugh.
umbrella.
That did make me laugh and everything. But y'all got it.
That's gonna be the flood.
It's please, KP's question. I didn't hear the whole thing, so I'm interested in hearing what y'all have to say.
Well, KP was talking about whether this is all leading up to a flood. Like this is all building up to a
Well, we
flood.
were
And
more so. Let me clarify. Let me kind of clarify. So, as I was saying, I have a friend. While the show was going on, he didn't watch it, but he binge watched over like a 24-hour period. And last week, Wednesday, I think it was, he asked me, "Is this the preview to like a Noah's Ark situation?" So I guess, yeah, Tony, you would want to kind of explain it, because his thinking was these people have been brought here to either the flood is going on right now, and they've been brought here as like a safe place where they could either figure out what kind of people they need on the ark, or have these people build the ark itself. And it could either be that the flood is already happening and is creeping up to wherever this spot is, and they need to figure this out really quickly, or it could be that they're preparing for the flood hasn't happened yet, but this is part of the human race preparing for the future. And because there's certain things that he noticed in season 1 and 2 and 3, because that were related, that because there was 2 years before 2 and 3 and a year before 1 and 2, I personally would have forgotten those things, forgotten the fact that I saw those things before. So that's the question: do you think that there's any? Because I think it makes sense, but. And it's interesting that he brought that up, being that he's the only person I know that got to binge watch it. So, what do you think about that idea?
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Tony,
Go ahead, Doc. What do you think about that?
well, in a way, metaphorically, I guess you could see Fromville as an arc in that situation. But I'm not sure that that's where the parallel is going to be with Fromville itself being the arc. I do think that we will probably see some flood parallels. When and if they have a flood situation on the show, because I feel like they're gonna have to dig into that mythology if they do. It's just gonna
You can't just mention the Brundles once, and then ignore it forever again. Yes, something has to happen with the
right.
Brundles.
And the Lake of Tears too. The Lake of Tears keeps coming up. A lot of water references.
Lake of Tears. What was Lake of Tears in reference to? I don't remember that scene. Who said it? Or like, what was it reference to?
Ethan, that's part of his story. That the secret fairies were going to come from the Lake of Tears and heal Norman, the finger puppet.
Okay.
And
Right. Okay. So it was like part of the Chronicle story,
right?
or something like that. Okay.
Scarlet, what do you think?
Yeah. Scarlet, you there?
Echo.
Sometimes she's
Echo.
Scarlett's boyfriend is a little ill right now, so she might be assisting
Oh,
him.
boyfriend sick.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she's playing
Mermaid.
she's playing good wife.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
Tony, give us your take real quick. What do
I don't believe there's anything like Noah's Arkish when we look at two of each kind or whatever you want to say. I don't, because I don't think that there's not two Asian people there left anymore, and Elgin, I guess, and Boyd would be two black people. That doesn't work for me. So I do think that there's going to be a flood, but I don't think it has anything to do with any type of arc or Christianity or any type of religious symbolism. I don't think that this is a religious symbolism type show when it's all said and done. I don't think they would just push it down. Like if you want to see that, you go watch the book of David. I mean, is it the Book of David? Yeah, the Book of David on Amazon. Very good show.
Or leftovers or
yeah, that's a very good show, the Book of David and everything. I mean, if you watch that, that's a damn good show. But I don't think it's that serious with it. I know Doug doesn't want to go with the aliens. I know Doug doesn't want to go with the science, but I'm telling you, he also really doesn't want to go with the nightmare stuff. There's no way around that stuff. There's no way around the nightmare stuff and the dream stuff. I mean, no matter how you spin it, it has to come back.
IMDb calls the slow walkers the nightmare creatures, right?
Yes.
And even in interviews, the creators are always referring to it as a nightmare world, things like that.
Yeah, it's over 137 times that they say it in the show. It's just not coincidence. It's just
I have to say my favorite thing.
Here. What word do we need? Nightmare. Yeah, there you go. That word.
No. But I'd say my favorite thing for the night was Tony and Doug kind of hashing that out, having discourse on that. And discourse does not carry any negative connotation. You can have discourse is just to open to have and be open to discussion. That's all discourse means. So I didn't mean that you guys were fighting or anything like that, because that's not what happened. But it was interesting to hear. I'm wondering, because I just had this weird thought that if AI could listen in and be part of these discussions, because I mean, I'm sure this is happening not necessarily for but I'm sure this is happening for literally thousands of other TV shows right now, where a group of people are on YouTube or some other platform discussing theories about it, whatever. Imagine if an AI could hear and see all of these discussions and then tailor stories to specifically don't do the things that we don't like and do the things that we do like, based on what, like, the kind of discussions that we have in forums like this. And it could very well be that after the AI writes those stories, because you could create literally billions of permutations of stories based on these kinds of discussions, and AI would just spit that out, and all a human would be doing would be editing it for human bias, meaning to say there are certain things that AI does, especially in written form, that, like, certain way it speaks, that it lets you know almost instantly that you're dealing with an AI thing.
I have no faith in AI. Number one, I have no faith in AI. I looked at AI. They said that the Dallas Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl in the next 4 out of 5 years. All right, so AI sucks. All right.
Well, AI is not meant to tell you that.
God damn it!
But to KP's point,
about AI, right?
No,
to KP's point,
Cowboys 4 in the next 5 years. My ass, motherfucker. Everyone knows
well, AI is not meant to do that, right? It's not meant to predict the lotto or anything like that. That's not what AI is meant to do. It's meant to take the details, all the information, that as much information that humans have available to them, and to take all of that information and the way that and their understanding of how that information is processed and understood, and then respond to a question in
I
a
would say that
specific
it took
way
the
that
information
gives
of
you something that you didn't have before. So
but
to
with
help
the
you realize something about data that you hadn't realized before. It's not to predict the future, but to
I
help you
I
understand
would
data
think
better.
that
Sorry.
it took the information from football and the data, and this is what it came up with, which is wrong. It's not
Right,
happening.
but it's not meant to. I know you're saying that. I mean, I know I'm kind of splitting hairs here, but like that. That is not what AI is supposed to be. It, a human couldn't answer that question. You know what I mean? A human would have great difficulty. Like you could probably use AI to tell you how many pass yards Mahomes might have on a particular day. AI could probably tell you that, but to tell you who's good, like what the lotto numbers would be, or who's going to win this game or the other game, that would not be a thing that AI ought to or should be used for or could be measured on, because that's really not what it does. What it's meant to do is take data, compress it and mix it up and then release it back to us in a way that we hadn't realized, and tell us things about the data that we hadn't realized.
So
I
I actually put together FROMACADEMY using AI. I take a whole ton of resources and I put it into a Google Notebook LM. And I also go and query a couple of other AIs separately and see what they can
Right.
come up with for the
Yeah, 'cause it
resources.
lies.
Put that into Google LM. If they had a lot like an app doing that for them, automating it, or just, I don't know, a worker doing it for them, yeah, they could compile like information from around the web, including everything that's on Reddit, put it into a nice little summary and be like, all right, this is what people are thinking. And if they're going to need an actual person though to go through that and
Yeah, you
also
need a
come
person
up
to
with
edit
stuff.
it. And
Yeah.
that would be the only human job. The after it spits out this 500-page book or screenplay or whatever, the job of the human would then to humanize the language. So like there are things that AI tends to be overly dramatic in situations, for example, or or in situations is a situation not dramatic enough. And a human would be able to read, if AI writes the story that has all the right plot points, the right beats. A human will be able to go through that and like in terms of dialogue and grammar and the way certain words are used. AI has another little quirk where it uses big words a lot.
here about AI. I'm not here about AI, brother. I'm here.
Yeah. Sorry.
Here with her beautiful blouse on and her red lipstick, and we're talking about AI and we're boring her. All right, let's go back to what we're
Let's
supposed
go back to from. Sorry, my bad.
and all that good stuff. All right, Julie, this is your show. Please take over.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. So let's see here. I highlighted. I started some comments earlier that I thought we could just address. So, for example, let's see here. So David Agile is somebody who has some awesome theories, and he's a regular here. And he said, in my opinion, Tabitha and Jade were in the original cycle. Every past life has been a version of themselves getting closer to remembering the truth, closer to their real self, like the 25 gemmas on Severance, trying to become one. Remembering the children I'm from will break the curse, saving their souls, allowing them to let go of the past and stop being trapped. And I agree. I think every cycle they've probably gotten closer and closer. I think in this cycle they've probably gotten the closest they ever have, and unlocking the numbers, unlocking the mystery of the numbers, and remembering. I think that was the key. And what do you think about that, Tony?
Yeah, so the whole music code wasn't supposed to happen this season. They said it was supposed to happen next season, and they decided to switch it and put it forth. I think that music code unlocked the man in yellow. I think that's what that was for. I don't think it was for a good thing. I think that's what it is. I think that Jade, when you look at the difference, and there's a huge difference between Jade and Christopher. Christopher didn't believe what he was hearing from the boy in white. He was, oh no, I don't have to go through the tree. No, I don't have to do this. No, you're lying to me. Jade believes in the things that are going around him and is deducing everything that is going on that is around him. So he's taking into account these things are happening. He's just not poo-pooing that Tabitha is seeing these kids. And Tabitha is, because it's happening to him. So he knows, all right, this has happened to you. It's happened to me. I'm looking at what's happened to you, taking that information to what happened to me, and I'm putting it all together. I mean, Christopher was stubborn and didn't want to do that. He wouldn't go through those phases and stuff. So for that reason, I think that's why they got farther, because Jade allowed it to go further.
I agree. I think Christopher and Miranda didn't get to that point where they unlocked the key to the numbers and remembered all their past lives. I think every cycle they got a little bit closer. Miranda almost made it to the tree. Tabitha made it through the tree, got to the bottle, got to the lighthouse and got out. That, I think that needed to happen to lay the groundwork for her remembering who she is, meeting Henry and learning about Miranda and seeing all those paintings, connecting with her past life. Miranda got close. She almost made it to the tree. Then Smiley killed her. So I think she got close. Christopher just went off the rails. So we don't know what the hell Christopher did. That's still a mystery.
You have no idea.
I'd say he snapped. He snapped.
You don't know that. So again, I think we have to look at Victor as an unreliable narrator. Every time Victor tells a story the first time, it's wrong. No matter what story you've heard. Oh, it's Jasper that was talking. Turned out to be the boy in white. Go through them all. Every time he said it, it's always been wrong the first time he said it. So him saying the first time that Christopher snapped most likely is the wrong story. And then we'll see exactly what happened. But you can go right through it from any story he has said. The first story is constantly wrong. And then he gets it after. Oh, Jasper, we got to go get Jasper. We got to risk our lives to go down here and do all this. Wait a second. It wasn't Jasper. It was the boy in white. Oh, really, Victor? Now you tell me, motherfucker. After I went down this motherfucker, I'm 90 years old. I'm firing a shoestring. And now all of a sudden you get it right? You could have said that a little bit earlier, brother. It would have helped us out. So go through all the stories that Victor has put out there. I wait a second. I'm sitting out here with my mother by myself. Oh no, I had a sister. Where'd my sister come from? Right? Every time he's always wrong the first time. So him saying that Christopher freaked out and did it, that's the wrong story. The second story, Victor, will be the truth.
Oh, you're absolutely right. So like the first time there was no Eloise. We saw the first version of the flashback was wrong. Victor was alone. We saw that season 1. Season 2. Oh no, oops, I have a whole sister. I forgot. She was there. So they did the bait and switch again with us with this Jasper thing. He's yelling at the damn doll to talk all season. Like, talk, Devin, I know you can talk. And it wasn't Jasper. So the first version of the flashback was Jasper was talking to Christopher. The second version was the boy in white talking to Christopher. That's the one I believe. I think the second time I can believe it. If they do a third switch, then we can never believe anything Victor says again. And I think they can't do it again. So in this case, I would say, okay, I believe the one about the boy in white talking to Christopher. That part was the second version. It was like take 2. So I believe that one. And the boy in white was telling Christopher, you need to go to the tree. And Christopher said, everything here lies. And he looked like he was losing his shit. So whatever he did, it caused Miranda to be afraid for her children's lives and said, hide where Christopher can't find you in the root cellar. That's all we know. That's still a mystery. I really hope they get to that in season 4 as to why she was so afraid of Christopher, that those kids had to hide from him, and what happened to him. How did he die?
He's the unreliable narrator. Always remember that. So if he tells you,
100%, 100%.
My mother told me to hide from him, Don't believe that his mother told him to hide there, because he just said it. Oh wait, my mom ran off because I told her. I thought Christopher told. No, it was you, big mouth. You're the one who did it. You dropped on. You're the one that caused her to go out there every time. So to all my familiar out there, listen to your boy, the Don Tony Teflon, when I tell you this. Wait for the second story. Any first story is wrong. So when he tells you that Christopher went crazy and that funny, that's not what happened. Something else happened. And that's what he's remembering. And the second time it will come through. That's not what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the rest of Christopher.
Yeah. There's more to that
I
story.
hope we haven't seen the last of
I
that.
think it's not an impossibility for us to, at the end of the day, realize that the real Satan in this story was actually, oh God, what's the guy's name? The older guy,
Henry?
the guy who says where I think the guy who sent the James. We were just talking about it. What was the name of the guy?
Martin.
No, not Martin, not Christopher. Eloise's brother.
Victor.
Oh, Victor.
Victor,
kid.
right? Yeah, right.
How did
Sorry.
you get Victor?
I just had the weirdest brain fart.
The whole time.
I know. That's exactly why I had the point, right? And it just was very, very weird that the name, the name itself just went out of my head. I had the point still, but the name, I don't know what happened. That was a total brain fart. Listen, I'll be 33 soon.
You did it on yourself.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we realize that Victor is actually the real big bad or the real villain, and whether this is a prison to try to keep him or whatever this actually is, right? The idea is that Victor is a real problem. For example, I'll shut up after this a little bit. But everybody knows the Hitler story. The would you go back in time? If you went back in time, would you kill Hitler? And as a baby, right? Everybody knows that. Yeah. And some people say, yes, I kill him as a baby. But the reality of it is that perhaps you do kill him as a baby. That doesn't mean that there won't be another guy called Jonathan who is even worse than Hitler. You know what I mean? So you might be thinking you're doing the world a favor, or what you're actually doing is you're making things 10 times worse, right? So if that's the case, then there may be a situation where Victor has some sort a particular group of people expect that Victor will have some sort of negative effect on humanity in general. He's going to blow up the world. He's going to become president and blow the world up. Whatever, I don't know. And they are able to go back in time and stop Victor, but for whatever reason they cannot kill him. It's not wise for them to kill him. So instead, they trap him in this world so that the future they have is better. Does that make any sense to anybody at all?
If you're saying that Victor is the boy in white, then yes, then it makes sense to me. But besides that, I don't see it. But
that might be the case. It might be the truth that Victor and the boy in white are one and the same.
That maybe Victor, there's that theory that that maybe the boy in white is a projection of Victor, like he was
an avatar. Yeah, an avatar of Victor's that he uses, that he's able to use even the present of his actual self for whatever amazing reason they can conjure. But
like an
does that mean
an imaginary friend to comfort him when he was alone? I could see that.
Imagine the imaginary friend, but you're actually able to make them real.
No,
you know what I mean? He's an imaginary friend, and eventually, because he has all these particular powers, he's able to make the person real. So much so that other people can see him as well.
A real imaginary friend.
Does that make sense at all?
It is. Scarlet, can I ask you a question real quick?
Oh, sure.
All right. Is your husband okay? Is he good? Because I know you've been gone for a while. I know he's sick. I want to make sure everything is okay, copacetic with you over there.
Yeah, he couldn't smell anything. I ran to get him a COVID test. He doesn't have COVID. He doesn't feel good. I'm kind of on call to go to urgent care if he needs me.
Well, at least he doesn't have COVID. That's
But he doesn't have COVID, so that's a plus.
That is a plus. That is a plus. 100%. All right.
Thank God
Thank
this
you
morning.
for your concern, Tony. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I hope he's okay, Scarlet. I was sending you messages in the private chat too. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but Scarlet, I was actually going to bring something up that KP made me think of.
Yeah.
If we're talking about the concept of killing baby Hitler, I think the one that could potentially be more relevant to that concept is Ethan. And I didn't want to bring this up when Doug was here because he's not a fan of this particular theory. But
It's a
Scarlet,
sensitive issue.
it's a sensitive issue. But Scarlet and I have been doing the rewatch, and we can't ignore potential clues that it's not out of the realm of possibility that Ethan could become the Man in Yellow. And it's possible that's why Sarah got that message on her arm that said, kill the boy. Ethan goes around wearing yellow all the time.
Yes.
And she sees Ethan sitting there wearing his little yellow zip-up jacket. And Scarlet, you pointed out how it looks like little lapels, even the way it's folded over, kind of like a suit jacket, right?
Yeah.
Scarlet, you blew my mind when you pointed that out. You blew my mind.
Well, so many people were saying he was wearing yellow and stuff. I'm like, there's no way. And then I'm like, okay, this kind of actually makes sense.
KP is screaming like Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal in that one movie. You're the only one who caught it. When Harry met Sally.
Yeah, enough. when Harry met Sally, I think is what it's called. When Harry met Sally. Yeah, but no, I was just like I just thought I was at that point mentally fully in sync, with Julie and Scarlett. Like I just thought we just had the same exact wavelength. And the other thing is, baby Hitler, if you trapped him in a pocket universe, he'll still grow up to be adult Hitler. So the idea that because he's older means that analogy is thrown out the window is kind of not necessary. Like you can throw the analogy out the window for a whole bunch. You can throw the theory out the window for a whole bunch of things. But the fact that he's older does not prevent him from actually being the baby Hitler personification that theory is based on.
Because we have time travel.
Correct.
Travel changes everything. So Ethan could become the Man in Yellow. And I think so. In some time travel stories, if anyone has seen the German series Dark, in that version of okay, so in that version of time travel with the bootstrap paradox closed loop model, if someone has already grown up and had a future, you cannot go back in time and kill them. Every time you try, if you shoot the gun at them, and this happens in Dark, someone shoots a gun, it will jam every time. You cannot kill them because they already have a future. Ethan has been in so many goddamn near-death experiences. Think about it. And he's never died. In the first episode, he got impaled by a table leg, and he was fine. Sarah tried to unalive him, and he got away just in time. She had that message, kill the boy, on her arm, like some force was telling her to kill him before he can turn into Man in Yellow. Then when Colony House had that storm hit, no one ever talks about this, but the radio tower came flying through the window a split second after Ethan was sitting on the couch and someone had just gotten him out of the way. Boom, he survives again. Season 3, there's a phone call from the fake Thomas voice telling him, your mom's going to need you to come outside and help her. Your mom's coming back on the ambulance. Some force here is trying to kill him. Why? Maybe there's a force that's trying to kill him because he's going to turn into the Man in Yellow. There were 2 different times he was lured outside at night. One of the times his favorite goat just happened to stroll by the window and he was lured outside to get it. And then the second time he ran outside again because of the Thomas voice. And every time he survives these near-death experiences, I don't think you can kill him. So I don't know. I'm not 100% married to this theory, but as we do this rewatch, Scarlett and I
I
can't
like
help.
it though. I have to say I like it. I love it. I think it's a fantastic.
Are
I
you
think
saying that you're engaged to the theory, just not married?
I'm not engaged to it yet though.
No one's
I-
asking Casey. I'm asking Julie, right?
second, thirdly.
Yeah, I'm engaged to the theory. I'm not married to it yet. But
There
it's
you go.
viable.
There you go.
I think it's viable, you know?
It is 100%. I think it sounds good. I loved it as soon as you said it. Everything sounds right. The Killer Boy could be everything. It could have really been about Ethan. It could have been about that. Ethan could grow up to be the man in yellow or something else, or the boy in white. He could grow up to be either or. Ethan could be the truly big bad of the story. There's no doubt about it. It works 100%. It definitely works.
I think that's an idea that Doug would probably like too. Because I think
Doug didn't like
Doug
it.
is totally against, like, he doesn't necessarily like stories that give external parties too much power. Like aliens gives external parties way too much
I think
power over, like,
you also got to understand about Doug in this situation too, about him. And he's a beautiful man, and he does work. He ain't been at this as long as I've been at this. I've been at this for years.
I'm not making a judgment. I'm just pointing it out.
I'm just saying he just got the role. He just started watching the show. He don't break it down like
of course.
and
Of
other
course.
people break it down. This is not.
And he says that, you know.
Showing him his life. This is all we got.
Yeah, he says that. He said he only met two people. He only met two other of the other co-stars. He was in one episode. I mean, you know, he's watched
Yeah, watching
the
the show
episode.
and breaking the show down is two different things.
Correct. You're right.
Watching
You're right.
the show and having a YouTube channel and watching every fucking frame like I have and Julia, like I literally like it's you can't watch a television show with me because if I watch it in my eyes, in my head, it's anything. I'm looking for any. It's hard, and to me, and it hurts me. Like it's hard for me to enjoy shows now because I'm.
How long does it take you to watch a regular show?
Thing that there is in any show, I will stop it. I will rewind it. It's hard because I am trying to dissect anything. Who's that right there in the shadow?
It'll take you 3 hours to watch one episode.
Huh?
Me too, Tony. Me too.
It'll take you 3 hours to watch one episode, eh?
Yes, it will.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
I'm
He ain't
constantly-
doing that. He's just going through it, blah, 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 and superficially going through everything and all that. It's a different situation than what we do here on YouTube and stuff. That's just the way it goes and stuff.
This is not his thing. He doesn't dissect it. You know, he watched it once through. He doesn't. He's more. He looks at it from an actor's perspective and what's the like what's their motivation?
Which is why it's interesting to hear him talk about it because you know I don't have that perspective. So and even though Tony spends way more time than any of us probably analyzing these shows and doing his research, he also neither Tony does not have that unless I'm wrong, you can tell me if I'm wrong, doesn't have that actor's side of of a story or that
I don't, but I would say that his side he's only in 30 seconds of the show.
Exactly. This is not,
Jade,
and he says that
in every season and did all that, then we would have to say that more of the things he's saying they can see, but he's looking at it from the 30 seconds he's been in it and everything he's watched and up until then. I'm sure he's drawing onto it from some of the things that he's done and everything else, or what he would expect to do. It's the same thing that I told Taryn when Taryn was making his theories. And I told him straight up, I said, Taryn, you are expecting the writers to be in sync with you or as good as you.
And everything.
It's not fair to them that you're doing that. So this may be something that you could put in a novel because you have more space to put in a novel, but you got to start thinking it as a show, as a television show that people have to get in there quick and everybody has to catch it. Now, it may work for a novel and you're a novel writer and you're a great writer and that's what works, but look at it as a television show. and does it really work for a television show? And that's what I told him and everything else. And that's where it is. So I think it's this about the same situation that is going on there with him and everything else. But I will say this, 1:30 in the morning, I'm starving. I haven't eaten. I'm going to make myself some Velveeta macaroni and cheese because I love it. All right. It's not good for you, but God.
Have you ever put the Velveeta cheese in ramen?
Listen, I don't know if I know ramen, bro. So yeah. Went too far.
No, that is good.
I don't know about ramen because when
especially if you have like olive garlic cream cheese with ramen, that's amazing.
Or garlic powder.
When I hear ramen, brother, it brings me back to like when I had no money and ramen noodles, those packages, right? So it brings when I hear ramen,
it takes me back to university. Every time I see a pack of ramen, I feel like I'm
never eat that ramen noodles again for the rest of my life. It's like I could never eat grilled cheese because there was a time in my life where I would go to the store and I would have $2 and I'd go to the deli and get $1 worth of cheese and a loaf of bread, and that's all I had to eat. So I would never eat those foods ever again in my life for that. So that is, I don't know if the ramen is different, but that's when it comes to my mind. So it just brings back bad memories that I have long before that I've gone away from that. So I'm just gonna stick to the goddamn Velveeta cheese. I like that. All right, and I gotta get some Julie B, beautiful woman, in your Lady in Red outfit, which is my mother's favorite song. So if you ever get a chance, listen to the song Lady in Red. All right, and that's my mother's favorite song. And that if anything ever bad happened to her, that is a song we play at her funeral. It's already been decided and stuff. You look beautiful as always. Thank you for having me on. Scarlet, I wish you were here, but you're taking care of your man. I hope everything works out there. My man, Doc.
Like a good woman should.
Yeah, that's right. Doc, thank you for having me on. Hope we can get back together and we can get this whole thing popping. Everybody in the chat, what's up? KP, you already know how we do. So
whenever you're ready to have that chat about Doc's basketball, what you're doing, whenever you're ready, a week from now, a month from now, 3 months from now, a year from now, I have a notepad and I have questions.
We'll get it popping very soon. All right.
Yeah, man.
All I gotta just say peace.
Enjoy your junk food.
Tony,
thank you. Have a great night.
Tony, thank you so much for all the kind words, and I hope we can do this again. This was so much fun having you here.
Anytime. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. So all you people, peace and stay sexy.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
What else can I do? Lord has been free with this body. What else can I do? So Julie, what's going on in your life, Julie? How are you? How are you feeling?
Not great. not great. This channel has been a lifeline for me, though. I have constant pain, and I have a pain condition that doctors don't understand. But I'm doing this channel, and it's like therapy. You know, it's a great kind community of people. Yeah. But this community has been amazing, and Tony has been amazing. He's turned into an awesome friend, and so many people found my channel through Tony, and I was just honored to have him on, and honored to have Doug on. It's been really like the main source of joy in my life, this channel. This last year, I would
this entire community, this entire this sphere of people that's kind of surround Tony and Phil and you and like AK and a couple other people too, but like that's kind of like the core group. And people add to that. I imagine would add to that group as we go forward, and we share. But what we share is we all have a particular set of TV shows or movies or whatever that we are just very much into. So I have been watching Tony's stuff. It's definitely before 2019. It has to be like 2014, 15. So it could damn maybe 10 years, because it was while either season 5, it was before season 7 of Game of Thrones, definitely, because I remember there was a long night between season 6 and season 7, and he kept us. He and Gray Area kept me alive during the long night because, like, having to wait 2 years to figure out how Game of Thrones was going to finish was very, very torturous. I think it has to be categorized as cruel and unusual punishment. And then the fact the way they ended it was also cruel and unusual to us as well. But like I am not like I am not like I'm not an apologist for D&D, but I am not somebody that's overly angry at the way they ended it. But since 2025, we started with we start 2015. Sorry, we started with Game of Thrones, and then when Game of Thrones ended, like we touch and dip and dive into other like mini series and other little shows that we liked, and sometimes we'd have 1 or 2 episodes about it, and then we'd fall off. And then for a while, especially through COVID, our After Darks was very, very popular. We had After Darks that included like we had like big games, like a whole litany of games that we was playing, and that was really nice. And but yeah, Tony and Tony and Phil and that group of people, including yourself, Julie, have built this really amazing community of really nice people that appreciate the same media and want to just want to talk about it, from time to time. And I have to thank everybody involved for that. But and to you, Julie, I mean, you've been doing fantastic for somebody who just joined. Like there are some people that cover from I mean, they cover other stuff too, and I've been doing it for longer than Tony's been doing it, and they probably have way more like subscribers or whatever. But when you really compare the kind of discussions we have to the kind of discussions they have within their community, it's like the difference between chalk and cheese. Like our conversations, our takes are not service level. Like especially in Game of Thrones, and I don't want to talk too much Game of Thrones because I know you probably wasn't in the Game of Thrones thing, but like especially in Game of Thrones when you have these set of books and you have a TV show and they're all a little bit different. Like a lot of people get by or go able to get by on just having surface level knowledge that you can get off the Wikipedia page. But you cannot come on a Tony Teflon Game of Thrones stream to have a discussion with Tony without having at least watched every single episode, and preferably B, having read every single book maybe 7 times, because his knowledge on that is vast. And so like that's what I love about this community. But and Doc, how are you doing, man? You tell us about what's been happening over where you stay at.
I've been doing great. I wish I had encountered Tony's stream before, back during Game of Thrones. I was watching Emergency Awesome at the time, I think.
Emergency Awesome does not come anywhere. I like him. I watch his stuff, but his stuff is a snack. His stuff is a biscuit compared to Tony's stuff, which is a full course steak. You know what I mean?
I read the books and there was like so much to dig into. Something funny about Emergency Awesome. So I'm part of the Godzilla fan community, and the Godzilla fan community is ridiculously
I guess it from the name,
right?
Kaiju.
But the community is ridiculously toxic. And Emergency Awesome tried covering Godzilla. Like he was like, okay, I'm gonna take on Godzilla. I don't remember if it was Monarch Legacy of Monsters or if it was one of the Godzilla movies, but the community just ate him alive, and I don't think he ever did it again after that.
Who is this? Who did this?
Charlie from Emergency Awesome.
Oh, he did. He did an episode on like. Okay.
He didn't know like the material, like
the
personally.
Basic thing, yeah, exactly.
He got devoured.
Yeah, and he decided he's not going there. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think he's going there again.
Yeah, like I would never go to like a comic book or especially like a Marvel comic book page where they discuss the like when they discuss Marvel TV shows, but like they go deep into these comics. Like I'm not going there because there's some lore and
Mm.
there's also like they do this weird thing in comics where they create alternate universes where the character that you know acts in a totally different way and does totally different things and has totally different friends. So like if you come into one of those discussions and you ain't know all of that, you just saw a TV show or you just saw, the movie, you're going to be they're going to eat you alive.
Oh yeah.
All of your questions are going to be stupid questions. From even there. So, like, but yeah, like you're right, yeah. And so how is the like what is the Godzilla community like?
Very. It's a lot of fighting. I mean, it's a community that's devoted to a giant creature that goes around destroying cities. So you can imagine if this is their hero, what their personalities can be like. Some of them, and so they love to battle and fight over like minor details. Like I think the battle is finally over as to whether or not the 1997 Godzilla counts as a Godzilla, but it's still like undecided and depending on what
Does it
film is
count? Is it
used.
consensus that it counts? Does it count?
Does what count?
The
Godzilla versus
that particular
non-Godzilla?
yeah, the 1977 count the
Oh,
Godzilla.
the 1997 American Godzilla.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
does that one
so
count?
it's now Zilla without the god in it for the most
Oh, so
part.
it
And
doesn't.
they use it now as a separate character. They used it once in a Japanese Godzilla movie in Godzilla Final Wars, where Godzilla just like whacks the thing with its tail. But now they've actually developed the character a bit more in video games and in comic books. There's a lot of different comic books, and they flesh things out and have alternate universes and stuff. And they've given it its own character and made it like be able to actually fight Godzilla and not be completely destroyed like immediately. And but yeah, so it's a complicated answer. There's
Yeah.
no good answer, but people still fight about it. People still fight about it.
Yeah, and if you go into a chat like that with just surface level knowledge, you go into a forum like that with just surface level knowledge, you're going to get laughed out the room. So
Yeah.
Julie, it's your show. Like, what's up next? What are we doing next?
Oh well, we're just here talking theories on From basically. Like anything goes. Like another thing like I think we wanted to touch on is like the nature of the boy in white and the man in yellow. I think that they're two opposing forces battling each other. I think that the boy in white wants to stop the cycle from continuing, and the man in yellow wants to continue. And I think that they're both bringing people to town, and the boy in white is bringing people that can help in some way and try to stop the cycle, and the man in yellow is bringing people in to manipulate, like Sarah and Elgin, trying to manipulate them into doing harm, like chess pieces. I think it operates a lot like that, a lot like a game. And so I wanted to hear what people think about that. Like Doc, what do you think?
My brain went elsewhere for a minute because I was wondering, am I going to get devoured alive? Am I going to get devoured for not saying that the Godzilla cartoon one is counts as Godzilla?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good to
all
know.
right. All right, carry on
So-
with From Talk. I just needed to put out a
No,
disclaimer.
well, you heard Julie's question, right? Julie, you want to say
Can you say it again? I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that the boy in white is not necessarily a purely good figure. I don't think there
Oh,
is
yes,
any.
yes, I do recall the question.
Yeah,
I
think that he's
do, I
trying to
do,
help, but he's not
I
purely good. He's just trying to make the cycle stop.
I do think that he's trying to help. I think that there are kind of they also like to use him as like a red herring, and they want to keep him kind of spooky and mysterious. But I do think that he kind of manifests the lighthouse like symbolically within the show, like as a character, like he's supposed to kind of like represent the lighthouse or a lighthouse and the symbolism that goes with it. Whether or not the boy in white becomes like a tarnished character and becomes the man in yellow or something else, or I don't know, but I do think that the boy in white is a good character, because I feel like if he wasn't, some of his actions don't quite make sense to me. I thought about this before. I can't think of the examples right now, but I was trying to think. I was comparing theories, and it didn't make sense for him to do some of the things that he did if he was actually just trying to help the nightmare creatures and whatever the sinister force is.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like he's not needed by them.
Like who? The
to-
boy
Yeah.
in white? Not
yeah, I
needed.
feel like the boy in white is not needed by the other forces. They've got like their spooky like fake ghosts and everything else that they can use. So I don't think they need the boy in white.
It's kind of like, look, you already have LeBron and all these other people. Why do you need Luca as well? You know, it's it's kind of like that. But in some cases, as we've seen, they still want Luca too. You know what I mean? So like, but I get your point. I totally get your point. Was your take on it, Julie?
Yeah, I think that I think that he's just an opposing figure to all of that. The whatever force is controlling the monsters, the man in yellow might not be the big bad. Maybe he's in control of the monsters, but there might be a force above him, and he's kind of Doug has suggested that maybe man in yellow is just middle management. He controls the monsters, but there's another force above him. That's Doug's idea. He doesn't know. No one told him anything, but that's his idea. But I think it really is going to come down to the boy in white versus the man in yellow, and it's a lot like Dark. In Dark, there wasn't any pure good or pure evil side. One side just wanted to make the cycles, this endless loop, this endless time loop, stop. The other side wanted to make it continue. And now this isn't a time loop. This is more of just an endless cycle of violence over and over again that always ends in a massacre, I think. 1978 was the most recent one. And if, this could ultimately progress to a total massacre again, but I don't think it's going to. I think they're going to make it stop. But I do think the man in yellow and the boy in white are two opposing figures, and the boy in white brings people to town to help, and that doesn't mean that he's some saint either. Like, by bringing people there, if I'm right about that, if he's a force that's bringing people there that can help, well, he's also hurting them because he's bringing them to a hellhole where they could die or members of their family could die. But it's all for the greater good. It's like the trolley problem. You have to cause harm to a small group to help a larger group. It's all for the greater good. So I think he brought Katri there to bring hope to people. I think he was the voice of God in Katri's head. He thought was the voice of God that told him to drive. When he was about to jump off a bridge, the voice said, "Get in your car and drive." And then 2 hours later, he wound up in town. So I think there's a helpful force there that's trying to bring in helpful people. Boyd is immensely helpful. Mr. Fish and Loaves, I mean, look what he's done to help. But it doesn't mean the boy in white is a saint, but I do think that he's trying to help. I think he's bringing people there like Boyd and like Katri. And then the man in yellow, I think, brings people like Sarah and Elgin who want to help, but they have traits that make them easily manipulated and tricked. Sarah was tricked into killing Toby and trying to unalive Ethan, although who knows if that man in yellow, if the Ethan in yellow theory is right, maybe that was actually a good thing that she was trying to take out Ethan. I don't know. I think that theory is viable, but yeah, that's what I think of those two. I think of them like opposing figures, and a lot of people have said it's like Lost. I haven't finished Lost, so please don't spoil it for me. But I've heard there are
I'm
two
sorry,
opposing.
Julie. Thanks for letting me know that you haven't finished it yet, because I was about to drop some knowledge on you. But let me let me respond to that. So, like, the idea that this is broken down into a a good team versus bad team, and good team is using good team and bad team are using people in Fromville to prove which team is cooler. I just don't see the point of that. Like, you know what I mean?
That's
Like,
not the point. That's not the point. It's not like this is a binary of good versus evil. I think it's more ambiguous. I think the boy in white, he does want to help. He wants to free the souls of those Ankui kids and make the cycles stop. But I think he's harming people by bringing them there. And the man in yellow, for whatever reason, wants this all to continue. So I do think it's like, I mean, like, look at the beginning of the series. We've been told that clues were planted in the beginning of the series that can make you help you understand the answer to it all. And right at the beginning, we see chess featured. It's like a game of chess, and the people brought to town are like chess pieces being used in different ways, whether it's to help on one side or to cause harm. Like Sarah and Elgin are the ones that were being manipulated, like chess pieces. We have constant references to games, but chess is the one that's brought up early in the show, and it's brought up again later too. So I think it operates like that. It's not like a simplistic good versus evil, like this is just a game for fun. Not at all. It's not like two forces are just having fun with this. You know what I mean?
It's a game that's being played, and there are some overarching powerful forces that may be embodied by one, the boy in white, and on the other side, the man in yellow. And these two sides are manipulating the people inside and outside of Fromville to recruit them to their cause and to use them for a particular end. And the boy in white is trying to foil the plans of the man in yellow, and the man in yellow is trying to prevent the boy in white from spoiling his plans, and perhaps trying to spoil the boy in white's plans as well. And there you have the game. And I very much think that might very well be the road that they go down, but it would disappoint me. And when you see given that this show is tangentially related, not like, they're not like sister shows, right? But they share some writers, and they share, definitely they share they share a star. It makes when you see the end of Lost, you'll understand what I mean when I say that might very well be where they ended up. And if they do that, it will be extremely disappointing. Doc, you have seen the end of Lost, right, Doc?
Yeah, I've thought the same thing as you, because
you
there
agree
are a
with me?
lot of similarities.
Yeah, if that's where it's going, then I would be very, very disappointed, because it would just be almost a copy and paste, and just reformat a little bit on the Lost finale.
I think if they go that route, it'll be something that makes a bit more sense to the story and actually be like more related. Like the characters in Lost they weren't directly related to like those two that were playing that game, right?
No,
I remember right.
At all.
So right, so I feel like this story is a bit more tight. It's going to make a bit more sense, even if they do go that route. I'm really hoping they don't go that route. I had a couple of other thoughts though. the man in yellow, he gives me like mayor of the town vibes, almost like he's the one that like brokered the deal for eternal life. And
Right.
also too that the boy in white kind of showed us, I think, that he can appear to people outside of the town and influence people outside of the town. And I'm wondering, like, where else might we have seen like clues or evidence of this, of either of them kind of manifesting themselves or interfering outside of the town? Like, I think we saw maybe possibly with the telephone call and Thomas. And
Yes.
and that could have been the man in yellow. I do think that there's I do think that if the man in yellow was the person who brokered the deal, there has to be some sort of entity above the man in yellow that he made the deal with, and there might be some sort of entity even above the boy in white. And if you believe in a higher power, then obviously, like, they're probably going to have some sort of, I don't know, maybe iteration or just better.
A good and evil, a god and a
Yeah.
Satan type. I think that's a nice. I mean, that would be a nice way to put that. But that is almost the same idea.
Mhm.
And I think, yeah, I think it oversimple because it lacks motivation. What made these supernatural beings decide one afternoon on a chilly Thursday to put this weird game into motion? Like, what is the point? Like, what if you have, because that whole idea is a is a is a story, is the story of Job in the Bible. Job loves God and he does all the right things and God blesses him. And he worships God and he says, God, you're amazing. He always prays and he always gives his tithes and whatever. He's a great, worshiper of God. And a lot of people say it, but a lot of people misread the story and think it's Satan that comes to him, or I think it's the devil that comes to him, and it probably is the devil. But what is to be seen more openly than that is the fact that even if it's the devil and God seem to have a very close dialogue. They seem to have a very close relationship with, like, if you told me if I own a business and I have an employee who's giving me the best, work that I could want, right? And then I'm the CEO, and then my CFO or like somebody who's on the board of directors comes and tells me, Jonathan that always does the amazing job for you. And I'm like, yeah, I love Jonathan. He's amazing. Well, here's what. He's only doing that because you pay him a bunch of money. Or they might say, he's only doing that because you promoted it, whatever it is, right? But he's only doing that because of the. And I'm thinking, no, he's doing that because he's a hardworking person. So then my CEO says, okay, well, let's say he's doing it because of his salary. My CEO, my director, the director or whomever it is, might say, all right, here's what, let's test it. Let's drop his pay by 25%. Let's cut his pay in half for the next couple of months. And let's see if he still gives the same kind of work. And you cut his pay in half and you say, all right, go ahead, do it. And you cut his pay in half. You see, you let him sweat for 6 months. And you see does he start to talk badly about the company? Does he start to talk badly about the CEO? Does he decide that he's not going to do as good of a job as he's accustomed to, or does he endure this lack of income? But because he has so much pride and he generally loves the company, and you may have lied to him and told him that the company might not be doing too well, and that's why we need to drop the money. And you know what? He stays with you, and he stays with you. He suffers. He loses his wife because he's not getting paid enough to keep the rent on his big mansion. So now he has to move into a 1-bedroom. So he's lost his wife. His kids die because he doesn't have enough money to pay for their diabetes treatment. But he still keeps working for you. and giving you the same production. And then the CFO comes back to you and says, shit, it seems that you were right. This guy really is that good. Yep, I was. And then to reward him for all of that, if you were paying him 100 grand a year, now you give him 500 grand a year
Okay.
because he stepped you. And my thing on it, that is this, and I'm thinking about it. I mean, my thing that is this. What's the point of that? What's the point of that?
It's a
Yeah.
test.
And
It is
is
truly,
that
it's
the kind
truly a
of God that
test.
we want? The kind of God that we want is the God that says, I'm going to allow this person to violate you horribly just to prove whether or not you like me in the way I want you to like me.
It's just proving the
Brandon,
fact that it's just basically proving
Brandon,
the fact. Yes.
yeah. Brandon,
Hi,
welcome.
Brandon. Welcome.
By the way. And go ahead, Brandon. What were you going to say?
Yeah. To answer KP,
Hey,
it's
Brandon.
basically, hey KP, how are you? To
Chilling,
prove,
man, chilling.
to basically, answer your question, it's proving the fact that the person is truly loyal and truly cares about what they're doing for this individual. Because by you bringing up that story of the devil going against, basically making a bet with God, because I know the story very well.
Right.
The thing about that is it was basically proving if he would still be faithful for
Correct.
less.
Correct. Yes.
Now,
Not just for less,
what
for like,
yeah, I mean,
not just for
if
less,
we
for like
if we go if we go into
total
it, his
swinging.
whole
You know,
his whole life was destroyed
he,
completely.
he lost his wife, his
So
kids died.
so let's look at this. So let's compare that to From. Look at the man
Mhm.
in yellow. We first saw him, he was clean and everything, and now he's dirty. So what
Oh,
bet?
When was he clean?
Oh, he
Like in
was
the
clean.
drawing?
Yes, he was clean in the painting
Okay. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
when he was first seen, he was clean. If he was dirty, it would have been depicted in the painting. So now let's think about it. If you're saying that, if you're comparing, From to Job, who's the one that's suffering? Is it the man in yellow because he's being tested by the boy in white? Who's the other entity? The only other entity we've seen is the Komodo woman. So those are your three right there. Is the man in yellow your version of Job? Because look at him. He looks like he's down on his luck. But yet still, the boy in white and the Komodo woman, they still look pretty good.
I think you just blew my mind a little bit because that makes, and if they go that direction, I would be so much more happier than if they do the other thing because that is an amazing, like, that's amazing look at
I agree.
at the story. I never thought about it like that. So you have boy in white, you have the boy in white, and you have this the kimono lady, and they're the entities, and the man in yellow is the result of the Job story. If it goes bad,
Yeah.
if Job decides, you know what, God, f you, I'm going the total other way because like this is insane. I've done everything
Oh,
you asked, and you won't. You decide you want to like destroy my life. All right, the hell with you then. I'm going to create chaos.
Who's being affected by everyone moving closer to getting out? It seems like the only one that's really getting affected is the boy in white. He's no longer a boy. He's growing because he said everything changed. He was a boy for a very long time when everyone was suffering. So it kind of makes you wonder who is really the real bad person and who's really the good person.
um, oh, Amy, welcome, Amy.
Hi,
Hi,
Hi.
Amy.
Amy.
Good day.
Hi,
Hey, Amy.
Hi.
Good
how,
morning, rather.
how
Oh,
are
we get
you
to hear your
doing?
voice. Hi.
Hi,
It's so nice to hear from you. So,
thank
what?
you.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts? Anything on your mind on this, or anything else?
What were you talking about?
The two forces, like the man in yellow, the boy in white, what they could represent. What do you think?
Hmm. I don't know. I think that it's possible that maybe the man in yellow and the boy in white and Victor are like all from like one place. Like maybe they're aliens or something, or they're, I don't know, maybe a karmic family. I don't know, what, something like that maybe.
Yeah, because like what is the power that, like, we have to ask ourselves, what the hell was this force that turned those people into monsters? Fatima said after she birthed that smiley pod, she must have gotten some from being impregnated with that thing. She got an epiphany, and she said that they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. Well, what is this it? What promised them they would live forever? What turned them into the monsters? Was it the man in yellow, or was the man in yellow the one that brokered the deal? Maybe he was, like Doc said, maybe he was like the mayor, or like he was the one in the town who made the deal. So he could be, I think maybe that's possible. Maybe he could be a higher level, like a different type of monster. Because he has some kind of supernatural powers. He ripped Jim's throat out, and he has a lot of people think he has claws. I thought he had claws, but
Yeah.
Doug told us that they did not outfit him with claws. He had no claws. He ripped Jim's throat out
Wow.
with sheer force. But he's
Wow.
still, isn't that crazy? So that still makes him some type of monster, but a higher level that can come out in the daytime.
Like a daywalker.
Like a daywalker. So the question is, like, was he the one who turned everyone into monsters? I don't know. Maybe he was just the one who made the deal, but he's a different type of monster. And there's some being that did this. I don't know. What do you think, Amy?
I don't know. Maybe they were all involved or all there during the curse, and so they're destined to come back to this town to relive out it over and over again till they heal from the cycle or whatever it is, that breaks the curse.
Yeah. Tabitha and Jade, like, they were the ones that did not participate in the sacrifice, so they have to come back over and over again because they failed. I mean, they may not have they didn't participate in the sacrifice, but they failed to stop it from happening. So they have to keep coming back until they can somehow break the cycle. And what that entails, I honestly don't know. I mean, I like to make theories, but I have no idea what they could do. I don't believe they can fix it by going back in time and stopping the sacrifice. I think that would be too easy. That would be a disappointing ending, and I don't think that's the type of time travel we're working with. I don't think they can change things that already happened, but there's got to be something they can do.
They're probably going to have to use. Sorry.
Go ahead, hon.
Oh, I was thinking they're probably going to have to use what they learned from the past to change the future, or something along those lines. Is what I'm thinking. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Like Julie's story walks to past cycles, and she can view them, but she can't change them, and she can learn things and bring back that knowledge to the present. And I think that's where it's going to end up going. Like, maybe she'll learn something that can
the loophole.
Yeah. I think that's probably where this is going, because like Ethan is kind of like our guide. I think Ethan is a bit from the beginning. He seems to be our, like, the writers are using him as a guide to hint at how this place works or tell us how the place works. And he said, you can go back and view chapters, but you can't change them. But she can go back and get knowledge, bring it to the present, and maybe change the present and the future. Help Tabitha and Jade in that way. I think that could be possible,
Or maybe they learned that they have to make a deal with the man in yellow or something. I don't know.
Julie, let me ask you a question. I don't remember seeing any other kids in Fromville in the beginning. It was just a little girl. Once the little girl died, then the little boy came in.
Yes.
Now the question is, when was that little girl meant, or was she the Ethan during that time period? And when she died, there needed to be a replacement, and that's when
Maybe.
Ethan came in
Maybe.
because he was the first to die in the show.
Mhm,
The little grandma got to her, but
mhm.
Ethan's too smart. Well, in some cases, he's too smart. But notice when he opened that door, Grandma was right there at that door trying to get him, and his sister closed the door.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It seems like this town is really out to get him. There's a force here that is out to get Ethan. That's what I was saying earlier. Now, there could be two. I look at it like this. There could be two reasons for that. One could be, maybe he becomes the man in yellow, and that's why there's some force that's trying to kill him before like you're killing baby Hitler. Or he could be targeted like this because he's going to play a pivotal role in this quest in the end, and so there's a malevolent force that's out to get him, because I mean, over and over again this has happened. And like his leg got impaled in the RV first episode. Later on, Sarah tries to unalive him, and then the colony house tower came down, and somebody said something earlier about that. Scott had said, I forgot to highlight this, when that antenna tower came down, it came down wrong, like it was guided to hit where it did. This is a clue of something. Ethan was sitting on the couch, and they got him away from the window, and a split second later the beam came flying through. He would have been taken out. And then in season 3, you had his favorite goat just happened to walk by the window at night, and he ran outside to try to he opened the door to Granny. That's when he opened the door to Granny and almost got killed. Then the Thomas voice calls and says, your mom's coming back on the ambulance. She's going to need your help. You'll have to be brave. And he ran outside again. So I don't think there's any question that there is some force that's really out to get him, that's targeting him. And whether it's got to be either because he's going to play a pivotal role in helping with this quest, or he becomes the man in yellow, one or the other. Like he's had too many near-death experiences,
He's definitely being hunted, because remember, Sarah also tried to kill him as well.
Yes.
So
that
if
killed the
you
boy.
have so many of these forces after you, yes, then that means you're going to play a key in the future.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I couldn't see him growing up to be the man in yellow to turn around and kill his own father. But he could be just that one wild card
Yeah.
that can actually get everyone out. And as long as they, if they can get to him and kill him, just like how they did the little girl, then they can keep adding in more people so they can have, the monsters can have their little fun. That's where the loop is. But I'm feeling that if Ethan lives, because he's becoming smarter and smarter and he's guiding people.
Yeah.
As long as he stays on that and he stays safe, then their chances of getting out is a lot better. Now, with his sister story walking, she could learn a lot, but also see that her actions could have caused things to transition. That's just like from when she was running into Colony House. The boy asked her, "Don't you remember me?"
Yeah.
So he met her in the past. What did she do to make him become a monster? Because he is a monster.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe she has some connection to him from story walking. I could see that. Either that, or it was just another case of the monsters reading people's minds, and like how Granny Monster tried to get Megan to think that was her grandma. And Megan said, "You don't look like my grandma." She was pretending to be, and pretending she knew Megan. So there's that. Like the monsters, sometimes they get in your head, and I think they can read minds, or whatever force is controlling them can read minds. So it could just be a case of that, or it could be a case of Julie story walking, and maybe she did have some interaction with that teen boy monster in the past. I could see it going either way.
But that little
Yeah.
girl, she was extremely naive because she said, "You don't look like my grandma," but she still opened up the window.
She did.
Ethan wouldn't have done that. You
No.
had to have his favorite goat outside in danger for him to go out. It has to be something close to him for him to put himself and others in danger.
Yes.
That's why he's dangerous.
Yes. It's a great point. He's too smart for this. He understands how all of this works from the beginning. Every time I take notes on the show, I write down everything Ethan says about the quest and the chromonacle, because he knows how all of this works. So whether he's destined to play an evil role or a good role, it's one or the other. He's definitely a key to all of it, I think. And yeah, the Megan thing was just ridiculous. She was just like, "You don't look like my grandma," and then she opens the window anyway. I think the monsters can kind of mesmerize people, and so she
Almost
just
like vampires.
yeah.
But here's the amazing thing. Another thing about Ethan, he's like, "You tricked me once by telling me my mother need help." But then he told his father in the RV, "Just hang up the phone. That's not my brother."
Yes, he said, "You were right, Dad. That's not Thomas."
Yeah,
He
let's go.
wasn't.
He's not playing these games anymore.
Yep. Yeah. I think he's finally starting to. He's always been smart and understands how all of this works and that it's a quest. But now he's getting smarter and smarter, and he's on to the tricks of this place. He's not going to be manipulated anymore. And that Thomas voice, I think that's another manifestation of the man in yellow side of things that was trying either that or I mean. I still think the Ethan becoming man in yellow theory is viable, but again, I'm not married to it, so I think it's possible.
What
But
gets me is that when his sister was in the tunnels, when
yeah,
she was leaving, right? When she was leaving, remember she heard her father, no, she heard her mother along with Victor talking. But then as she kept walking, you could hear kids screaming. And she was about to turn a corner, but they had pulled her out of that area. What did she see? Because they cut it. What did she see when she turned that corner? She probably
yeah,
saw when those kids were sacrificed.
yes. I think she was about to see that, and she was pulled out just before she could witness it, because we could hear the kids screaming and cooey. It was not the same as when Jade was there in the cave with them and they were saying it more calmly. They were screaming.
Yeah.
They were screaming. Julie heard them screaming and cooey. And I think if she had just been able to stay in there just a little bit longer, we would have actually seen a vision. She would have seen the sacrifice happening. But then they pulled her out of the ruins and snapped her out of it back to the present, out of that whatever that is, like astral projection time travel thing that she was doing. Yeah, I think she was about to see the original sacrifice.
What I'm worried about is that I believe that because only as it if his sister can do it, then the other two that had the cicadas can do it. I really believe that the other female, I forgot her name, but I believe that she's been doing it. We just don't know. You see, she's always calm and quiet all of a sudden. And
Who's that?
she didn't go back to drugs, but why is she so calm and about everything? I think
That's
she
Marielle.
actually
that's a
story.
girlfriend. That's
Marielle.
what's her name?
Yeah,
Marielle. Okay.
yeah.
That's
I really think she's story walking.
Well, I always found that weird too. Why was she all of a sudden okay with everything? Julie was screwed up hearing screaming in her head in season 3. Randall was getting attacked by invisible cicadas, and Marielle was just walking around like she's perfectly fine. She was over the drug detox, whatever.
She kicked a major opioid addiction without any withdrawal symptoms within like a 2 to 3 week period. That's what they're saying to us.
You're
Yeah,
right, but you're right. But remember,
I've met
remember
people
when
with
she was going. Remember when she was going through withdrawal, and she was in her room fighting, and she was trying to pull everything down. She probably saw something then going through withdrawal. That's why the
right.
cicadas had to
So
get.
you think that was the withdrawal?
Yeah, all of that came out during that time, but she was still able to see something. But also remember, when she was
But wasn't
held and
she
tied,
was
when
also
she was
kidnapped,
held,
right?
no, she wasn't kidnapped. She was
Not kidnapped, but like
they were
whatever you call
detoxing
it.
her. They were
She was
detoxing.
one of the 3 people that got.
She was in Colony House at that time. So that's when they tied her down. That's when the cicadas were able to get into her. But I
Okay.
guarantee that she's able to story walk because she's already felt enough pain from withdrawal and whatever pain she's felt from what she's seen and what she's gone through. Because she said she can feel it. Just
Yeah,
like how everyone else has their own little, I would say troubles from the cicadas. She
yeah,
differently. So I think she knows more than what
She said
right.
she can still feel them in her skin or something like that. Is
yes.
that
Hmm.
okay? Mhm.
Yeah, in the finale, she finally admitted to Christy that she can still feel them, and Christy said, I mean, Marielle said, "I'm not okay, and I don't think I ever will be, or I don't think we ever will be," or something like that. I feel like they should have given us more information on that. We waited all season to find out why she was so normal, and she finally admitted that, and then the season's over. So there's something going on. I was thinking maybe she was still taking the drugs, and that was mitigating the after effects of the cicada coma, because Julie was smoking pot, and that was helping her calm down the screaming in her head. That was the only thing that made it quiet. So I was thinking maybe Marielle was still taking the drugs, but back to the drugs. And because remember, a new ambulance came and they got a whole bunch of drugs on the ambulance. So maybe she was doing that, and it was
You,
keeping calmer.
that is a great
She
point.
can't. She
That is
can't
a
be.
Julie. You just
You
hit something. That is a great point.
Thank you.
There's an old ambulance there. Everything is
Yeah.
repeating itself.
Yeah.
Now you have a new ambulance.
Yeah.
But can Marielle, if Marielle was still addicted to drugs, how could she have done? Even though I mean it wasn't successful, but how could she have been have such presence of mind to do all the things she did to try to save that one girl's life who got shot? Or are we saying that she already had kicked the habit within 3 weeks?
You got to think. You got to think about it. She had those cicadas in her. So when they were gone, it pulled all that out.
Okay, so you're saying that she actually was an addict.
Yes, she was.
She got to From Town, and then when the cicadas grabbed her, well, they did what it did. That process, whatever it is it did to her, as a result of that process, what also happened is she no longer has this drug addiction.
Yes.
On
It
top of
made
other things that we're not
it
sure
made
about, right?
it made people in a sense it made them a little bit better because if you notice after the cicadas, Ethan's sister, she calmed down a lot and became a little bit smarter. And
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
then
yeah,
and
100.
then the
Yes,
other guy, and then listen,
Julie's
the other guy,
100%
the other
more
guy,
like
I'm trying to remember the other guy, I'm trying to remember his
courageous.
name, who they left on
Randall.
the ambulance.
Randall.
Okay, right.
Randall.
Yes. He has become nicer and more
He's
Yeah.
helpful.
yeah, yeah. All of them have become better. Even
It's
Marielle,
almost like the cicadas pulled the flaws out.
yeah, even Marielle had Marielle like before was very very flaky, and she was able. But now, when the chick got shot, she was able to like just go into that mode real quick and get everybody together helping out. And even though it wasn't successful, I mean, shit happens, but like just the idea she had the presence of mind to be able to do that is a good evidence for that. She's probably not addicted to drugs anymore. 'Cause I know some opioids, like if you're addicted to opioids and you can do that, you're Superman. You're a great, like you are an amazing drug user if you're able to have that kind of presence of mind so quickly. So yeah, I mean, that's an interesting idea.
Do you guys
Yeah,
remember that old show Quantum Leap?
I've
Yep,
never
yep,
seen
yep.
Yes,
100%.
I used to
Okay,
watch
with
with my
Quantum
grandmother.
Leap, old show, he would jump into different people's bodies, right? That's almost like the reincarnation thing of From. Every time they fail, it's almost like the same people are coming back to this town, but their memories are dormant until something awakens them so they can remember. That's why I'm quite sure those Ankui kids are frustrated because they keep saying, "Well, y'all please remember." And they have to go through this same process over and over so that way they can remember to get everyone out. But then something or someone is going to always put a wrench into it to cause everyone to get killed. Someone's not going to play their part.
Okay, okay. And like, if you were to take a guess, who would you think that someone would be?
Well, it will be tragic, but it'll be the one person that we always would think that's going to bring them out. It'll probably be Boyd.
now.
Boyle at the end of the day would be the person who is actually standing between them and their freedom, and they have
He'll
to kill
he'll
him.
be probably the one that'll mess something up, mess it up
Oh, okay. Right,
to
right, right.
cause the cycle to continue.
Oh,
Because he went to the extreme to protect his daughter-in-law. He was
Mm-hmm.
thinking about the town. He was thinking about his own family.
mm-hmm,
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Everyone
that's
else thinking about each other.
his
Correct.
Achilles heel now. See, that's his Achilles heel because he was before he shot Abby, before he had to shoot his own wife, he was focused on the whole town, and that was his only priority, and he wasn't focusing enough on his wife while she was losing her mind. And then I think because of that, that's why he was willing to do anything possible to protect Fatima and not focusing on the good of everyone. But he said, Fatima, he said, "You're my family." When he was hiding her in the shed out in the woods, he said, "You're my family," and it was obvious that this is how he's trying to make up for how he wasn't there for Abby. He went out in the woods like a madman every day. Ellis begged him to stay, and then he didn't. That day, the next day, she shot up the town. So this is now his Achilles heel, and that so he could his judgment could be compromised if this place continues to put his family in danger. Like I think targeting Fatima was a way to compromise Boyd's judgment. And and look what he did. I mean, he was, even after she killed Tilly, he was putting her over the safety of everyone, I think.
But whose judgment did it really cloud? It was, I would say, the judgment of the woman that runs Colony House. Because remember, she lives with guilt as well because she left her sister behind and he said she could still hear them torturing her.
Wait, what? Donna?
Yes, the head of
Yeah,
Colony House. Remember, she left her sister behind and she said that she could still hear them torturing her.
yeah.
Yep.
You could still
So
hear her
she lives
screaming.
with guilt. So Fatima, I think it was a jab at both. It was the
Yeah,
monsters played it real smart. They got both of them at the same time to go
you're
against
right.
their morals.
You're right, because the I remember in some featurette that they showed for season 3 of From, one of the showrunners said, or Kenny, the guy who plays Kenny, someone in a featurette said, like, the two pillars of the town are starting to crumble in season 3, and those two pillars of the town are Boyd and Donna. Boyd, the leader of Colony House, I mean, Boyd, the leader of town, Donna, the leader of Colony House. And you're right. This was a way to get at both of them, because Donna, initially, she was being a hard ass, and she was saying, you know, Fatima can't stay at Colony House anymore. And she told Boyd, I'm telling everybody. After Fatima killed Tilly, she said she was going to tell everybody. But then she couldn't go through with it. She said, I can't do that because of what she means to these people. I can't do that. She said, I can't do it because what she means to all of us and to me. I couldn't take it. So you're right. This was compromising both of their judgment.
You're on it, Julie, because this is one of the things that attracted me to your channel, because you are answering. Now, let's think. What if Fatima never married Boyd's son? Boyd would have had a different attitude and would have said, no, she's going in the box. He would have overruled her. But the monsters knew we have to let them go ahead and fall in love. And if the monsters can read minds, as you say, then they were probably manipulated into being in love.
Yeah.
So now, she said she could never be pregnant. Okay. So did Smiley actually fake his death because he knew he was going to get reincarnated? So
he said, I like this game. He said, I like this game right before Boyd.
Exactly. Because he's like, I'm going to come back. But now, technically, when I'm born, I'm going to be basically your grandson.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you bring up a really interesting point that I hadn't thought of about Fatima. Ellis has talked about how he'll never forget the moment that he saw Fatima come into town when he proposed to her. She was brought to town after the Boyd's family, and Ellis, it sounded like he fell for her pretty fast. And so maybe she was brought there, just to maybe by the malevolent side. I think that there are two different sides bringing people here. Maybe she was brought there to fall, so that Ellis would fall in love with her. Whatever force brought her there knew that Ellis would fall in love with a woman like this. And this would be a way to continue to try to break Boyd through his family.
If those monsters watch everything, then they would have figured out what type of person would attract his son. Because remember, there was a female in there that tried to come after Jade. And she even told him, if you moved in a Colony House, I would have did this, this, and this. So I'm quite sure Boyd's son came across all of the females in Colony House. But it didn't attract him. It didn't, make him go head over heels. So From brought someone there that would attract him, that would make him fall in love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's almost like everything was planned out. Well, actually, everything is planned out because they played the game so many times. If you remember, and you broke down, all of the dates that were on that wall, those are all the times that people failed. And there's always a gap in between because that's the reset time.
Yes. There's a gap, like the gap in between 1978 and when the new cycle, then every cycle begins when two vehicles come. I'm convinced of that. So the two cars came at the beginning from in our cycle. That's when a new cycle began. And I think every date in that premonition dream in the lighthouse was when it reset. Was when there was a total massacre and a cycle ended. I absolutely believe that.
I did a long time ago. I had lined up all the numbers and was looking at the years in between. And it was basically what I found. It was basically like if you line up all of the numbers from the very beginning, I think it was like 1501. That's when everything started. But from that point on, you have like a 7-year gap. And the gap part is basically the people in the town trying to figure out, and they're getting closer and closer. And then there's the reset time because now they have to bring new people in. Now, when you have a brand new date real fast, that means those people failed miserably and got wiped out because some dates are shorter than others. But
Yes.
then the very last date up there, would coincide with when Victor arrived. And there's not a new date yet. Victor was not supposed to live. He was not supposed to live.
Right. Okay.
So, but now Victor's more like he's more like of a Loki figure because you can't believe anything that he said. Well, you can't believe the first thing that he says, which is correct. And then everyone is so afraid to go ahead and communicate, they're not going to find the answers. As long as they don't talk, then it's easier for the cycle to continue.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Like I've gone back and forth on whether or not I think Victor was supposed to survive or not, whether this was a glitch that he survived or whether in a way though I think it was kind of helpful to the evil forces, if you want to call it evil, that he stayed alive because he was a perfect puppet for them to use, for the big bad to use. Like he is so traumatized that he spent the first 2 seasons telling people don't go looking for answers. And he was doing this all along before the events of the show even started. But he always would tell people, you shouldn't be asking these questions. Don't go looking for answers. People who do that don't come back. And it's like he was just a useful tool, but he, not intentionally. So sometimes I think he was supposed to survive so that he could do that. He could, bear witness to the horrors of the place and warn people not to try to look for answers.
I agree.
I don't
I
know.
agree with you on that. I truly do agree with you on that because remember the monster that spoke to him, she looked more like the mother monster. I mean, for him to survive that
Yeah.
long, those monsters helped him and told him, "Listen, these are the rules."
Yeah. Doc,
They
did you
broke it
want to?
down.
Yeah. Did you want to
Yeah, I
add
kind
something?
of I think that we do see evidence of Victor being manipulated and the monsters being a little too friendly with him. So I feel
Yeah.
like they want to keep him alive for some reason. Either they think that either he's useful to them he's got to be useful to them in some way, or at least they think he is. And I think we
Mhm.
see a lot of evidence of his own memories and trauma manifesting in Fromville. Like they all wear outfits kind of like from his old maid cards, for example.
Yeah.
Like there seems to be a lot tied to Victor in his past, and I'm not sure exactly why that is. Um, I've been trying to play out, so I'm curious though, like with the Victor is evil theories, like do people really think that Victor could be evil, or do they think that he's more being manipulated by evil forces? Because I'm trying to think like if he is actually evil, how does that tie into the story from what we know of it so far and the origins of everything? He's got to tie in somewhere, and how does that tie into like plot? How does it play out? Um, and yeah, I'm just curious. Like,
I think okay. I mean, okay. I do actually think he's evil, but I understand the theory, and the way I've worked the theory out in my mind is okay. If he is evil, he's he's been sent here to prevent. This is like a prison. He's been sent here to prevent him from doing whatever evil thing it is that people are that a group of powerful people are afraid that he would do. Whether that is a good thing for mankind or a bad thing for mankind is beside, we don't know, because it could very well be that he's supposed to do something good and there's a bunch of bad people don't want to do him to do the good thing, so they imprison him here, or vice versa. He's intended to be the Antichrist or whatever, and a bunch of people understand that we can't kill him because there's some sort of a negative repercussion that happens with killing him, whatever that might be. Or perhaps he's the most. If you kill him, you only get a worst one, as we were saying before. So we can't kill him, but what we can do is we can put him in a prison and prevent him from doing the thing the bad thing he's supposed to do. And in fact, we could keep him in that prison perpetually by creating a loop out of it. So he dies. When he dies inside of this thing, he automatically um he automatically what you call it, reanimates as the version of himself that is just now driving into From Town. And like he's on that constant, they have him on that constant loop. And because if he gets out, if he ever figures out who he is and what he's supposed to do, it would be very easy for him to get out. And if he does get out, then he's going to do the thing, and people don't want him to do the thing. So that if there's anything around Victor, with Victor him being manipulated, I think it's a I think it's a manipulation. It is a manipulation, but it's a manipulation for either the manipulation is actually having him here and manipulate him to believe that he is this other thing, so that he does not get to realize that he's actually this totally other thing that is so ridiculously powerful. And if he wanted to get out, he could easily get out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think that Victor I think that the fact that he's remembering stuff puts him in danger of being killed off, actually, at this point. I think he's been a useful tool for the big bad because he doesn't remember enough of what happened to help everyone. And like his blocked memory and his trauma made him a useful tool to be manipulated. I don't think he's evil at all. I think he's innocent. I think he's been a useful tool because of his trauma, telling people stop going looking for answers, don't ask all these questions. I'm starting to get worried for him because in season 3 he was trying to dig through his memories and remember stuff, literally dug up a suitcase full of people's stuff, and now he's actually actively trying to remember stuff and trying to help. I worry that he could get killed off as a result. I mean, I think that there's a reason he hasn't been killed off up to this point. Doug Hughes had a really great idea as to why, and I like this. It's just it's brilliant and it makes perfect sense. The reason why Victor survived for 40 years, it could just be because this place feeds on people's fear and pain and suffering. Well, if you kill off Victor, what good does it do? There's no one left to mourn him. He was the sole survivor. So for 40 years, for whatever amount of time Victor was alone there, the place was just feeding off of his pain, and there was no need to kill him. There's no one there to mourn him. I think that the place it's not just about killing people. It's about feeding off of everyone else's suffering around them. So I think in every cycle, there needs to be one lone survivor, so the place can feed off of that person's pain until the next cycle begins and more people come. I think Doug Hughes' theory is great. In fact, I'm going to put it in a video and credit Doug for that because I think it makes a lot of sense.
Maybe you two could co-host a video on it.
Okay, so going with that, I really believe, guess what? The lone survivor is going to be Kenny.
No.
Oh my goodness, because he has the most pain. And if he sees everyone in the town dies, he will be the next victor for the next group.
Boyd's been doing a little bit of that passing of the torch stuff.
No, Boyd is going to die.
I think Boyd is going to die before the end of it, unfortunately.
And the monsters even gave you a hint. That's why she knocked on the window. He was getting too excited. She said, Boyd, are you okay in there? And I believe that was the nurse monster.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait. When was?
Remember when I believe it was Boyd talking to his son, and he was telling his son that he was sick. And I'm not I don't know if that was the nurse monster that knocked on the window, because the nurse monster knocked
Oh,
on the window with Randall,
yeah,
which was foreshadowing that he ended up getting slashed up and put on an ambulance.
right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, and the nurse monster knocked on the window. I think you're talking about when Boyd was telling Ellis that he's got Parkinson's and stuff. I think
Exactly.
that was when it. And then the nurse monster knocked on the window, and she was did this at her head, um,
Yep.
eh, yeah, that
Because
was
Boyd was going for his gun to shoot the glass.
yeah. They're trying to trigger him. Like he's starting to lose it. He's they're trying to break him bit by bit, and he's like that was not rational at all, like that. So I think Boyd is getting pushed closer and closer to his breaking point, and unfortunately I think he's got plot armor until the end of the series, but I think he's probably not going to make it out in the finale. He'll sacrifice himself. He's remember his nickname is Mr. Fish and Loaves. That's a nickname. That's a reference to Jesus. Boyd will end up sacrificing himself in the finale of the whole series, I think. And everyone, the remaining survivors will get out, but he won't. He'll die. That's
You
what I
know,
think.
I really think that the way for them to get out has always been in front of us. We really don't see a lot of people going back to where they used to go swim at. And if you remember on, the cave walls, there was a boat. There was, it looked like the boat went through like a veil, and then they ended up in a place. You don't see them go back to that except when, Ellis was there with I can't remember his name, the guy who got his eye poked out. When they both went there, he was always staring at that lake that they all go swim at. That lake has a real importance because it's even on the cave walls.
Yeah, yeah. You mean what was on the cave wall? The lake?
Okay, yeah, you have it. You have it. I remember you showed it. On
Yes.
the cave wall, they are in a boat.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like they pass through a veil, and then, they're basically in from town. Then on the other picture in which you had showed, you see the kids and you see two people up at top looking like they're trying to escape or try to help people. But then it goes through another veil, and then you just have a few people down at the bottom, which kind of makes me, what kind of gives us an idea of what that log cabin town is. People still don't know what was knocking at the door, and we still don't know what dragged the tent.
Oh, that drove me nuts. The knocking at the cabins and the footsteps outside the cabins. They teased that too much in season 3, not to at least give us something. At least give us some exciting event there. I was expecting and waiting for, and it never happened. I do think that
Focused,
they're setting something up for
and
season 4, but
remember, they focused on those scarecrows.
yeah. Yeah.
So something's going to happen. The talismans are not going to work because now you have the man in yellow walking around. Will those scarecrows kind of ward him off? But here's the thing: the man in yellow was dirty. Someone mentioned something that he was dirty because he was underground. They're all underground, right? Was the man in yellow the person knocking at the bottom of the RV when
Could
everybody
be,
was running?
Could be.
Remember when everybody was
yeah.
running out of the RV and there was a bang at the bottom? That was when Randall ran out, and that's when the cicadas came because they were moving faster. So he was ready to come out
Yeah.
then. So was that the man in
Yeah.
yellow digging his way out? That's why he's so dirty. And when Jade played the song, because it seems like it's something with music. Because when the music box was broken, cicadas were gone. Maybe
Yeah.
the music and certain things were ways of keeping them trapped.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's why
I
they
think
said,
so.
and remember, and that kind of makes sense. That's why the man in yellow said Jade really can play that violin. It set him
Oh,
free.
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think he did. I think he set him free, and he wasn't able to physically manifest himself there, but he was able to communicate via the radio. That voice on the radio, I'm sure that was him. That's why he said your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. That was a reference to what he said on the radio. He could manifest in the form of voices. Maybe he could knock at the bottom of the RV. That could have been him. He could have been. I mean, he could have had some kind of power to affect these people. Like, I think he's in control of the monsters. I think he may have been that invisible force that collapsed the Matthews house, but he couldn't physically just show up himself. He had to manifest in the form of other things. And that song, it summoned back Tabitha and Jade's memories, and because they gained their memories back, he was set free. So it started with the song and Tabitha and Jade's memories coming back, and then he came back and he said knowledge comes at a cost. So he said that Jade sure can play. So the song started it, and then he said this didn't have to happen, knowledge comes at a cost. So it was the combination of the song, the memories coming back. That's the knowledge that came at a cost and summoned him, and enabled him to physically come into their space now, which is a huge game changer. Doc, were you gonna say something?
No,
Okay.
I was not.
Hey,
I felt like I cut you
Doc,
off.
Yeah.
Doc, I want you to hear this one. And Julie, you brought something up. You once again, you said the Matthews house collapsed. Well, now we know how the motel disappeared from the swimming pool. Something was done. Somebody was digging too close to the answer. Now, look how the Matthew house collapsed. It was
Yes.
straight in the middle. I really believe when it went down, there was nothing there. It looked like somebody grabbed it, which was similar to
Yeah.
how the man in yellow ripped out Jim's throat.
Yes. A crack appeared in the top of the roof, like
In the middle.
Yes. That was not normal. Houses don't collapse that way. Someone, even when they were down in the basement trying to dig Tabitha out, someone even noticed and pointed out the fact that how things don't work this way. Like the floor right above the hole down into the cave, the floor up above started breaking up and dropping debris into the hole just to fill it in so nobody else could get down there and get to the cave and see the mural and all that. That was artificially done. That was not a normal house collapse. And it looked like somebody was pressing on the house on the top. A crack formed in it, and then the whole thing caved in. And every time they were trying to dig Tabitha out, every time they'd pull something out, something from up above would fall down again.
That was Randall's friend, remember?
That was who?
That was Randall's friend. Because from the
Yeah.
bus, Randall and his friend went over there to help.
Yeah. Yep. That was Brick. Brick was that guy that died when they were under the house. Yeah.
Now Randall lost someone, which basically made him, I'm sorry to say, into an asshole. But if you think about it, the person that Sarah was supposed to kill in the hospital was supposed to be Jade, not his friend. Jade was in the back seat. His friend went to the hospital. Sarah was supposed to kill him.
Yeah, maybe the wrong person.
Sarah was supposed to kill Jade, not the friend, because Jade was the key, because that's how, I really see the parallels
Makes sense.
between the boy in white and the man in yellow. They both have their key people that they want in from town, and they're trying to push other people out. Now they can't really use Sarah anymore because Sarah understands the game in a sense. She's going to back up Boyd, but now Boyd is compromised because they
Yeah.
have their hands on Fatima, which has control of his son. Now,
Yep.
the best thing ever is that Kenny does not follow everything that Boyd says. So that leaves in, what is Acosta going to do?
Right.
Is she going to follow Kenny or think Kenny is weak?
I mean, she could sway Kenny to her side potentially. Like Kenny, like Boyd is still. Let's remember, Boyd is still lying to Kenny. Boyd just rebuilt his relationship and trust with Kenny after lying to him about Sarah, not telling him that Sarah left the door open at the clinic and caused Kenny's father's death. They rebuilt their relationship, but Boyd is still lying to Kenny. Boyd didn't tell Kenny what Fatima did. He didn't tell Kenny that he had Fatima stashed somewhere and that she had killed Tilly. He's still lying to Kenny. So it's possible that there could be a kind of schism between Boyd and Acosta in the next season. Acosta is not going to keep quiet about what just happened with Elgin. She's very much against what they were doing to him, the idea of torturing him, and I think she might be able to sway Kenny to her side. It's possible. Tony was joking about how, if they start a relationship. I remember in one live he was saying, if Kenny and Acosta get together, well, that can really change his whole perspective, and he could go over to Acosta's side. But
No, look at it. Kenny and Acosta. That's nothing more than the heads of Colony House in the town all over again. And another thing, I really believe that Kenny stopped trusting Boyd ever since he didn't, tell him about Sarah being alive when she was supposed to go in the box. After all, he's supposed to be his right-hand man, and this person killed or was the cause of killing a nurse and his father. I don't think no one would ever fully trust a person that did something that devastating to you. That's why if you look at how Kenny was in the beginning to now, Kenny always gives Boyd the side eye. He talks to him from the side and he's like, okay, Acosta, she's new, but she's forceful. She stepped to him in his face.
Yeah.
That's that strength. That's that same strength that Donna had. See?
Yeah.
So they could either be together or they could be an extension of another Boyd. Well, I can't say another Boyd, but a better Boyd, but Acosta would be another Donna.
Yeah.
Would you allow all the weed smoking?
Oh
and
no,
sex
she's a she still believes she's a police officer in From.
Oh God, yeah. It's like, lady, you don't have jurisdiction in this place. Like, you get down off your high horse. She comes in there like she's still wearing her police uniform, and you don't have any authority here. Like, she accidentally. I mean, she didn't mean to kill somebody, but she did, and the next day she's demanding her gun back, and it just was ridiculous to me.
Can you
I think she's
imagine her smell? Has she
Oh my
washed?
God, right?
Has she washed those clothes from running from monsters in the ambulance? I mean, dear God.
I know, right? She's wearing that every day, the same outfit. They have other
Hard.
clothes. They have other clothes at Colony House that Donna gave Henry some new clothes to wear, but Costa's wearing that same uniform every day. Yeah.
That's why her clothes look so starched. It's from funk and stank everything. It starts with pure infestation of all types of bacteria.
And also Elgin, aka Smelgin, who wears the same outfit every single day since he got there too.
Well, you know what? With Smelgin, he was looking at that lake. Obviously, he's afraid of water, which was proven. But after that bath he had, that was probably the only time his clothes got washed, and he got washed. He's
I
never
know,
going
right?
back then, but it's going to be kind of hard for him to see, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, Elgin and his issues with water, it's interesting. It makes me wonder if I still think there's more to his dream that he can't remember, his premonition dream. All he remembered was a boy in white telling him the cicada nursery rhyme. That dream made him panic, and he looked around and he recognized the place. And he said, we got to turn around. Bad things are going to happen. And he threw up. And then Marielle said, "Do you know where you are?" He said, "Do you?" Something else was in that dream that
I think
he
so.
didn't remember yet.
He's
And
the
then
man. He's the man at the old village with the one eye. Reincarnations.
Could be.
I think he might be one of the reincarnations if there are more. Just because
Yeah.
of that. We keep seeing that.
Yeah, you have to have a betrayer. He's a betrayer. You
Yeah.
have to have a psychopath. That's Sarah. You have to have the leader, but the leader also has to have. Well, I can't really say adversary. Well, maybe so. Donna could be seen as Boyd's adversary, but now they're working together, which means through communication, which they don't do. Through communication, they're getting close to solving the puzzle, which is allowing people to go ahead and do their story walking and gaining more information. That's going to break up the cycle.
Right. Yeah. Like that's what needs to happen, seeking out information, seeking out answers, and Julie's story walking will give her more information. I don't think she'll be able to change anything, but she'll gain information. That's the key. Um, and and unfortunately, knowledge came at a cost for Jim. I mean, Jim didn't do anything to deserve that, but I think the point of killing Jim was to throw an obstacle in Tabitha's way, because all this knowledge now of all her past lives, I think is going to be helpful in breaking the cycle. And now she's going to have this cloud of grief and trauma that's going to make it more difficult for her to function. I think that was the point. That's why they took out Jim. Someone in the chat was asking, like, I think it was Dieter asking why now. I think that's why they took him out now, because Tabitha just gained all this knowledge that's going to be helpful to try to figure out her mission to save the children. I think she's gotten further now than any of her past lives have. And they took out Jim because trauma the main, like a huge theme at the center of the show, and trauma can hold you back from being effective. It can completely cloud your vision. And even though they were getting divorced and stuff, like, this is going to be traumatic. This is the father of her children, and they basically were back together now that they were there, and she'll feel some guilt for leaving him there alone, taking off, and then he winds up dead. No?
Yep. I follow that, but Doc, I saw you waving.
Oh, Severance reference, but it's like Tabitha and Jade are reintegrating. Like they're like, as they gain more and more knowledge and gain more glimpses of their past, it's almost like they're reintegrating with their past selves a little bit and taking that knowledge to help them break the cycle.
Yeah. I think so. I completely agree. And Scarlet took her boyfriend to urgent care and got meds and is now heading to bed. She says, "Thanks to all of our guests and the chat for making it a fun Friday conversation. Well, I hope he feels better soon and is okay now. Sorry to hear about that, and you take care too. And glad you could join us for at least some of it. And really sorry to hear about that. So take care. Make sure he's getting the rest he needs, and I hope he feels better.
Thanks, Scarlet. I hope everything works out.
Well, prayers
Yeah.
go out.
Yeah.
Prayers definitely go out.
There are a lot of interesting similarities between this show, between From and Severance. There's a lot of interesting. What what is it about these types of stories that you think um uh, piquing people's interest? Like, because you have and you have these two very similar stories that are really big shows, and then you had Westworld, and you have a bunch of others in between. Like, what do you think is the shared theme that some of these TV shows have that we just love so much as human beings?
Exploration of the mind, how it works, how memory works, kind of taking
I'm gonna
new
be
spiritual. Okay.
sorry, Doc. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, you guys keep talking.
Okay.
All right, Julie.
Taking spiritual concepts that people didn't really talk about as much before that they can talk about now a little bit, because I feel like now we have the internet and different things. I don't know. I feel like people are learning more than they did before. So I feel like we can understand a little bit more now, so they can take the shows and a little bit of to like a higher level. Also, one of the things I noticed about these shows is they make them really engaging to like kind of like the audience is a sort of participant by creating all these mysteries and forcing your perspective in different ways. They're making the audience also participants in a way, and people really like that engagement.
But
No,
isn't that
also KP,
like
KP,
a first time thing? Mm-hmm.
KP, real quick and fast. Let me jump in after Doc. And this is also something that's fresh. Westworld, that was done before. Westworld was a story that they remade. There was a time in which there were no brand new ideas for shows, and everything was being remade, trying to mimic the old, to try to bring back, I would say the excitement of TV. And it
From
wasn't.
Charlie's Angels all the way to I Love Jeannie and
We could go
beyond.
look at them.
Like,
Look. They had to go so desperate until they had to make Barbie movies. Come on now.
yeah, for real. Like there are
They
very few
they
new
could
stories.
they couldn't make up new stories, so they had to go and mess up video game stories. I can name
And
many
good
of that.
books.
Let's look at Resident Evil. Let's look at, what was it? Doom. I mean, they destroyed
That was the
Doom.
worst. That was the worst goddamn
Look
video
at
game.
Power. Okay,
That was
hey,
the worst.
you know what?
That Doom was so
I
bad.
really hope they never make a God of War movie, because it's gonna be
Oh, please
garbage.
don't. Because that could be so good.
You know they will.
That could be
You're
so
right.
good.
It could be. There's a
Like
lot of it.
it
You know
can be
what?
so good.
No. The one movie that I guarantee that they would take from a video game and make it into a movie will probably be Red Dead Redemption, and they're gonna mess that up.
Nah, I don't. I don't think anybody's dumb enough to do that.
I really hope they don't, or
Because
you
Red
might
Dead
get a
Redemption is because of how wide ranging it is. It has no storyline. The
well.
storyline is whatever the fuck you want it to be.
They tried it. They tried it with the average guy. That was supposed to be like GTA
That
with
was so, and nobody cared about it.
Ronald
A
Reynolds
Ryan
or
Reynolds movie
whatever.
or something.
Yeah, Ronald Reynolds.
Yeah,
He was just
nobody
the
watched that. I
NPC.
haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, it's garbage. He was the NPC that basically became aware, and that's like Red
Right.
Dead. I mean, not Red Dead. That's like GTA. I mean, you run
Yeah,
over
yeah, yeah, yeah,
NPCs.
yeah. Yeah,
But
he realizes he's in a video game basically, so
exactly,
he can, he
there's
knows nothing
no.
matters. Like he can smack a hoe if he wants to.
Yeah. I mean, you can run over, you can do everything. I mean,
Yeah, there's no actual consequences.
there was no real creativity anymore. And then
No,
they
you're
went,
right. You're 100% right.
and then they went on the trope of trying to remake foreign movies into American movies.
That
I mean,
and the classic example is
look
that
at
it's like
Shutter.
Girl with
Look
the
at
Dragon
Shutter.
tattoo.
Look at the movie Shutter. The American movie of Shutter was trash compared to the original. And they continued on and on. They made two different
Like
types of old boys.
we could have a whole podcast about shitty, about amazing European and Japanese and otherwise amazing
There are a
foreign movies
lot.
that have
Look,
been raped, pillaged,
from
plundered, and destroyed, defiled by Hollywood.
from
There's
numerous
Elizabeth again.
countries,
Yeah. Girl with the
guys.
Dragon Tattoo is
Yep.
probably like that's the one. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, the US version of that was probably like the best depiction of a book that came to screen over the last couple of years. And they didn't even, I think they only did the first two books. The first two books in was it in the US version, I think they only did the first book or the first and the second book, but the Norwegian version, they did three of the books. But that was the best makeover. That was the best, foreign film to US film do over in the last 25, 30 years. Everything else has been kind of crap.
Yeah, so
Everything else,
that's
everything
why
else
I'm
has been kind
saying
of crap.
that's what I'm saying with the show From, it brought back the imagination. It
Right,
brought
right,
back
right.
people talking.
Yeah.
You know, it brought this whole community together because we are talking about From. And it's an amazing show, and everyone's opinions is great because it doesn't matter if we're right or wrong. It is actually the journey because it has inspired our
Correct,
imaginations again.
Yeah.
correct,
Something new.
correct. The journey and like even these little conversations and so on that you have online here with us bunch of fucking nerds and like you might have in you have
Okay.
real life.
Now
I mean,
I'm AKP. Now
uh,
that Last of Us show, yes.
That was
oh
good.
Oh
I enjoyed it.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
Lord,
play
yeah,
the game though. So
yeah, 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 yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
is on point.
yeah, 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 yeah. And The Witcher as well. The Witcher isn't bad. The
Oh, The
Witcher,
Witcher was great. It
yeah,
was.
The Witcher was
Oh,
a
I love The
pretty good.
Witcher.
Yeah, it was pretty good. For, video game thing. I mean, I mean,
So,
Uncharted is kind of meh.
I've been doing some searching, but he, even though he's not on The Witcher anymore, he's trying to do what is
Warhammer.
that game? Doc,
He's
help
trying to
me
do
with that
Warhammer
game.
40K.
Yes,
I am a
okay.
very, very,
40K.
very
Yes,
big Warhammer fan.
I'm excited.
Warhammer. Oh my God.
Tabletop games, the books, the little mini movies and mini series and the video. Like I'm a very big, very big Warhammer fan, and Warhammer is first of all, I am so surprised that Dune gets done before Warhammer because like Warhammer is such
Warhammer
it's
is
such a
pure perfection.
pick your own journey kind of
KP,
thing.
Warhammer is pure perfection right there.
Yeah, it's because it's basically you pick your own journey. So like there is no main plot point. Yes, you have particular incidences and events along the timeline, like Horus's heresy or whatever that uh that shared amongst a lot of people. Even that war in itself, that the Horus heresy, even that is when you because of how Warhammer is, you can see that from the perspective of another another Primarch, or you could see it from the perspective of the God Emperor, or you could see it from the perspective of some random space marine on the ground, or you could see it from the perspective of like one of the
KP,
priests. You know, it's a
KP.
me. Go on.
Let me ask you a question. What language? What is your natural language?
My first language is English.
Your first language is English. What's your second language? Because your
Well,
accent is strong.
we speak English. Most of us speak Spanish. Some of us speak Dutch.
Do you
Some of
speak
us speak
Arabic?
Creole. A lot of us do. A lot of my Muslim brothers and sisters do, but I have not been. I don't particularly speak Arabic, but I do speak Spanish, and Arabic has a lot of shared words and grammar and so on.
Okay. Shukran.
Say again?
Shukran.
Say Quran? I didn't
I
hear
said
you.
shukran.
Wait, what do you mean?
That I said shukran. That means thank you.
Oh.
Oh, in Arabic?
Yes, shukran.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I said I don't speak it. But I don't speak
Okay.
Arabic.
Afwam. Okay. That means you're welcome.
It's just me. I'm just the English, the Spanish, and I can speak a little bit of Dutch and enough to get around and
Wow,
a little bit
baby.
of French.
That's
How
cool.
does
Wow.
How does Dutch sound? I mean, I haven't heard a Dutch person. Can you just say hello in Dutch?
I look. It's basically hello, but the O ends in a puck, so it kind of hello.
Hello. Okay.
Dutch is a kind of, Dutch is another German language, so it's kind of harsh in the ear sometimes. It's not the nicest of like Yuma Pang Pang.
Oh, that sounds like either Japanese or Tankanese or
Yeah,
Thai.
Yuma Pang Pang is that's Dutch Creole, like that's Dutch Creole for like um your mother's private areas, something like that. Like
KP,
it's like a cute cute little insult, like some like your friends would hit you. Like if you made a joke.
KP, are you on the treadmill?
No,
No,
I am.
Julie is.
Oh yeah, Julie, get it.
I am. It's a necessity with this pain condition, unfortunately. I'm going to get something that can actually get rid of the treadmill noise, or something I can buy so that you won't hear it anymore. But I've been told it's not too loud.
You know, it's not.
No,
Whatever.
it doesn't bother. It doesn't bother me at all. Dita, I don't know what you said, but like, I know. I imagine that every single thing that is written or said here is joking because
I
everybody's
want to
here
say
about it,
this.
guys. So,
You know,
so
I
don't
want to
worry
say
about it,
this.
Dita.
The very first time I came on here, it was Dieter that instantly spoke to me. Dieter and then Amy, but Dieter stayed on me. And Dieter, you can hear my voice now, so I want to tell you thank you because you welcomed me in, and I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Julie, I was following you for a very, very long time, and I watched Don Tony as well, but it just didn't feel right for me to go ahead, and speak there. It didn't have that, that welcoming family type of vibe that I was looking for. That's why I said
Nah,
I was
man,
only
Tony's
that.
stream. I am a mod on Tony's stream. Tony's stream is amazing. It's everybody there. Tony's stream and this stream share a lot of members, and over there. But the only thing with that chat is the only thing with Tony's stream is that because the people there know they know the media, whatever it is, whether it's Game of Thrones
Uh,
or from whatever, because the people in there are such intense nerds. Like for example, Karen Makaru got mad with me because he was saying, like, he has this very, I'm sure you've heard him, he has this very detailed, highfalutin,
KP,
nice
KP, we're
sounding
KP,
theory.
KP. We're bigger than that. We're not gonna let's not talk about. My main thing is this. Like I said, with this channel right here, everyone's welcome. Everyone's free to speak. My thing is, I do watch him as well, but that's not what I choose to go ahead and speak on. I mean, I've spoken to him before. He said I had a real deep voice, which I said thank you to, but it's just not the type of atmosphere that I could see that I come home from a long day of work and just relax on. I mean, his content is great, it's funny and everything, yes, but I would rather speak with him with Julie B.
I catch what you're saying. I catch what you're saying. I could see your point. Yeah. I'm just, I've been up on that community for 15 like since 2015. So like everybody there is family to. But if you came in a little bit later, I could see how somebody could find us a little bit edgy and a little bit like mean sometimes, because like we know the subject matter so much that we might make overly harsh jokes to people that are not so familiar with the subject matter. It does happen.
I've watched over there for a very long time. You're not making. I mean, you're not making harsh jokes. If you know what you're talking about, it's not harsh jokes. I mean, in this community, what I've seen from Julie, everyone is extremely smart and educated in what they're talking about, and I love it. I
Well,
feel
thank you.
more.
Yeah.
I feel more
Julie has
welcome. I feel more
a
welcome.
fantastic community.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate all the kind words, and I share a lot of the same audience with Tony. That's the amazing thing. He introduced so many people to my channel, and I feel so at home there too when I'm there. Like
Mhm.
it really feels like family, and
Yeah.
I just wanted to create a welcoming and kind space for people to just you know
But all that means is now you have two families. That's all that means. You're a bigamist. That's all it means. You can
yeah.
have two families and love them equally.
Yep.
That's all it
I look
means.
at it like this.
I know
I
guys that do
have
it all the
a
time.
KP. You know how it is. Okay, you have your family, then you have your cousins.
Yeah. Your
Yeah,
cousin him. Your
your
cousin him.
yep. Your immediate. You have your immediate family, then you have your cousins.
Your
So
cousin.
my immediate family: Julie B, Doc, Scarlet, and of course Dieter and Amy. They were the first to welcome me.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
That's, I mean,
And I'll
that's
never forget
beautiful
it.
that you could have a place that you could enjoy, and you could we could have old talk, as what we call old talk, just chatting about theories and whatnot on the show at like 3 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, because like what else would I be doing? Having
Right.
fun.
Yeah, look at us. Look at us. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. Yeah. And I got off work like at midnight. That's why I came in so late.
Yeah.
But you
That's what time
know,
I usually get out too.
yeah, but I mean I work basically 7 days a week. So
Oh
I'm like,
wow.
okay.
What
Wow.
do you do, if I may ask?
Uh let's say I'm in the
No
security.
worries.
I'm in the
No
security.
worries.
That's all I can say is that I'm in the security very, very deep.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
And
I feel safe already.
it's very interesting. And what I do is, you know, every day is never boring, and I just wish that I'm just waiting for like a Comic Con to come my way, because I've met already so many people, and
Mm.
it's truly a blessing.
Oh yeah. I I would love to meet more members of this community in person. I really hope Tony does his convention that he's been wanting to do. I hope he finds a way to do it. I know it's more challenging now. I just would love to be able to have a way to meet so many awesome members of this community, because a lot of these people are the same ones from Tony's community. You know, Amy's always there. Dieter now is there with us, you know, and it would be so awesome. I mean, just to meet some of these people, you know, Debbie, like everybody in the community. I mean, Doc, I know you wanted to go. I mean, it would be awesome if Tony finds a way to make it happen.
And you know what, Julie? If Tony does not do that this year, I will spend my own money and I'll produce one. I'll produce one next year. And all everybody has to do is, I'll pay for everything. All everybody has to do is just show up and be amazing.
Wow.
Like, if he doesn't do it this year, and I told him that too. I'm like, yo, I mean, I'd love for you to do it, but if you don't, like, I'll fly over to the States. I'll get a nice little hotel somewhere. I'll rent out a hall. Um, and then just I'll pay for everything. You guys just market it and get people involved. Like, I'll sort the financial part out. Like, so, you know, if it doesn't happen this year, it'll certainly happen in 2026.
Yeah, well, that would be amazing. I would love that, you know, like, because these people, you guys are like family to me, more kind to me than any of my own extended family that live like a stone's throw away from me, that don't have anything to do with me. And you know, I'm nicer and kinder people than I've ever made as friends in person. So even just to get to meet once and hang out, that would be amazing. So I hope we get to do that one day.
KP, there are ways, you know, of doing that. And you said a hall. I mean, there are ways, but I would have to give that, you know, there is information that I do have that, you know, there is a good possibility that between Julie and Teflon coming together, you know, you could have some type of how could I say, a full-fledged meeting of how many ever people you want. Now, for me, like I said, I have my part, but you know, there are other entities that could actually help with making this possible. And you guys will be the first.
Wow, that's awesome. It really makes me feel good to hear all the kind things you said, you know, that you feel welcome here. That's exactly the kind of space I wanted to create with this channel. And, you know, because I've always felt invisible and overlooked. Like if I dropped off the face of the earth one day, only a couple people would even miss me. And it would be like my mom and dad, and no one else would even know.
Well, today at least 2,000 people would miss you. So, you know, at the very least, you'd be like, oh shit, like I don't see any more notifications for Julie B videos or Julie B live streams. Like, what the hell is going on? Let me find her phone number and call her and find out what the hell is up, and if I
KP,
can help out.
I actually spoke once on one YouTube channel one time, and sorry to say that was with Comic Historian, and he passed. And that's when I just went silent.
Say again, who?
Comic Historian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when he passed, that's when I went silent, because I used to text on that one and leave comments, because you know he was always talking about comic books and everything. So, you know, after that, that's when I just went silent. I mean, until now.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I'm honored that you found a space you feel comfortable enough that you want to come on and talk, you know, like that you feel comfortable doing it again.
Me too.
You know, because this was my goal, you know, just to create the kind of space I always wanted for myself, because I never fit in. I always struggled to make friends and felt invisible. So I never want anybody to feel that way. I want everyone to feel valued and accepted and seen here and appreciated. If everyone can just share openly, and we're like a support system for each other too, you know, like we share things that we're struggling with in our lives, and we support each other too. It's not just about TV shows.
Mhm. Unfortunately, I can't help but to be saying I'm actually 6'5", and yeah, I'm seeing. It's not, and you know, you might think height is, you know, something good, but no, it's really not. You bump your head on everything, you got to duck, and no matter where you walk, you're gonna be seen because everyone's gonna look at you and say, "How tall are you?" And yeah, I mean, I just hate it. Did you play basketball? Yes, I played basketball. Yes, no, man, it's just yeah.
That's yeah. There's no danger of you not being seen.
Yeah.
Literally, literally seen.
That's why I try my best to make myself seem short. I try, but
Oh man, yeah. I'm tiny, so I mean I'm easy to miss. I'm only 5'3", so yeah. I always felt
that
like
is a
I'd
great
blend
height,
in.
Julie. That is a great height. Kiss yourself, because I'm gonna tell you. I remember I was making fun of someone, and you know, basically I was in line to get on a roller coaster, and this person was, you know, short and big, and I was kind of joking behind them. But when we got to the roller coaster that we waited in line for an hour, they were able to get in, but I couldn't put the roller coaster harness over me because my legs were too long.
Wow.
So I had to get out of line, and that person that heard me joking with them for 30 minutes looked at me and laughed because they could ride the roller coaster and I couldn't. They just they put the harness over their stomach and looked at me and laughed, but my legs were too long and I couldn't fit.
Oh my God. It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of those people who are too short to ride certain things. You must be this tall to ride. You were too tall. I've never heard of that.
Exactly. And I had to do the walk of shame down that back aisle, leaving the roller coaster that I waited for an hour for.
Wow. That sucks. Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see how being that tall could be a problem. I always wished I were a bit taller, but
nope, you're the perfect height.
Not
Trust
that
me,
tall.
You're the perfect height.
So I'm not super tall, but I was not invisible because in high school, I'm embarrassed to say that I used to wear a lot of shiny clothing. Like my yearbook photo is me in a sequin cowboy shirt.
You were creative. That's all it was. You were an original.
I guess that's a word for it, but I appreciate that.
I would say truly unique. A lot of people want to mimic what other people wear, but you set your own dress code. That's
Yeah, I definitely did.
That's a sign of real leadership and confidence.
My friends were just awesome and supportive, and we were all just goofballs.
That's great,
So,
Doc.
yeah. So I guess I had a good support group. It was a good community. I feel like that with this community too, and I feel like I can kind of let my like weirdo flag fly here.
It's not even weirdo, Doc. Think about it. It's called originality. I mean, I'm over there looking and taking pictures of your gremlins that I'm like, damn, I wish I had those.
Those are awesome, Doc. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My fiance and I are kind of addicted to collecting them.
How many do you have?
Oh gosh, let me go and count them. I'm in the other room right now. 1 second.
Oh,
I got the
geez,
headphones on.
you
So
say count them. That means that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of gremlins.
yeah, I got one in storage that's a special edition, and then that's the Greta Gremlin in the wedding dress. I don't want to get any dirt or anything on it.
Oh
So
no,
it's just
no.
I
Is it
have.
the green?
Let's see.
Is it the green gremlin?
Yeah, that's the female gremlin.
Uh-huh.
And then I
Yeah, with the
have
big
the
lips. Yep. Yeah.
Yep, I've got one. I've got a different one of her out. Let's see, one, two. I have a Mexican bootleg one that I really love. That's kind of
He has a sombrero.
4, 5, 6,
Yeah, I only just saw Gremlins for the first time a few weeks ago, if you can believe
Really?
that. And I loved it. I loved it. I couldn't believe I had never watched it before. I watched
Really,
the first
Julie?
one. Yep. I watched the first one and the second one. Dieter showed them to me.
Okay, so let me reverse it back. Have you seen Never Ending Story?
Nope. Never seen
What?
that. No.
Atreyu? You don't know about Atreyu?
Nope.
have to
You know
watch
what?
that.
Julie, were you homeschooled?
No, but I was
Not
very
at all.
but I was very sheltered, and all I watched were sitcoms.
Wow.
Like for many years, just mostly sitcoms and kids
I
shows and
I have
reruns.
no idea how I have a daughter and I have no idea how I could stop her from seeing the Barbie movie, for example. Like I didn't want her to go see the Barbie movie, but she wanted to see the Barbie movie, and she has so many aunts and so many cousins and so many just
Oh,
random friends that she just ended up going one day. And when I texted them like, "Where you at?" She was like, "I'm at the Barbie movie." I was like. And didn't we say we weren't going to see that movie? And she was like, "Yeah, but I want to come see it." Like, so I'm like, it's interesting. Like today, you can't even do that. Today, something you could never hide something like that from
Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just thought
it's
about something.
what?
Doc, KP,
yeah.
Julie, and Dieter. Okay, if y'all remember Never Ending Story,
Yep.
the
Mhm.
little boy was a story walker.
Oh yeah, huh?
Think
Yeah, he
about
Mhm.
it.
totally was.
He was a story walker, but guess what? He didn't know the ending of the story.
Nope.
Ethan in the show, he's read his Chromonacle. He's read all of that. But this is like a never-ending story until the story walker makes an ending. But then
Oh.
But then if you think about it, in Never Ending Story, it was never ending. You made an ending, but it was a happy ending for you until the book is transferred. Because remember, he got the book from an old librarian. The old librarian is similar to Martin that was chained up. Oh my, Ethan could end up being the Martin.
hmm
Oh, now I
Wasn't
gotta
there
watch
also
this.
too a book, a movie, The Page Master?
Oh, that sounds
Yes.
familiar. I remember that. Yeah, yeah, the Page Master.
You know
I saw
what?
that when I was a kid.
Yeah, Bastian, Debbie.
Okay, what was the name of the world in Never Ending Story? Because this is Fromville. What was the name of the Never Ending Story world? Because
Wasn't it Aragon? It wasn't Aragon.
I believe it was. Because if you think about it, if that's the case, you're going to get a happy ending from the person that's the story walker, or I should say the reader, or you know,
Fantastica.
we don't know who the narrator is. There is a narrator, but if we're going off of, let's say, if it's like Never Ending Story, whoever's reading is changing as it goes while they're reading, because that's what that boy did. The story was already set
It's
from
called
the
Fantasia,
previous.
not Aragon.
Oh,
Fantasia. Sorry,
Fantasia.
Fantasia,
Fantasia.
Oh,
like a
Fantastica too.
fantasy. Now it's just like from where? It's always a question. It's a fantasy.
hmm
So
Yeah.
it was so just like in Never Ending Story, the book was passed to someone else, and now they're making
Where'd they get the Gromonacle book?
The
I
Chronicle.
imagine maybe Barnes and Nobles, Amazon. I mean, it seems to be a prop like a Harry Potter esque, but nothing gives the impression that this is some sort of thing that only he has access to. It seems to be, a book in popular culture. Am I wrong?
Yeah. What you mean?
I am wrong.
You mean like the Chronicle being inspired by
The
something?
Chronicle, the book and the story and whatever seems
Like
to
in the
be
From world, it's
a
prominent there. It's popular.
yeah, it's prominent. It's something. It's like a Harry Potter esque
Yeah,
type
like,
thing in that world.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem as though there's a story that he made up or that only
obscure. It's not obscure.
I'm
I mean,
truly
think so, too.
believing that Julie was right, that Ethan will become a man in yellow. Okay,
Mm?
the suit that they're wearing could be a representation of, let's say, the actual reader, like Never Ending Story, right?
Yeah.
So,
hmm
of course the original person is going to want to stop Ethan from progressing, because that's just like how the librarian told the little boy in Never Ending Story, don't touch that book, and he stole it. Now
Mm.
he rewrote the story in his way. The man in yellow doesn't want Ethan to become older and stronger to rewrite the story that he already had in place.
Wow. Okay, now I need to watch the Neverending Story because maybe it will help give me more insight into what this theory if this theory is as viable as I think it is, that Ethan could turn into the man in yellow. No, I definitely have to. That's going on the list, my very long list. I'll be watching that movie.
He'd be a newer version, because he'll be a newer version, and this is why I'm saying that, the boy in white, he is not helpful. He is more of keeping the story going. He's keeping the cycle going, but he's trying to play his part to be, he's almost like that guide, but he's leading you to your ultimate doom, seeming like a friend, but he's really not. He wants the story to keep going. This is why he's getting older now, because people aren't following his rules. But the man in yellow, he's putting pressure on the boy in white, because he's like, look, I put you in place. The boy in white is like Atreyu in Never Ending Story. And the person reading would be the man in yellow.
Wow. Okay.
And we all know, if you saw Never Ending Story, Atreyu was the go-to guy. He was a manifestation of the reader, but braver, stronger, and everything else. But he wasn't violent. The reader of the Never Ending Story could become violent, because he destroyed the whole world until
I need to read that book because I've seen the movies, but I haven't read the book.
Oh, there's a book too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's based on a book.
Yeah, now I really need to. Now that I definitely have to move that up my list and watch the movie and check out the book. 'Cause, it sounds like a familiar concept, the way that it operates. Interesting.
It has a fun theme song.
The only thing I know
yes,
of
it does.
the only thing I know of it is the song from Stranger Things, because they sang it in Stranger Things.
Oh, that's right, they did.
Yeah, they did. I laughed when they did that. That made me watch the movie again. Watch part 1 of Never Ending Story. Don't go any further. The little sequels, no. Look at part 1, and I wouldn't be surprised of what drag. Boyd and Sarah is probably what is it, a wish dragon?
Ah. Oh, I loved the Wish Dragon. Falcor,
yes. But what was Atreyu's horse name that died in the swamp?
I should know it because
Triax? Was
he
it
keeps
Triax?
screaming it. Oh, we're spoiling things.
It's all
Oh
right.
no! We're not spoiling Never Ending Story. No. You can't spoil that because that right there is in the beginning. But I will say the scariest thing I ever saw was that damn turtle.
A turtle.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And did y'all know that they paralleled that turtle to the turtle that fights it in the movie It?
I was just
No, I didn't.
when you said turtle, that's exactly what I was thinking of because that was supposed to be like the good force in it. It was this
Yes.
this magical turtle, and
It was good. It was good. And in the story of it looked at it as being, obsolete because all it did was sleep. And that's what it was doing in Never Ending Story. And when it woke up, it was scary as hell. Even though it was talking nice, it was scary as hell.
it's someone. I think Debbie in the chat said that was so traumatizing to children, especially Artax in the Swamp of Sadness.
Oh my God. Oh, listen.
Yeah.
Listen. Swamp of Sadness, Lake of Tears.
Oh shit! Yeah. Maybe they took some.
Parallel. You
Maybe
see
they took
it?
some. Yes, I see it. Maybe they took some inspiration from there. That could be. Oh.
Oh, then they're planning on traumatizing us.
Please don't bring
Lots of
another
red shirts
turtle
gonna
out.
go bye-bye.
Please don't bring another turtle out. The eyes of that turtle and how massive it was.
It'll be the
When
new
it
cicadas.
sneezed, do you remember what it did to him when
Oh,
it sneezed?
yes, I do.
Jesus.
Boogers everywhere.
Oh my god. This sounds so insane out of context. Like I need to watch
Oh
this
yeah.
movie.
But when you think about it, it's kind of in context because Atreyu was a little boy warrior. What do you think Ethan is becoming?
A little boy warrior.
Same thing,
Or wizard.
He's like a little wizard on a quest. He had his quest stick. He doesn't have that anymore, but he's always talking about the quest. So yeah, I could see it.
And everybody knows what was Atreyu on? A quest. But he didn't know what his quest really was. Oh, but I'm not going to say anything. Y'all know what happened to Atreyu at the end.
I actually don't remember. It's been a while.
Oh God. I really don't want to spoil it, but I can.
Yeah,
right?
don't spoil it.
I'm not, but you know what happened to Atreyu at the end.
Oh, KP dropped off.
But Atreyu still lives. It's called the cycle. And that is what the never ending story was. It was a continuous cycle that was never ending, which is why it's
That
called
makes sense.
the never ending story.
I think the cover was had like a picture of like a ring or what do they call it? Ouroboros?
Yeah, it was. It was Ouroboros. And then also think about it. Reincarnation. Everything that happened, everybody, it kept going. It was never ending.
Right. I mean, it makes total sense to me. I don't know enough about the never-ending story, but I mean that's what a cycle is. It's never-ending. There's on the cave wall in From, there's an infinity symbol on the far right. It represents this never-ending cycle that's been happening. But I think it can end, and they're going to end it. I don't know how, but I think they're going to end it by the end of the series. Though, if they don't, then it would just be the shittiest ending ever. What would be the point of watching all this just so the cycle continues again? I think it's going to end.
It's because the new reader always believes they can do things better. Because in the never ending story, that was a perfect story for the previous reader. But now you have a new reader who saw the flaws in it. So now they're going to have it in the way that they think things are going to be good. But then someone else is going to look at it and see the flaws.
Mm-hmm.
is going to get passed down. Like, you could have a perfect society in your eyes, but then someone's going to come in and think, no, this is not perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, man, yeah. Now I need to watch that movie and let's see what the parallels look like to From, because I do think the cycle can end, but I don't know. I don't want to know the ending to the never-ending story, but I am curious to know if the whole thing ended or not. It's supposed to be never-ending, but I'll just watch the movie. Yeah, I think it's going to end. I think they have to find a way to end it. It's just how they do it is what I don't know. I know I think it has to be related to the bottle tree, because the boy in white told Victor, don't cut down that tree. So that's got to be a key to ending the cycle. I just don't know how exactly. Maybe it has something to do with the original bottle tree in Camden, Maine, that they were on their way to. Tabitha and Henry were on their way there to Miranda's original bottle tree, and then they got sideswiped or T-boned or whatever, wound up in the ambulance, and got brought back to Fromville. So I think maybe the key might be that original bottle tree in Camden. If not, I don't know. It's got to be related to at least the bottle tree in Fromville, and that's why the boy in white told Victor. You know, Victor just wanted to know some answers. He was like, just tell me something, anything. And all the boy in white said was, don't chop down that tree. So
you answered your own question, Julie. You just solved it. What brought people to From was a fallen tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you cut down the trees, the faraway trees, he can't keep you trapped. They're all in a story for the amusement of the boy in white.
Or for the amusement of the man in yellow. I don't know about that.
Whoever the reader is, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever the reader is.
Yeah.
Whoever's the main controller.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, whoever is controlling it, yeah. I think the boy in white is trying to make the cycle stop, personally, I think. And because, like, remember that bottle tree, we were told how it was created in season 3 through Victor, and there was so much exposition to it that I don't think it's going to be taken back later, like, oh no, it's just Victor's bad memory again. They put way too much information in here. I think we can trust it. And Victor said, the boy in white told Christopher that the children were laid on slabs of stone. They were born in the dark and murdered in the dark. Someone who loved them told them a story that gave them hope. The hope poured into the roots, which made the symbol in the roots that made the bottle tree. So that bottle tree represents the hope of the Ankui children who were sacrificed. So I think that's another reason why I think the boy in white is a helpful entity, because that bottle tree, he didn't want Victor messing with it. That bottle tree is the hope of those kids. It represents the hope of those kids, and that must be the key, or it's got to be central to how they break the cycle. That bottle tree, that the faraway bottle tree.
Because you heard it once again. They put their hope into this tree over a story.
Yes, a story.
A story.
Yeah. Someone who loved them told them a story. It all goes back to stories.
But who told them the story?
I think that it was the original Tabitha who told them the story. The original one who was reincarnated over and over again told them a story. And I think the original Tabitha and Jade were not able to stop the sacrifice. Maybe they were tied up or something, who knows, but I think they were forced to watch. and just told them a story that gave them hope. That's what I think is the most plausible thing.
Okay, and the other movie in which I wanted you to watch, in the Storm of the Century, the whole town
Yes.
was trapped in basically a church. This man, not in yellow, but a man in black with a serious cane, he went ahead and trapped everyone, but he made all the parents put their kids up for sacrifice. He only wanted one, but all of the parents had to agree to put their kids up for this lottery. And they did that except for one father. Except for one.
Wow.
Now, he left the town.
Uh-oh.
I'm still here.
You
Yep,
cut
I'm
out
here.
for a sec.
Yeah, my phone timed out. I'm sorry about that. But in that time period, that father, he left, but he was upset because his own wife turned against him to sacrifice, basically his child. And his child became the protege of the wizard. But the rest of the town, if you look at Storm of the Century, they didn't age. The father did. But they were still in that town. And it went from a horrible storm to all sunny and everything else. But they all knew that they put their kids up for sacrifice. And for what? For good weather.
Wow. That's crazy. I got to watch that. I think that might have been you who suggested it in the chat at some point, because I put that on my list. Somebody recommended it recently. And I thought, oh man, I've got to see this.
It is right here on YouTube. And I've watched it 3 times. It is there. Storm of the Century, and also compare it to Never Ending Story. Look at those, and it's going to give you a better idea of From. And maybe I'm wrong. They could shock me real fast, and I'll be happy because, okay, I was wrong. But I see a lot of parallels from these other movies.
Oh, definitely. I think that they probably took inspiration from multiple sources. We've talked about Tuck Everlasting and how that's a children's book. It's a famous children's book, and children's literature is and children's stories are a big theme in the show anyway. And then the main villain of the book is a guy named the Man in the Yellow Suit. That's literally his name. It's the same name as the villain. If you look at the credits for From, it's not the Man in Yellow, it's the Man in the Yellow Suit. So there's also the theme of immortality in that. There's this water, this spring in the middle of the woods so the forest is part of it. There's water is a theme, and the water gave people immortality. The Man in the Yellow Suit wants that, and he's searching for it so he can sell it. So I think it could be a potential source of some inspiration, but multiple sources. I think they drew from all over mythology, different cultures, mythologies, different pieces of literature, or I think it's a combination of things that influenced the show. We're gonna do watch parties for this stuff too.
Also, the old Salem's Lot movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
The first two. The second one also. That one has I feel like more parallels than the first one.
Huh. And what other town? You said Salem's Lot, but what other town was also corrupted? Remember the movie Howl? The Howling? The Howling wasn't vampires, that was all werewolves.
That was werewolves, yeah. It's been a while since I've rewatched that. But yeah.
I'm a movie buff. I remember all movies, trust me.
And that's one of my favorite franchises. I need to rewatch that. It's been like a couple of years.
and I love horrors, so I remember everything.
Yeah. And, and I'm like, I've always been more of a TV person than a movie person, and I realize how much I've missed out on. So I'm checking things off the list, and we're going to be doing watch parties in my Discord too for things that are similar to From and Severance that could be influences on it, or just have similar concepts that we would enjoy because we love From. So we're going to be doing that kind of stuff too, and yeah, now I need to definitely see the Storm of Century one. I should watch Tuck Everlasting again, but I've always found it depressing as hell.
Which
As
one?
a kid, Tuck Everlasting. It's actually pretty damn depressing for a kid's book, so I don't really want to watch it again. But it has its similarities to From, so I feel like I should just as a little research. Even Doug looked into this stuff. Like Doug Hughes is not. He's not big into theory crafting, but he's been reading different books that people have identified as potential sources of inspiration for the show, and like the King in Yellow stuff from H.P. Lovecraft and the Robert Chambers King in Yellow story, that Poe book, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, and so far he hasn't really found much at all, but he sees, potential sources of minor inspiration, and that's all that it is at the end of the day. They're not going to plagiarize an idea from a single piece of literature or a movie, but there could be certain influences on the creators of the show, which could help inform us, on where this could be going. And it's fun to dive into this stuff. Yeah. And good night, Amy. Make sure you get something to eat.
Hi, Amy.
Oh. And he must have lost connection, or his phone died or something.
Yeah, man. So I was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be very, very interesting if this. This has to be an experiment of some kind. It's either an experiment or it is a game being played out, and the stakes have to be pretty high, like destruction of the world or whatever. But like, I don't want it to go down that lost timeline anymore. Like, but in terms of characters, what do you think happens to Elgin now?
Ooh, I think Elgin is going to be. I think Elgin is going to be pretty broken by what just happened. He fervently believed like that this was an angel who was guiding him to help everyone get home. And this is going to shake him to his core. I think this place exploited his religious faith to get him to do this, and he believed he was helping. So I think he's going to be a broken person now. It's going to be rough to see, and walking around with one eye missing. That's going to be rough. I feel sorry for the character.
I think Elgin is probably going to commit suicide.
Oh God. Oh, that would be dark, but it could happen.
I think that would be the worst problem. Like, it would certainly give the show an edge.
Elgin is going to drown himself in that lake.
If that happens, it would give the show a certain edge to it, similar to like the kind of clout that Game of Thrones got when it killed Ned Stark. Like, it would be such a shock that I think, shit, just for the shock value alone, that you will probably double your viewership.
No, actually, it's not a shock. It's not a shock because remember, there was a person in Colony House that hung himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but nobody cares about those people.
Yeah, no, but that right there is foreshadowing. How can
No, yeah,
Elgin walk?
but
How can Elgin? How can Elgin
it would
walk
have been a.
around now?
I'll tell you, it would have been a shock to like if we didn't have this conversation, and in the next season, at some point, Elgin hangs himself. I would have been shocked. Now that we've had the conversation, I'm immunized, right? But if I never had this conversation and I saw that, I know I would be shocked. I'd be like,
You know
because
what? There's
that's a
two ways.
very, very dark end. And for however dark this show is, it's not that dark. It's
K-
not. Um,
KP, we can go two different ways with Elgin. Okay. For one, he could go ahead and fall into his own depression of people around him, and he can't live with them, and he's gonna kill himself. Or he's gonna become extremely angry with the people that actually manipulated him. So, which means he's gonna go after the monsters real hard. It could be two different ways. He could be a force that, okay, in a sense, he lost the eye just to have his eyes open.
Yes, yes, because knowledge comes at a cost. Now his eyes have been opened metaphorically. By losing that eye. That it cost him his eye to realize that he was being deceived. Again, that theme, knowledge comes at a cost. It's not just, or it doesn't just apply to Jim. It applies to others in the series too. Fatima, she got that revelation about how the monsters were created, but it came at a cost for her. She had to carry that smiley pod, which forced her to kill somebody, and now she's going to be traumatized for life because she killed Tilly, and Elgin kidnapped her and all that. That was traumatizing. So that knowledge came at a cost. She got that revelation. Oh, the monsters, were promised immortality. So again, yeah, with Elgin, knowledge came at a huge cost for him too, and I could see them going dark like that. I mean, I'm not going to spoil Severance, but there was something in season 1 of Severance that kind of foreshadowed that violence could happen on the show out of nowhere. That would be shocking, but it was quick and minor. And now all of a sudden in the Severance finale, there was this extremely violent thing that happened, and it was like kind of foreshadowed in season 1 that this is possible, but you never would have expected it to blow up like it did in season 2. I could see them having Elgin unalive himself and have that be foreshadowing from when that red shirt did it. I could see it.
And you're right. And that's one way, or he could become a vengeance like Sarah. Sarah paid a price. Boyd paid a price. He had to kill his own wife. Sarah lost her brother, and she murdered people from what they told her to do, and she didn't get anything from it. She didn't free anybody. They never escaped. If Elgin is strong enough to get past what happened to him, because it does not amount to all of the suffering that everyone else has. Donna lost her sister. Boyd lost his wife. Sarah lost her brother, and she murdered 3 people. Elgin just lost the eye. If he can see, if he can see past all of that, yeah, he's gonna be more of a force against the monsters than for them.
True. Sarah became useful actually after she lost so much. She became useful, and she was able to help Boyd in season 2 figure out like what to do at the ruins. Like she was there helping. She could hear the voices in her head, and it was giving them clues as to what to do. And maybe Elgin could be used in a helpful way now that he had to, be manipulated like this and lose an eye, and Sarah lost her brother. So I could see Elgin being, a helpful resource if he's not completely broken by the ordeal.
Yeah, what did Elgin really do with his hands? Because remember, Boyd did hammer his hands. So
yeah. That was nasty. That was
what was he actually doing with his hands? Was he creating stuff besides taking pictures?
No, he was just. Oh, no, he was crocheting owls.
Crocheting. Oh no.
He was constantly crocheting owls. He said he always did that with his grandma, and it was always owls. And now he won't be able to crochet anymore, I bet.
Okay. And then, oh my goodness. So now, okay, so now he has a loss. He can't crochet. That was probably keeping him calm and sane in a sense. So he could go further toward the suicide spot unless Sarah is there to basically pull him out. And it's kind of crazy. It would be Sarah, the one who took his eye.
Yeah,
the biggest chess piece that they lost was Father Khatri. That was the biggest chess piece that they had to take off the board. Father Khatri was actually the most dangerous person in Fromville because he was the one that kept everybody together and kept Boyd sane. Boyd did not step up as a full-fledged leader until Father Khatri died.
Yeah.
So who's going to be the reincarnation of Father Khatri? There has to be a replacement because there was a replacement. There was someone like Father Khatri. If we're doing a reincarnation thing, there was someone like each and every character, but key people were lost, and that's why the whole game got wiped. So now, who is going to be that Father Khatri figure?
Yeah, no one's really replaced him.
Me.
Some people
And all altar boys must actually be hot dads.
I mean, no one's really replaced that Father Khatri figure. We had Tilly. Tilly led a prayer circle in season 2.
True.
But now
She had
she's
to get-
gone.
Yep. They had to get rid of her fast.
There's nobody to replace Father Khatri. The political dynamic completely changed after him. The political dynamic in the bipolar world where you had Colony House and this town basically fully detached from one another, except for when you needed to trade some with them. When Father Khatri died, that ended that, and it caused Donna to get closer to Boyd, friendship wise and otherwise, and she kind of took up that role, the Khatri role of the person to at the conciliary, to advise and to give ideas and to encourage and sometimes sometimes to cut you down a step, cut you down a couple of feet when you might think
She keeps them level. She keeps them level.
Yeah, so I don't think we need another Dr. Khatri thing done.
But we may have one. That may be Victor's father. Victor's father has been walking around advising people like he was Father Khatri. It kind of makes sense. Victor's father.
I think the big thing about,
good point.
If I understand this thing correctly, the big thing about Father Khatri is not just that he randomly gives out advice, but it is that he specifically gives advice to the leader, i.e., Boyd. We don't see that from Victor's dad.
Yes, you did. You saw it from Victor's dad. He spoke to Jim. He spoke to Jade. He got them all on track to reach the goal that they're at right now.
No, I mean, but did he talk to Boyd though?
Yes, he talked to Boyd, but Boyd was still
What did he say
stubborn.
to Boyd? What did he say to Boyd? Anything else? Substance?
I'm trying to remember. He spoke to Boyd, but I know for a solid fact, the key things was that he spoke to Jade and he spoke to Jim. And he gave them solid advice. Now he may not have spoken to Boyd, but maybe he should. Well,
Or
actually,
maybe he will in the future.
he tried. Actually, he tried to voice his opinion when they were in the diner. When they were all in the diner, explaining how did, they get there. Remember, no one was able to really come out and say, and he was in the process of saying something, but he was cut off.
Hmm.
This is when they were in the diner.
When
And
was
then
this?
the whole Fatima thing came up.
So in the diner,
Yes,
Henry.
when they was questioning, I forgot her name. When they was questioning, how come she didn't do this and this when she was in the real world? She could have called for help and all this and that. Before all that happened, he was talking. And then they told him to be quiet when she came in, and they started drilling her on how come you didn't do this when you were out in the real world.
Right.
Everything is a reincarnation. So if you think about it, the only reason why the bus came into town was because they slaughtered the non-essentials in Colony House to make room.
Mm-hmm.
Reincarnations. So the key figures, are going to be reincarnated in different ways to keep the story progressing in a sense. So
Yeah.
you have Boy, Donna,
I
Kenny.
still wonder what is the point though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's and maybe the answer is that there is. Maybe they haven't gone that deep into it, having like because one of the thing about Lost that I just hated was like I was always like, what was the point?
What's
It's
your
kind of like,
favorite?
what's the point of
What
Job?
is your
The
favorite video
story of
game?
Job. Like, what is the how? Why would a good God do that to prove what to who for why? You know, like
And
that.
you're right. I've always questioned that story as well. I have, but as God, they're all knowing. They already knew the ending. And if you read the book of Enoch, it said that Lucifer was cast out and he only knew a grain of knowledge, a grain of sand of knowledge. And he thought that he was better than God. That was why he was cast out. He thought he was too smart and he didn't even know a he knew just a single grain. A beach is very wide. He just knew a grain and thought he was better and could do it better. That's what he thought. So of course he's gonna always challenge, the authority. But you also have to look at the yin and the yang. How can people go to good without suffering first? It sounds kind of sadistic, but in the sense that if you have faith and you go through suffering, when you surpass that and you kept your faith, then now you can go ahead and preach that to others.
Oh,
It,
you're absolutely right about that.
it's the same thing. You
Yeah.
can't preach about something that you haven't gone through.
And you have to go through suffering to to get to the other side of something. Like there is like that you just reminded me of when that ghost Abby thing was appearing to Boyd in the dungeon and said hope is what makes you willing to suffer, and she said it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope. Well, I think that was only a half truth.
That's true.
I think I think basically she was trying to tell him just basically lay down and die, give up, because you're all going to just die anyway. And the thing of it is, by holding on to hope that they can get out, they are going to keep suffering. But eventually, they have to do that if they're ever going to break the cycle. And maybe some of them will get out in the end. So yes, hope is what makes them willing to suffer. And this place is feeding on pain and suffering, and yeah, maybe hope too, but they need to have that hope the only other option is to lay down and just give up, like she'd said. You know, I think if he had listened to her,
keep going.
If he had listened to her and he hadn't smashed the music box, I think they all would have died.
Yes.
Right then and there.
Yep.
So
if you think about it, the trials you go through, you have to go through it to feel triumphant, because it's like steps. You can't help others to come up if you have not gone through it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
In order for you to bring someone else up that has lost hope, you would have to explain to them how you retained your hope and drive to bring them out of it, to keep moving forward. They always say, life is hard, death is easy, right? And that's a very true statement.
Oh, yeah.
Because if people choose death, you never gave it a chance to see what's on the other side if you continue going on.
Absolutely.
And you have to understand that death is considered an eternity. And when you, from what I've read, when you pass, you see all of the chances you were given to change your fate in the afterlife, but you didn't fight through it. You have chances while you are alive to make a change and keep going. But you don't have that when you are in an eternity of a choice that you've made. It's a big difference.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So,
I agree.
well, I said, hopefully we'll figure out what the point of this whole thing is. But I would like to think it is a situation where good people have to do bad things for an even better outcome.
I think so.
They're in this town being tortured, but the people that put it together have a reason for it, and at the end of the day, it will be worth it to them and to humanity at large. That's what I think the story is going.
What's
But
bad things?
she had one. No, like bringing these people into Fromville and putting them and keeping them, having them in these situations, in these circumstances where they have to hide from weird monsters and that entire being trapped there, whatever. There's a group of people that made that happen, or a
KP,
person that made that
you know
happen,
what?
and they made it happen not because they disliked the people, but because that containing those people, keeping those people there, allows for an even worse thing to not happen in the real world.
KP, I think you're going to agree. I really believe you, Doc, and Julie are going to agree with me on this.
Mm-hmm.
What if Fromville was there just to make these people's lives better? Okay, guess what? I know there were times in which we were told don't go outside at night. They can't go outside at night. They got a curfew. So that means you make the most of your days. What if they are being structured to be better? Someone said something about the Noah's Ark thing. Maybe that is true.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about it is,
Yeah,
look,
that was a friend of mine who binge watched it over like a day
okay, so
basically.
let's dig
And
deep into that, KP. Let's dig deep, and I'm gonna dig deep in it with you. So let's think about it. You can't go outside at night. That means everyone is gonna go ahead and work and do what they have to do to make sure they have all the provisions they need throughout the night. But you're gonna be inside. You're gonna get your rest because if you go outside, you're gonna get killed by the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you wake up, you got to worry about food, check on everybody, make sure you got your clothes, you got everything situated. It is they're being. It's almost like they're in an institution being rehabilitated because everyone came to From Town with their own issues.
Like Shutter Island.
Okay, you're right because I
Think
noticed
about
that
it.
there's a pattern of people arriving after during like a life change or something traumatic happening.
Right, like a crossroads in their lives.
Yep.
You,
Yeah,
you know,
crossroads in their lives.
if you think about it, Boy was rushing home so he can see his new boat. That's greed. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Hmm.
the other one. All right, my phone keeps timing out. I'm
Wh-
sorry.
which
Jade,
other one?
yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, my phone was timing out. Jade,
No worries.
he was intoxicated, but his friend, you don't know how long Jade was passed out. His friend was probably rushing him to a hospital talk, thinking he died in the back seat. Right? There was
Mm.
Everyone had different motives for why they got put in Fromville. Jim and his family, they were going through a divorce. This was their last trip.
Yeah.
Now they got put in there. This is saving their family. What are you doing to change?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
almost like a real. It's almost like they're in an asylum.
Yeah. Yeah. I see
That
what you're
sounds
saying.
very much
I
like
can see
Shutter
that.
Island.
It sounds like what?
Shutter Island.
Oh,
Yes.
that was
Oh my goodness. You brought up Shutter Island.
yeah.
Okay. Now that changes everything. That changes everything. What if everybody is in an asylum and the monsters are the actual doctors and the caregivers? Because look how they're all dressed. That's something that would be in a, an institution that takes care of the grounds and everything.
Hmm.
So they're all having some sort of shared delusion. But the reality of it is they're really in a mental asylum.
Like it's a simulation. Is it? You think? Is that what you're saying? And they're. Oh, I think his phone cut out again. Um. Well, Shutter Island was freaking amazing. That was one of the best movies I've ever seen. With
Yeah, I love
phenomenal
Shut. I
twist.
mean, that was a nice piece of tea. That was a great movie.
Oh God, yeah. Now I want to watch that again. Um. I hope they're not all like in an asylum or something, just because.
I
I
think Liam.
I hope not. I mean, if it
It'll be
has,
lame. It'll be lame. It'll be lame. It'll be lame. It'll be
I
lame.
would be so upset if it was that. But you also have to look at it like this. Look at Severance. How many different fears did the girl go through? From the dentist, the airplane, everything.
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it was all about like, some kind of, it's like a radical form of therapy, desensitizing her to everything that was unpleasant to her, so she wouldn't feel discomfort or pain or fear of these things anymore. I mean, torturing her while doing it, and I don't think they're doing it for altruistic reasons on Severance, but that's what they're doing. So, and yet it does seem like I see your point. Like we have to consider all options, even ones we don't like. Um, I may not want it to be like a simulation or they're all in an asylum or something, but I mean, I can't deny that it's a possibility. And they were all at a crossroads. I mean, the Matthews were about to divorce. Now their marriage has gotten. I mean, well, it kind of got bad again in season 3, but at least they were brought more together and forced to stay together, like a test. Like they were being
Let's go
tested.
further, Julie.
Yeah.
Let's go further. Look at everybody. Kenny's father had Alzheimer's. He wanted his father to be somewhere to be taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay,
He kept
that's
wandering off.
one.
Yeah.
Yes. Then you have a drug addict that's trying to fight drugs. She was on her way to a drug rehab.
Yeah.
Then you have a brand new officer, Acosta, that's trying to prove herself to be an officer. And she fails. When she gets to From, the two doctors in the EMS, ambulance, they were gonna die quick because their job is to save lives, and they lost their lives doing their job. But we don't know. Well, no, actually, we do know their main purpose was trying to get, Victor's father, to the hospital. There's certain
Yeah.
traumas and stresses that everyone had, and they got
Yeah.
sent there.
And
Everyone
Sarah.
has it.
And Sarah said
Yep.
that her boyfriend, she said it's better that her boyfriend is not here. She didn't say what he did, but it was implied, heavily implied, that he was abusive. She said her brother saved her. He was taking her home to live with him, and that's when they wound up there. So I think this place, I think we're hitting on why this place selects certain people. It's to
Yes.
exploit their trauma and exploit their specific flaws in their, or whatever it is about them they can manipulate, their flaws, their whatever traits they can manipulate, their trauma. That's why they're selected. I think that's absolutely why. It's not a coincidence Sarah wound up there, and under those circumstances she was easy to manipulate and
Why?
trick because she was traumatized.
But how was she traumatized? Okay, she said her boyfriend was abusive, right?
It implied it. Yeah, she implied it.
So
Yeah.
we can already see how he was abusive. What traumatizes Sarah the most? She's always holding her head. He screamed at her.
True.
That's why she has so many voices. Notice her brother. Every time her brother talked to her, no matter what, he was calm, low voiced. And they said, if you don't do what I say, your brother's going to die. And that's the biggest thing. They did it so that she was the one to kill her comfort zone, her own brother.
Oh yeah. That was no accident, and the voices, the voices in her head told her that if she doesn't do this and she doesn't unalive Ethan, that her brother would die, and everyone else would die, I think, too, but specifically her brother. And look what happened. She failed in her task and she killed her own brother by accident. And that was her, that was to break her, that he was her rock. So that completely destroyed her.
But here's another thing. Why did she open the door? Why did she open the door to the hospital? Okay. They told her to kill the person in the bed, right? It was supposed to be Jade. It wasn't Jade. So they were mad, and she said, why do I have to do this?
Yeah.
And then she opened the door and they came in and killed the other nurse and Kenny's father.
Yeah.
She can't deal with people screaming at her.
Right. Yeah, because that, oh my God, you nailed it right there. That, because her boyfriend must have screamed at her while he was abusing her. She couldn't handle that, so it triggered her. So not only did the voices, the source of the voices, manipulate her trauma, but also that specific thing was what triggered her into doing what the voices said, just to make it stop.
The voice is her boyfriend. Because Jim gets calls from his dead son, who's not even supposed to be able to talk. He died as a baby, remember?
Yeah.
So think about it. Yes, they're getting hit with their traumas.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
All of them. All of them. Look at Boyd. His wife appeared to him twice.
Yes. Yep.
This solidifies what I'm saying.
Yep. And there are actually parallels to this in Severance too, because as innies, when the
Mhm.
innies were taken to the break room, they heard different things that bled through from their outies. Helena heard an old guy yelling at her. That was her father. Dylan heard a baby crying. That was his baby on the outside. Certain upsetting things bled through, and it's all about trauma. And this show is also all about trauma and how this place is manipulating their trauma and using it against them. Yeah, that's at the root of all of it.
Do you know what the worst thing is? Like I said, I believe that Kenny will be the last, but I also see that they could kill Kenny because where was his mother and father buried? What if they come back as monsters? How could Kenny? Oh, wow! Can you imagine if Kenny's parents came back and started
Oh,
talking to him? Because we don't know what happens to all those bodies they bury, you know, in Fromville. We don't know what happens to those bodies. They can actually bring back every dead person from Fromville as walking monsters. And how could people react? But they have to have enough connection to each character to make them open the door or lose sight. That would be scary. That, you know what? That could have been the end game.
Do you see any parallels between?
That could have been the end game of what Victor saw as a kid, why he was hidden. Think about it now. All those people when Victor came out were laid out in the street. Why were they all out in the street? What brought them out when they were used to hiding at night? Did we ever think about that?
When did they come out on the street?
Okay, when Victor came out of his hole and he was, now we don't understand if Victor was in a hole and his mother and sister ran out of that little cellar. Why, when Victor came out that cellar, he was dirty and he had blood on him when he came out with his lunchbox. And then he walked around and he saw all the bodies everywhere. The only person out there smiling was the boy in white going around on the little merry-go-round.
Right.
What brought everyone out unless the monsters became or had something that was connected to each and every one of them to draw them out, which would be a loved one.
Yeah,
Victor was supposed to follow his mother.
Yeah.
And they made the stakes even higher because his sister, I guarantee, is alive. I guarantee. And do you know what I think?
Yeah.
That's the person that's walking around outside in that other town.
Oh yeah, yeah. We touched on that earlier. Actually, Tony thinks that she was out at the cabins. Like maybe either that or
Victor gave clues.
Mm-hmm.
He said his sister was the best hider.
Yes.
She could hide. So
he could never find her.
You could never find her, so that means she witnessed her mother get killed by Smiley. She saw that those monsters can really run. So that's why they stopped running and started walking.
Yeah, I think that could be why they stopped. Maybe. I think I was saying earlier that I think we're missing a piece of the story with Eloise. That we're missing something here because She ran after her mother about 10 seconds. Like, it couldn't have been more than 10 seconds after her mother ran out. There's no way that she didn't catch up to her mother. And yet the next time we see Miranda, she was alone in the woods getting killed by Smiley, and we didn't see Eloise. Where the hell is she? So there's a missing piece in the story. And so where did she go? I think we're headed for a reveal. She's definitely alive, because they did not confirm she's dead. When they showed her grave, Victor said there were just pieces. I think it's her. I don't think it was her. In fact, he said that left the door open. My theory is that Julie story walked and it took Eloise somewhere. I don't know where. I haven't, I don't know. We don't have enough information, but I think Julie did something to interfere and make sure Eloise didn't follow her mother and end up dead too. But
We have the facts.
And
We have the facts. And you know the facts. You know the facts.
yeah.
Okay. Look at how the mother died by Smiley, right? That wasn't from the point that wasn't if Jim's wife is the reincarnation of the mother that died by Smiley, then why didn't we see it through her eyes? We would have saw Smiley running at you and then Smiley on top of you. It was from a different point of view. That was the daughter, because the daughter ran out of the cellar with the mother. The Victor's sister is definitely alive.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. She's
Definitely.
because if she's dead, if you think about it, it would make no sense that they introduced her to the story and had Victor remember her in season 2, but not say what happened to her. If she was dead, they would have just said, Victor would have said, oh my God, I had a sister and she died. I found her body. And they would have used that for the drama of it. But they didn't say anything about what happened to her at all. And season 3 comes and he says, my mom and sister died. All of a sudden he said that. But then when they get to the grave, he said those 2 words, I think. When I heard that, I thought, okay, that's it. She's definitely alive. They left it open.
But he gave a clue. He said she was so small, so I couldn't tell, right?
Yeah, the pieces were so small, and everyone assumed.
Who is there that always gives advice? Who is always there that always gives advice, and they're not small? That big girl. That big obsolete girl that told Jim, hey, guess what? There's a storm coming.
Clara, yep.
Yes, and then she had a glass piece in her eye, but guess what? She didn't lose her eye. She's been in every aspect. Jade took her bike, and she didn't put up a fight. She could have easily knocked Jade over.
Oh, God, yeah.
So think about it. She is more like, she is the actual secret, because everyone was thinking that Tilly could have been the mole. She has been there. She is right there. Obsolete, but you still notice her. Why does she always show up during important times? She was in the kitchen and backed away when Victor came out with his axe and everybody pulled guns on him. If you look, she was there.
Yeah. You mean Clara?
No, the big girl who told Jim. Yeah, that's Clara. Yeah.
Clara, yeah.
Clara's been around in the background.
There's a picture of her too.
But she's being smart. She's not making herself too obvious. Right. That is the major mole.
Oh,
even Randall looked over her.
There could be.
Go through season 1 all the way through and look at where she's been at. Whether it's in the background or when she's spoken, she is always somewhere where something major is happening. She's the best hider. That's Victor's sister, and he just don't remember. Or
I think she's too young.
I don't think Victor doesn't remember. Victor is not going to say, because remember, he was raised by those monsters and his sister was kept separate. She was over there in that wooden village. Think about it.
I think she's too young to be Victor's sister.
But here's the thing: age goes differently over. See, we don't know how time and age
Yeah, that's
goes,
true.
because why is it that, come on now, in that old wooden town, there should not be any crops growing if no one's there to keep it up. Those crops would have died a long time ago. Why do they have a plethora of crops there?
A truckload of what there?
Crops. Remember, they went over there to the wooden cabin. They found all the vegetables and everything they needed.
Yeah, that was.
Crops.
Yeah, see that manifested out of nowhere. I think that manifested just like the animals, the livestock did, because
Did it?
those were freshly planted. Those should not have been there.
Where did the livestock come from? They didn't find the
manifested.
livestock until Boyd started walking around. But how do you know it didn't come from there? Who has been there just as long as Victor? His sister.
I mean, I do think his sister is alive. There was a theory that for some people that they thought Donna was his sister, and they just don't remember. But I would have loved that. I think that would be a great twist, but I don't think that's going to happen. She'd probably be around the right age, but I don't think that's going to happen. I do think she's alive. I think we haven't met her yet, though. I think she's hiding somewhere. Like Debbie in the chat said, let's see, where was it? Debbie, where is it? Not only was Eloise the best at hide and seek, but Sarah's basement was her favorite. I'm positive she knows a secret passage between the basement and the forest, and she's still hiding. I could very well be Debbie. And she could have been the one at the cabins, walking around, knocking. We still don't know anything about that, and they're setting that up for season 4.
Did anybody ever think about the fact that, remember the dead body that was in that secret cabin?
Oh, wait, the dead body in the root cellar, in
that back cellar where Fatima had the baby.
Yeah.
Who put the sheet? Who put the sheet all the way over the body? Because when you pulled the sheet back, the hands were completely on the ground. It wasn't like you laid there and you pulled the sheet over yourself and you died. It was over the complete body, so someone else put it there.
Oh, and somebody else definitely did. I think.
So
who the hell was it too?
and who made that door to go down into the ground? It goes back to when the man in yellow said, "You shouldn't have dug that hole." Somebody dug a hole in there. Hello?
I hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself to
I
get
thought you cut
I'm
out.
sorry. I thought it went silent because I didn't hear a treadmill. I was like, okay.
Just getting water, and I was muting myself to get water.
But the thing is, I mean, who dug that hole and actually built a door over it? Obviously, it could have been the Komodo woman, because she's been there for a very long time, and we can already look at her and see that she's tied in to certain mythologies of a baby, of the baby stealer or deliverer, in a sense, because I do remember that story.
Oh yeah, what the hell is it called? The Abume. The Abume. She lost her child and she steals someone else's baby, something to that effect. I think they probably borrowed from that mythology when they put. So the different mythologies are borrowed from in the show, 100%. Like that's definitely got a reference, I think.
There's a lot of mythologies, but here's the thing: how far are they going to go? There could be even more. I mean, you know, you have the fays, you have the fairies, you have there's so many. This is why the show is so intriguing. I mean, you could even pull in Norse mythology because you know you have storms that come.
Oh, and I think isn't Odin something from Norse mythology?
Odin,
And you've got the one-eyed
Odin,
symbolism.
Odin has crows that see for
The crows. Yep.
Odin has
Crows.
crows that see for him, and then you know storms. You know that's Thor, the storm god.
Mm.
But
And
then who's the Loki? There is a Loki there. You have to have someone there to mix things up. Look at Donna. She could have represented the Greek god of, I forgot his name, Dionysus, the god of parties and everything. She used to have orgies. That was what he was. There's there's a lot of different parallels to a lot of different mythologies.
oh
And then
yeah,
they're bringing in some that I haven't studied all the way because then there's some, you know, Egyptian and African, you know, mythologies that are bringing in. Like the talismans, you know, I could see that with a lot of Indian mythologies. But I mean, there's a lot that's
and
all in this show.
in Greek, there's Theseus and the Minotaur was referenced when Jade went into the cave in season 2, and he took the red thread and tied it to something, and he went into the caves are like the maze in the Theseus and the Minotaur Greek myth, and he went to the center of it. That's where, like, he went to this circular area, and there's a circular area right at the center of that maze in the myth too. So that was Greek mythology they put in there for sure.
And we've seen the center because Jade went there. That's where the kids were at, and
That's where the kids
above
were.
above it is the faraway tree.
Yep.
So, what other mythologies deal with trees? You have the world tree, which is Norse, that deals with Odin. The world tree, let's think about it. World tree. That's why the boy in white said, don't cut down that tree, because that could be holding that world together.
Could be.
But then you have a lighthouse. Okay, a lighthouse is supposed to guide ships out at sea to pull into land safely. But what is that lighthouse, you know, guiding? What is the significance of that lighthouse, and why does it have so much information? And why did the boy in white push her out of the very top of it? But when he pushed her out, if you look at that before he did it, you can see Fromville is very big. And it's not an island. So where's the lighthouse? Where's the water?
Oh my God! Yes, you should check out the replay of what we were talking about earlier, because we mentioned this very thing. I brought that up earlier with Tony and Doug and when they were here, and I said, well, we've never seen any water. There's a lighthouse, and that we have never seen anything other than mountains around it, mountains and trees. If there were water, we would have seen some shot of the ocean. There is no ocean. And it's just kind of like a motel sign in the pool, but no motel. There's stuff here that doesn't make any sense, that was just manifested there. I don't think there is any ocean there, because they would have shown it to us. It's not there. And there's lighthouse symbolism too. We were talking about that, like Doug was looking up what like lighthouses symbolize, and and I think, it could be symbolic of knowledge for one thing, because that's a theme of the show. Knowledge comes at a cost. And look what happened. Tabitha got pushed out of the lighthouse where the light is, and she got enlightened by, connecting with her past life via Henry and Miranda's paintings,
But the bad part about it is she got pushed out of the lighthouse, right? She was supposed to be dead. But instead, she went back to the real world. It goes back to what Boy's wife was saying. What if they? Wow, that it's just kind of funny. She should have been dead,
Right.
but instead she got sent back to the real world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was
So
like a portal. I think it was a portal that sent her back. It was like a wormhole out of a pocket dimension or something. That's the only way I could make sense out of that.
So I'm almost curious to think that if you're not killed by a monster there, and you're basically killed by someone else, you go back. Tilly didn't struggle when she got stabbed. Whatever happened to all the people that Boy's wife shot? If she can fall out of a lighthouse and go back to the real world and come back, that's even more questions.
Well, AA brings up a good point too, and we were talking about this when we did the rewatch. The lighthouse is a warning point. AA looked up the sound when we were doing the rewatch. AA looked this up, and the longhorn sound that we heard means a warning, and that's what Sarah and Boyd heard when they were in the woods. There was a long, like a foghorn kind of noise that had to be coming from the lighthouse. It was a warning. So that's interesting. Like, and Tabitha heard it in her premonition dream too. That foghorn noise. So I think the lighthouse represents like a positive thing. I think it's tied to the boy in white. He was there and met Tabitha there, and it's like a helpful entity. It represents knowledge, and I don't think everybody can just go take off to the lighthouse and get there and get out, though. I think only Tabitha was able to do it. Only reincarnations of Tabitha are able to get there, I think.
The lighthouse is always symbolized as making sure that you can see, so that way you don't run aground.
Yep.
Meaning run aground, like, basically some areas, when a ship is pulling into port, some areas are shallower than others. That's what the lighthouse is for. Is letting you know you're getting close to land. Slow down, drop your anchor, and you're good. Is letting you know. So the symbolism is there, and I think that everyone should they need to get to the lighthouse, because that's where they're going to find their answers. But it's the thing. Each people took a path to get to the lighthouse. And Boyd and Sarah went through spiders and stuff. But if you go a different way, you don't know what you're going to go through.
Right.
If you go a different angle, you don't know what you're going to go through. You don't know.
I think the big bad in the show, whatever that may be, the man in yellow or the big bad force, it would put obstacles in the way of people trying to get there the normal way. Like with Boyd and Sarah, the spiders and the storm, they had to take shelter. They got in the tree. They were getting too close to the lighthouse.
Let me ask you something, Julie. What color was their tent? What color was the tent that Boyd and Sarah was in when they got dragged? Was it yellow?
I'm trying to remember.
It's little details that I'm thinking about now. I mean, I don't know if the tent was yellow or not, but you could might as well say that they didn't get drugged in a violent way. They got a quick fast travel, like in video games. A fast travel through the obstacles that they would have seen if they did it on foot. They got a fast travel. Because remember,
Lost your audio there.
So
I'm back. I'm sorry. I was saying that.
He's back.
I'm sorry. I was saying that Boyd and Sarah got a quick save in that tent. What color was the tent?
It's
Because
blue. I just
it
looked
was
it up.
blue. It
It's
was blue.
blue. Yeah, it's blue.
But Boyd had his talisman hanging and he had a quick save. Something there that drug him through throughout the night, but had to stop during the day. And this is why they ran into the spiders.
Maybe maybe there was some force that was trying to help them and get closer to it. It's like there's a force that's trying to help, and there's a
Yep.
force that's trying to hurt, battling each other. And yeah, like maybe this was a helpful force that dragged them closer to the lighthouse, but then the storm came in and that was it. Like, see, it looks like a light blue color.
When do storms come in? Storms come in when you are getting close to answers. The storm came in with Jim on the roof. So they're getting close. The storm came in after they got drugged and Boyd got bit by the spider. Then a storm came in. So why did the boy in white all of a sudden come out and separate them? Was the boy in white the one who drugged them? No, he wasn't.
No.
He was a little mad that they got that far. Look how distressed he looked. If he's so omnipotent, why was his hair wet and he looked disheveled?
Maybe, I don't know, because maybe the storm got in the way. The storm got in the way, so he had to direct them into the trees. He couldn't help them get any further. Like, I think look at this picture. Like, you could see the outline of trees on the outside of the tent. I tend to think nobody dragged the tent but the trees. The trees moved and dragged the tent. Victor said the trees move here, and you can see the shadows of trees outside the tent while it's being dragged. I think it was just the damn trees.
So guess who controls the trees? Who made the trees? The kids.
The kids. Yeah. The kids.
They drug them to where they needed to be. But they were both, if you know what, everything would have been solved if Boyd and Sarah would have made it into that lighthouse, but the boy in white separated them.
Yeah, maybe.
The boy in white looked real weak in the rainstorm. You've seen him walk around and he was always creased in everything. But why was he soaking wet? Why would you even look like that if you are so powerful? Unless you're doing something to weaken him. Why do you think he's not telling Victor anything and now he looks older and that's supposed to be Victor's friend? I think he was toying with Victor for a long time. That's why the monsters didn't touch him, because the monsters are under the boy in white.
I don't know. I think it's because in that flashback we saw, the boy in white told Christopher a lot of stuff and it didn't work. And this time he told Victor, I think it's best you learn for yourselves. I think he is trying a different tactic and he's trying to lead them in the right direction. Like he kind of lured Tabitha to the top of the lighthouse. Right? He made that Ankui noise and he was waiting up there. She followed the noise. He mimicked those kids. She followed it and then he pushed her out. I think he's trying to guide them toward answers, because the last time when he tried just dumping the answers on Christopher, I think something backfired because he looked pissed and I think he snapped. He said everything here lies. And so I think that he is trying to help, but he's limited in what he can do. He's not all powerful.
We have to think, what is the boy in white's role? Kids love games. They don't want the game to stop. They're having fun.
Yeah.
If Victor told him, you were my friend, why don't you just tell me? A friend is not going to just turn and walk away and disappear. Don't talk in riddles. You're going to tell me. I don't get that. That's how I believe the boy in white is really a lot stronger than we think, and he is manipulating this because he stayed a boy when all these people were dying. He stayed a boy.
Hmm.
And he was having fun. When Victor came out and everybody was dead, he's swinging around on, on the merry-go-round. Whose enjoyment is who is getting enjoyment from this? The boy in white. Who looks beat up and disheveled? The man in yellow.
Yeah, you have a point, but I mean, the man in yellow, I mean, we can't dispute that he's not a good entity after what he just did to Jim. And I don't think it's all evil entities here. I think there's some entity there that's helping because, for one thing, well, I've seen evidence that the boy in white has helped with various things, but also Ethan said in season 1, we should ask, one of the questions on the wall should be, who here is trying to help? I think that was a clue put in by the writers because Ethan seems to be like our little guide to how all of this works. So I think there is an entity that's trying to help. And as far as him looking, he did look ghoulish when he was the boy in white and having fun with all the bodies around. But I took that as, the way I can explain it is he was trying to distract Victor from all the carnage. Like, don't look at all that stuff. Here, look at me. He led him to the merry-go-round. He was beckoning to him to come follow. And I think, and he said that was his friend. So I think I look at it that way, but it does look ghoulish, so it's ambiguous. You can make a case for either way, like Tony thinks that he's evil as hell.
Yeah, because
I don't.
I'm really saying that, it was easy to manipulate Victor because he really didn't have friends. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But look at Ethan from after he got impaled to when he was in Colony House and he looked at the boy in white. He was looking at him. Ethan was looking at him more as he was analyzing him. Ethan was kind of analyzing him. Because the boy in white smiled and waved and everything, and Ethan was looking at him like, okay. And then he was like, Ma, don't tell me no more stories. I know I've read all of the books. So he's putting things together like, wait a minute. He's familiar. He's trying to play games. But I've read this story before. And then look at Ethan's eyes ever since then. When he's in his room upstairs by himself, he's thinking because he's like, how can I fix this? Things aren't going right. He's putting pieces together. When he got fooled with the goat, I mean, just look, he is thinking every time.
Oh, yeah.
And he's asking more serious questions instead of stupid questions that pissed his father off.
Yeah.
With the
he's
eggs
getting,
and all that stuff.
He's getting smarter and smarter. But I think he's been our key from the beginning. There have been times he was naive. He wasn't always on point, but I do think he's been a source of insight of how the whole thing works. Like it's a quest. I think it's a quest for all of them. Everyone is on their own quest, but I mean Tabitha and Jade especially. It's their quest at the end of the day. They're the ones that have been reincarnated to, come back over and over again and save the children. But I think everyone kind of has their own quest, their own demons and trauma to battle in order to try and survive.
I really think the Ethan is going to be like that one that's going to really take over, just like how you had said, because it goes back to the very first episode when they're coming in and his sister killed off someone that he liked. And his mother said, if you don't believe it, monsters aren't real, that means he didn't die. That's reincarnation. That's keeping a loop. He died because your sister said he died. That's her story. The mother gave him a different story. Now he can make his own story. That's why he's guiding people, and he's like, look, you can do this and this, but you can't change the story. But what if he starts believing that, wait a minute, I don't need to follow those rules. I can change the story. When his sister went back and saw her father get killed by the man in yellow, she had like a little bit of gray hair. So that meant she was doing her story walking for a while. And it's kind of ironic to me that, if she was doing it for a while and she knew where her father was going to be at, and she told her father that you shouldn't be here. If you've done this before and you can, I think when she ran into her father, that was the first time she realized she could do it, because she wasn't speaking, correctly, and she was letting her father talk. Oh, baby, what is that scratch on your face? I mean, if you've done this and you know what's going to happen to a person, you're going to bypass all that and say, no, you're coming with me. No, don't even think about fighting this person that's coming up, because you're going to die, instead of just mumbling. So I think that was her first time going to that situation. And it looked like, once again, she was running from out of the woods to get there. So obviously she can only story walk she can only story walk from those ruins to get to her father. And it looks like some time passed, because that RV, it looked like the area was cleared a little bit. And the last time I checked, that RV, there was a road there. And that RV was not that far from the road. It was down a ditch. Look at the setting of where the RV was when Jim died. It's further from the actual road.
Sorry, I'm still here.
Yeah, it's further than the actual road.
Mm-hmm.
So that was probably her first time walk or story walking to go ahead and try to save her father. That was probably the first attempt.
Right. It
Which is
depends.
why the man in
Guys,
yellow said it could have worked.
I am about to get ready to head to work. Um,
To
because
work.
who needs sleep?
You, you, you,
Yeah,
you,
it's
did,
5:15, and I'm supposed to be somewhere for 6.
did you
So
not?
I'm gonna
Did
just.
you get? Did you get any sleep, KP?
Oh no, I did. I had a nap like earlier in the day, but
Jeez.
no, I
KP,
didn't
you're
do
just
much.
like me, KP. I bless
Oh
you,
my
brother.
god.
Have a very good day at work, brother.
Yeah, have a
Yeah,
Yes.
I
great day at
mean,
work.
it should be fine. I'm building a 18 apartment complex in the hills. So
Really?
Wow.
I'm gonna see
Wow.
how I'm going to see what my money has been doing for me. Um, so you
Nice.
guys, it was a lovely conversation, and you guys continue having fun, and I'll probably still watch you on the TV for the next like 15-20 minutes or so before I get
KP
headed out.
take a shower, get a little bit of something to eat, brother, and go
Oh
ahead and do
yeah,
your
I
thing.
have hella food. I have hella food here. I have hella
Nice.
food. All
Well,
right,
thanks.
guys. Good night.
Good night. Thanks for
Good
joining,
night.
KP. Wow. Yeah.
It's
I think.
those workaholics. Yep.
For a
Yeah.
second, I thought he was gonna actually be physically working in construction on the building. I was like, oh my god, and you didn't get any sleep, only a nap.
Yeah.
But no, he's going bigger things.
Yeah. I mean, I feel his pain. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But you were saying
so Tony was thinking the same thing actually as you, that this is Julie's first attempt to save Jim. I think that they're stuck in an endless loop, that Julie is trying over and over again to save Jim and can't. I think it depends on which model of time travel they're using, though. If they're using the bootstrap paradox model, then she can't save him, and it's an endless cycle. If they're using the grandfather paradox model, then she could, and this was maybe just her first attempt. So it depends, really.
But then it's that other thing. It's almost like in the DC universe, that Flashpoint. There's certain things that have to happen to make you become the person you were supposed to be able to do all the things that you're able to do. So that could be her motivation for one to become stronger in story walking, is trying to save her father.
Yeah. Yep.
But you see, when she came there, she had gray in her hair. So how many times did she do it? And how old is Ethan now?
I don't know. Did she have gray? She had a weird wig on. Her wig was really bad.
Yeah, that wig was really bad. But it was probably meant to show. And if you saw her eyes, she looked real stressed out. It was like disheveled.
Oh yeah.
Like it's but think about it. The man in yellow said it didn't have to happen this way, right?
Yeah, he said this didn't have to happen, I tried to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole. But the thing of it is, he warned Jim too late. This is the unfair thing. When he warned him, he was talking to him on the radio saying, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. But this was too late. Tabitha was already falling in the hole by that point. By the time Jim got there, it was too late. So it was like, I think he was just taunting him, because that warning was useless. That warning was too late.
But let's look at the clues before the warning. Did he really warn him? Because remember, he couldn't speak until Jim made the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he could only give them he could probably give him only warnings indirectly, hoping that he was so smart that he would figure it out.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have figured it out because he's not like Jade. Jade is figuring a lot of stuff out. That's why, he went into it. Jade was experimenting with everything. He went to a drunken, stupor, to being sober, everything, until he got his answers.
Yeah.
But Jim, you have to give him a little nudge for something. It's like he's what I call a fish hook person. You throw them a little bit of bait and they bite and they think they got it and they really don't. And next thing you know, they're on the grill.
You just made me think of something, though. I think the man in yellow probably was trying to warn Jim in other ways, and he couldn't warn him until they made the radio. You see, when we were doing the rewatch, Scarlet and I were paying really close attention to every detail. I mean, we broke this thing down frame by frame. We're still doing it. We skipped it this week, but we're doing season 2. But when we broke down season 1, there was a scene where Tabitha was down in the basement digging that hole, and the whole family was pitching in at this point. Ethan and Julie were helping, and then Jim came home, and Julie said, we're helping Mom dig the hole, or whatever she said, and she said, come down with us. And they went down and right as Jim was going down, he opened the door, went down to follow them down to the basement to help them dig the hole. There was a yellow light in the hallway right above him, and it looked like an arrow pointing at his head, and it started flickering. It started flickering, maybe like Morse code or something. I don't know, but I think the flickering lights were a form of warning, and the radio didn't exist yet. So I think you're onto something with that. He
Now,
was
I don't know Morse code, but you know what? That right there, if it was a yellow light flickering,
it was
then that was the man in yellow telling him, you know, you need to stop.
exactly. And we definitely think that after we saw that, I mean, they showed us that for a reason. Everything on the show like that was intentional. Why else would the lights randomly flicker at that exact moment when Jim is about to go down there and help them dig the hole? It was, I think it was the man in yellow, you know, like this was his fair warning, you know, communicating through that, but he couldn't speak yet because they didn't make the radio. That's what makes sense to me. Yeah.
What did Smiley say? What did Smiley say before he died?
He said, I like this game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened to Smiley? He got his throat slit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jim got his throat cut out. Okay. All
yes. He did.
Kind of ironic, isn't it?
It is ironic. Oh, and another thing, there was another flickering light in season 2 when Jim was in the clinic, and Jim was just about to go check it out and investigate when Tilly came in and interrupted and distracted him, so he left. I think the flickering lights were actually some kind of warning, like, stop your wife from doing what she's doing. She had already dug the hole at that point, but it was like a continued warning was going on. Yeah. And yes, it is ironic that Smiley got his throat slit and so did Jim. You know, it's interesting. And who else got their throat slit? Father Kotri got killed that way. He got his throat slit. Let me see. Was that? I think that was all of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
No.
And
Sarah's brother got his throat slit
yeah.
as well.
And there was foreshadowing, even in the very first episode, that Jim was going to die. We're convinced of that. Scarlet and I are convinced of that because right as Ethan was saying, no, Julie was saying to Ethan with the puppets, the finger puppets, the monster's claws went too deep. There was a shot of Jim with the sun shining on his neck. I swear to God, I think that was a reference to that, especially because she said Norman is dead, and then Ethan is saying, bring him back, Julie, bring him back. She says, no, sorry, kid, when you're dead, you're gone. And now what's happening? What's happening? Julie is trying to bring her dad back. Jim is basically Norman. Jim is Norman. It was
what trauma, because now she has a trauma that fits Fromville's schematics.
Yeah.
She now needs to try and save her father.
Yeah.
Everyone that goes to Fromville has a trauma. Everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm almost wondering, see, the key thing is Ethan. He's the number one person.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in a way moving everyone around. Like, oh, I love that. I'm looking at the picture you have. Okay, that's that bad wig. And look at her clothes.
Nope. Yeah, look at her her clothes. Look at that. Like what? Look at her pants. Like,
Yes, she got that definitely from the 60s of Colony House.
Yeah, look at that. That's so weird how she's dressed. And then her hair.
It's a mixture of everything. You know her outfit she's wearing kind of matches that boy on the porch who said, "Don't you remember me?"
Well, yeah, I could see some similarities to it. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that wig. It's terrible. But I think that this is going to be. I think we're going to get a time jump in season 4, and I think it'll be future Julie's time, and she'll be coming back from this failed attempt to save Jim, because really there's no need to pick up where they left off this time.
Okay, where's the road? Look how far the camper is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Where's the road? They went off of a road, and if you remember when they ran out the camper, Boyd and everyone else, that when they came out, that camper was not that far away from the road.
Right. No, it wasn't that far. It was just off the road in a ditch. Yeah.
Exactly. The ditch is right in that picture. Look, the camper was back there.
Yeah.
Where those trees were falling, right there. The camper was back there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a very big time jump.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
I
you know,
think
and you
so.
know, a lot of people, they don't change their clothes, so yeah, it can definitely be a time jump.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
remember when she started, she ran down. I don't remember seeing a road. She came out of the woods. Where's the road?
Well, I don't know. I think this right here is happening in the present. I think the road is on where they are right now. I think the road is on the other side of the RV where we can't see it. We just can't see it because we're blocking. It's blocking the road. That would be my guess. But I think she's probably maybe a couple of years into the future, and if you think about it, there's no need for them to pick up where they left off right now. There really were no cliffhangers other than Jim dying. They can pick up in future Julie's time, and I think they're going to have to. Ethan is getting too big, and it just makes sense. Okay, if they're still going to be stuck in Rumville in the future where Julie is from, well, this show is only going to go a couple more seasons, so I think they're going to do a time jump now. It'll be her time and she'll be coming back. Her family will still be dealing with the grief, but they'll jump ahead. I do think we're going to get the first time jump that we've seen in next
You know what?
Yeah.
I really see. I just saw something. When you're scrolling back and forth, the way how Julie came running down there,
Yep.
gave me a memory of Back to the Future when Marty McFly came running down to save Doc. Right?
Yeah.
When Doc sent him back into the future, an instant later, he came running back around the corner, and he was like, "Doc, boom," and he started talking to him. That was the beginning of Back to the Future Part 2.
Right. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's a lot like that.
It is the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for a fact they spliced it because Jim did not stay in the woods that long after his wife ran off saying, no, I'm married to actually Jade and all this other stuff. And he goes wandering, and all of a sudden he walks to, the camper.
Right.
That right there, there's some stuff that happened. So we're seeing basically one of the first times. And the man in yellow saying it didn't have to go down like this, that meant for her being so stressed out, the man in yellow killed him in different places and in different ways.
Could be. And look at the scratches on her face. Like she's been through it. Like she's white as a ghost, and she's scratched up. And I think because she ran from the woods, that had to be her coming from the ruins. I mean, I don't know how this works exactly, but I think that in her own time, her body is laying in the ruins and she's having a seizure, just like when she threw the rope to Boyd, she was laying in the ruins. I think she must find a buddy and say, okay, to control this story walking ability, okay, wait, pull me out, give me half an hour and then pull me out, because someone would have to pull her out to get her out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what she's doing. Again, we saw it with the with throwing the rope to Boyd. That's what I think she's doing. I think when we pick up with season 4, they'll be pulling her out of the ruins, and she'll tell them that she failed. That'll be how season 4 opens.
But why is there a scratch on the right side of her face?
I don't know.
Guess who else? Guess who else got a scratch on the right side of her face? Randall.
True. Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
He does. Yeah.
Kind of ironic.
Mm-hmm. It kind of is. Yeah, and she and Randall were bonding as friends.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Maybe the monsters did that to her like they did that to Randall.
I think she got that scratch from that boy on the porch who said, "Don't you remember me?"
Cool. Yeah. Hey, that could be actually. I think it was probably. I think it had to be one of the monsters, and that would make the most sense. Yeah.
But my thing is, how did she survive that when Father Cautry took one scratch and his whole neck was gone?
For some reason, certain people here, they don't want to kill. It's like, I don't know, like Cautry was a target, but she's not. Like look at how the man in yellow didn't want to kill her when she was there. He could have killed them both, and he flicked her away like just an annoying little bug, and didn't bother her. So she has a role to play in this, and for some reason he had no interest in killing her. Maybe because he doesn't, like, she doesn't stand in the way of his ultimate plan. He doesn't see her as a threat. So Jim shoves her away, and then she tries to intervene here, and he had every opportunity to kill her too. But look what he does.
Look at the flick.
He shoves her down.
Look at that flick right there, right?
Right there. Yeah.
If he can rip Jim's throat out with ease, that flick he gave her, he could have easily killed her.
Yep, but he chose not to. Maybe it is Ethan who grew up to be the man in yellow, and he only wants to take out his father, but not his sister. I mean, maybe he's blaming Jim for all of this.
Now, you know what? That makes me go back to look at how close was Ethan really with his father. He may have been mad when his father told him to shut the hell up when he was scrambling eggs. Stop talking about this. Stop talking about that. I mean, we never know.
They had issues, believe me. Like Scarlet noticed there was an episode where, you know how close Ethan and Victor were. That Ethan called Victor his best friend. His father treated Victor like garbage and hauled him violently out of the diner in front of Ethan. Ethan was so mad he wouldn't talk to him when Jim took him home, and Ethan says, "You shouldn't have done that." And then Scarlet pointed this out. Credit goes to Scarlet. She said, she noticed Ethan said, "You shouldn't have done that." And then at the end of that episode, Ethan's sitting there with his family wearing a little yellow zip up, and Sarah got the message on her arm that said, "Kill the boy." And she looked up and sees Ethan. I can't help but, we can't help but notice these things, and it could be potential evidence that Ethan becomes the man in yellow,
And I agree with you on that, because what would turn Ethan against his father if Jim killed Victor somewhere?
Maybe, or somehow he blames, I don't know, like maybe he blames Jim for something, for bringing them there, and for like he was the one driving. I don't know, like why would he, like we have to try to figure. I mean, they had their issues, of course. It's still, we don't have enough evidence to support a good motivation for killing him, but I mean, maybe he didn't do enough to stop Tabitha from digging the hole. It started this whole, the whole mess that led them to this point. Everything got worse after she started digging the hole. Everything got worse.
You know how I always say, when you're digging, you're digging, for treasure, or you're digging for answers. People always say, don't dig too deep. You might not want to see what you find.
Mm-hmm.
So Jim could have done something. Let's say Jim causes Victor's father to have a heart attack. He's old, right?
Yep.
And then that causes Victor to go into an emotional spiral, and he offs himself, and Ethan blames his father for it. Because
Right.
we all know how, okay, let's say Jim grabs Victor's father like he did Jade and so many others, and Victor's father dies, which causes Victor to spiral out of control, and Victor passes. Ethan is going to blame his father, which could cause him to become the man in yellow.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, like, I always get nervous when I bring this theory up, and and Scarlet and we notice these different clues as we're watching the rewatch that could point in that direction, and they could be foreshadowing, but it's not a popular theory. I've been dragging my feet on making a video on it because I know I'm going to get attacked. Other people have made videos and got attacked.
No, I'll back you up on that, because a lot of mysteries, it's right in your face, the simplest answer.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's always been in your face. And
Yeah.
you've been great at analyzing a lot of things. I remember I sent a long message about the numbers, and if I had listened to your live, you had already explained the numbers the exact same way that I had explained the numbers when I wrote it. And I was like, wow.
Really?
Yes, that's what I said. You know what? Yep, I'm gonna talk on this one.
That's awesome. Great
The
minds think alike.
exact same way. I
That's
mean,
cool.
I have way too many movies and everything under my belt. I know a lot.
Uh-huh.
So
I think, yeah, sometimes they put the answer right in front of your face and we overthink it. But I mean, if you look back at the very first episode, there were already signs, there were already things that could point to this, this being the answer. And people may not like it, but I mean, Scarlet and I, we don't want Ethan to be the man in yellow, but we just can't deny that it's a possibility and there are potential clues and foreshadowing. We're not just going with what we want. We're looking at what we see.
brainstorming is right there. Remember, I believe someone also said the answers were in the beginning, right?
Oh yeah, the answers to the end are at the beginning. That's what they said
Oh,
in the show.
what was his little finger puppet's name?
Norman.
What did he want to do when Norman died? Resurrect.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he wanted Julie to bring him back, and she said, "No, you can't. When you're dead, you're dead." Now it's been reversed. The roles are reversed, and now it's Ethan. Now it's Ethan telling Julie, "You can't change the story that's already been told." She's going to try to bring him back.
He wanted Julie to bring the person back, right?
Yeah, yeah, he did.
What does the Komodo woman do? Bring back basically the dead monsters.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you look and see, does Julie in the future have a gray streak on one side of her head? Because the Komodo woman had that.
Let me see. I don't see. All I see is brown here.
If she has a gray streak, then she's the Komodo.
Let me see. Yeah, it looks just solid brown here.
Then, if it's not her, who said that they're good at delivering babies? It is the other one.
Marielle is a pediatric nurse.
Exactly. And she has the gray streak.
Mm-hmm.
She definitely has the gray streak, and she is about the right height.
Mm-hmm.
She could be the actual reincarnation of the Komodo, or she could become. For those three, you can't say that they're reincarnated because they're story walkers.
Right.
So she could actually be the Komodo.
Could be, yeah. There are some people who still think that Marielle is going to like somehow have some kind of role as the ballerina monster because the actress is a ballerina apparently, but I don't know. I think that's reaching personally.
The ballerina. I'm still trying. I had an answer at one time for the ballerina, but I was like,
I think
no.
I think it was just I think it was just part of the whole music box cicada entity. I think it was all one entity, and the ballerina was a vision, just a vision sent to Boyd. That's it. Like not a real person, not someone who ever actually lived there. I think it was just a vision sent to him to give him hints that he needed to like the entity wanted Boyd to give Smiley the worms. It needed a monster as a host in order for the cicada entity to be unleashed on everybody. It wasn't any good just being in Boyd's, in Boyd's body. It needed to be in a monster's body. And then, the cicadas came busting out, and that, the whole town was under attack. They couldn't go to sleep or they'd be ripped open. So that's all that ballerina thing was. I think it was just a vision designed to give him clues because she like grabbed Boyd's neck and she showed him the worms in her mouth and stuff like that.
Remember, we can't say. Well, we can say it was a vision, but we also can also say we don't know how many entities are there. So if we look at Fromville, right? Fromville can be compared to another movie. Fromville can be compared to the whole establishment of Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, that's one of my all-time favorite movies. That
So
movie,
think about
that
that.
movie is genius. I love that movie. Yeah,
Cabin in the Woods
yeah.
had a whole bunch of monsters that
Oh yeah.
they wouldn't have seen. They have a whole entourage, but every monster was in that house represented by a different item. Okay, so the cicadas, yes, they were the ballerina. That was her, right? They defeated. Well, actually, they didn't defeat her. She just got pushed back to the side.
Yeah.
But that was the entity that was actually holding the man in yellow in bay and also keeping the monsters at bay. How come when all these nightmares and stuff were happening and the cicadas were on the loose, the monsters really weren't attacking a lot?
Yeah, they really weren't. I think, well, the cicadas were basically like when they came out of Smiley's body, that was basically Smiley's essence. Cicadas are symbolic of rebirth, and Smiley can't die. He's immortal, so technically he never died. I think his essence was in the cicadas, and then once he was reborn, Randall doesn't even see them anymore. Now he only hears them. So I think that's what they were supposed to represent. They were Smiley, and then now we don't see them anymore. Rand hears them. He has that after effect, but he doesn't see them anymore because Smiley's reborn. So I think
But that was a long process,
the
though.
cicadas, because of the symbolism surrounding cicadas.
That was a long process,
It
though.
was confusing the way it was written, though. The way that whole plot line was written, it was confusing. I'm not gonna lie. And there was less stuff involving the monsters attacking. You're right.
But think about it. It was a long. It was a long process.
Uneven at times, but ultimately, I think it makes sense for the most part.
Yeah.
And the ballerina was just part of that whole cicada entity. Like, just another vision, and Peter said, sorry, don't want to distract you, but can you tell Brandon that he's on fire? Yes. Brandon has been. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I couldn't even hear you. If you were talking, I could not hear you. Sorry about that.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Dieter says you're on fire. That's all.
Tell Dieter I said thank. Well, Dieter, you hear me. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yes, indeed.
But if you look at it, Fromville is filled with a lot of entities that we haven't even scratched the surface of. It's like Cabin of the Woods.
Mhm.
And each representative of these monsters are what they are. You have, the ballerina was in control of the cicadas. She did her dance to go ahead and bring back certain things. They all play a part. Then you have the nanny, who was the Komodo woman, who went ahead and delivered the baby. And, there's so many different entities it's not just about the boy in white and the man in yellow, because there are things stronger than them that we just don't know about. And that's the exciting part about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
don't know, if Fromville, the town we see, is really the only town, because we've already found the
I
wood
think that
cabin
too.
town. There's more
Mm,
towns.
yeah. There could
So if
be.
I think it's
you
possible.
go up in the mountains, we saw it when she got thrown off the lighthouse. What's up in the mountains?
Oh, the place is huge. So it's vast when you see up over the tree line. So I bet there's more out there that we just haven't seen. You make a
You know
great
what?
point.
A lighthouse is a guide. The light was shining around, showing you the different areas, because there's no water. That light could just be showing you the different towns that is under control. In each town, people are going through different things, which is why each town has different totems. You got
Oh,
scarecrows in one, you got door totems in another.
that would be wild. That would be wild if they could find if they found more out there. Honestly, they could have spin-offs. They could do spin-offs from this and show multiple different parts of town.
Julie, the scariest thing for me is that, let's say our main characters all escape, right?
Yeah.
But as they're leaving, they get exposed to seeing all of the other different
I
towns
was
and
just
see
thinking
people's
that.
there.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
they made it out, but now they see all these different towns and all these people going through all these turmoils, and they can't help them.
Oh, that would be wild.
Oh my God. I would say this is a damn good show, but I would be so hurt at the same time.
You need to be writing for this show. That's fantastic.
It would be amazing if it pans out and you see all of the different towns. Oh God.
Yes. Yeah, just like how Cabin in the Woods, how you saw all different things, at the end, there were all different monsters. It
Yep.
was, all different, options. It could be a similar type of thing, except, just different regions of this place. Oh, that'd be crazy.
That right there gave me chills. I'm like, oh my goodness.
It's the fairylands and they're abducting people.
You
That's what
got it.
these fairies are. So nice.
It's just like that movie, what is it? The Watchers. When they had people all in that one little house and they had to stand in front of like a mirror glass and talk to these fairies that were outside in the woods. It was
Yeah.
called the movie The Watchers.
Yep. Yeah, I think there were major parallels to From, because they even had a hole that they would go down and they would take people's things. They would steal people's things, just like the monsters had human items down there in the cave. The fairies did in the Watchers too.
Yeah, they were all underground. Yep.
Yep.
Reminds me of another Truman Show. The Truman Show was the creator of all reality TV shows. It was a Truman Show.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Um.
hold on a sec. Yeah. Yeah, the Truman Show thing, it's possible, you know, like in fact Tony just brought that up earlier. You know, like we still can't be sure that this isn't some kind of Truman Show situation. It's still in play. You know.
I didn't get a chance to jump on. I mean, I saw when Tony was on, but I didn't really get a real chance to really jump on it because I was still dealing, with work and stuff. But I was like, there's wow. I'm just thinking that would be really, amazing but heart-wrenching if it pulls back and you see there's multiple towns.
Oh,
That's just like looking at Silo,
yes.
and you come outside and you see there's 109 silos.
Yes, that kind of mind-blowing. Oh, that reveal would be amazing, and then it would have amazing potential for spin-offs.
A
If that's
lot.
the end of the series, because like they've been asked, the showrunners have been asked if they would ever do anything else like that, like a spin-off, and they said they have ideas in their head already that they could turn into spin-offs or comic books, or maybe just journal entries to each other or something just for fun, but they do have ideas. So we could get some kind of spin-off if the show does well enough, if it continues to do well enough.
It's doing real well. I mean, a lot of movies were finished off through comic books, like the movie The Thing.
Yep.
The Thing was finished off during comic books. But then, there was another side of that actual movie, The Thing, that solved everything. It solved all of the mysteries. Now, before I get into that, have y'all seen the movie The Thing, the original?
Oh yeah, that one I've seen. That's one of the best movies ever made.
The biggest mystery is
the one from the 80s, right?
Yes. The biggest mystery is Childs the Thing, or is the other guy the Thing? Right?
Right.
It comes down to knowing the biology of the Thing. Remember, any piece of the Thing is its own entity looking for survival, right?
Yes.
The smartest one wasn't Childs. It was the pilot, Curtis Russell.
Right. Yeah.
Curtis Russell was infected from the very beginning because he drank Jim Beam.
Right.
In the very beginning of the movie, that dog was the Thing. Any part of it can affect you. It licked the dog handler. Curtis Russell gave the dog handler his Jim Beam to drink because he got shot in the leg. Then Kurt Russell took that Jim Beam back and drank it. So he automatically had the Thing in him, but his was smarter. He tried to kill one of his guys.
Yeah.
It was one of the black guys. He said, "Hey, my light is on in my cabin. Why don't you come with me?" But the guy came back with a piece of Kurt Russell's, uniform.
Right.
Now, he was smarter because his Thing was more intelligent than others. A lot of people got infected, but those things weren't as smart until it came down to Childs. So the Thing tried to go hit Kurt Russell, tried to trick Childs by giving him the Jim Beam. But if you remember, he poured out all his Jim Beam to make Molotov cocktails. That was kerosene to try to blow everything up. So he was getting ready to drink kerosene because he knew he could digest it. But he gave it to Charles to see if he could digest it, because if he did, then that meant he was another thing. And they both knew that when the fire dies out, they could just freeze and they get thawed out when help comes. They were both things, not one or the other. They were both things.
Right. Yeah, because that's something that I never knew. Like, I don't know. Like, I can never. I know there's debate on whether that character and Childs were in. Whether they were infected. It's in my
Both
room.
of them were.
I just give me a minute. Yeah, like the end of the movie. I don't like open endings. I like when the answer is clearer and it's in there. I don't want to go there. Oh, okay, I'll get it in a minute. At the end, it doesn't tell you. You don't know for sure if either of them is infected or not.
Actually, it does. Because here's the thing. The first person who knew, do not share food or drinks or anything else, was the doctor. The doctor told that to Kurt Russell, and Kurt Russell killed him. He was the only one that knew that. So at the very end, he knew not to share or drink with someone. So why did he do it? Because he wanted to infect Childs. And remember, the doctor who was locked up in the shed, he had come back. He had a noose. He had a noose behind him in the shed. He was getting ready to hang himself. But what did Kurt Russell's character do? He gave him the same Jim Beam.
Okay.
Look at that. That Jim Beam bottle is a walking infection.
Right.
And not to mention, by him being a thing, he could sense the weaker things that were still stuck on that dog survival mode. That's why he did not burn his blood. He burned his original blood before he became a thing. That's why there were no more there. That's why there was no more blood in the blood bank. He destroyed all the other blood banks, so he could test new people. He still had his original blood, so that's why he didn't show up. But he knew who were the weaker things. They were the weaker things. It's survival of the fittest. So at the very end, we're thinking, which one is the thing? Both of them were the things, but they were on different. They were on different intelligence levels.
Interesting, because I that's always confused me. Like, I haven't seen it that many times. I've just only watched it for the first time maybe a few years ago, and it always confused me. Doc, were about to say something? I saw.
No.
Okay, I saw you unmute. So
I heard Doc. I was waiting for him to say something because I could hear him. I knew he wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Doc. I know you got something to say about the thing.
Well, I read the stories, but I don't remember how they ended. It's been so long. And that was pretty much all I had to say.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know there were stories that it was based on.
Yeah.
There's stories. There's also comics. I mean, if you want to go into aliens, you want to go into predators, everything. There's the comics really, really move the narrative, and there could be a lot more movies made, but are they going to do it? We don't know.
Right. There was some movie in the 50s that was like the original thing, The Thing from Outer Space. I never watched that one because it looked kind of corny. I never watched it.
It is. I tried. I couldn't do it.
I couldn't get through it. I stopped.
It is. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that feel like the aliens with Kurt Russell. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
It's also the least accurate to the story.
Yeah, I just couldn't. But I've seen The Thing and I've seen the prequel, The Thing, which a lot of people hated, but I
love it.
I loved it.
Yes, because it showed. Okay, that showed how the thing was reckless, at first. It was reckless at first. That's why at the very end it turned into a dog to run to somewhere else to get smarter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And that was amazing. The prequel was great. The only bad part about it is, that crazy CGI they did at the end, but they said that wasn't what they wanted to show. They actually wanted to show the pilot of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And the pilot of the ship was what the thing mimicked, but you never know what the actual thing looked like. But they actually said that the actual thing resembled something like Calvin from the movie. I believe it was, what is it? Life, I believe it was.
Okay.
It had Ronald Reynolds in it with that Mars alien, and they named it Calvin or something like that. But
Okay.
it was similar to that.
Interesting. Yeah. I loved both movies. I mean, I don't think you can top the original, of course, but I thought, like, if you judge the prequel on its own merits, I think it's fantastic. The original is the best. I like the practical effects they used, versus the CGI stuff. But yeah, it always confuses the hell out of me. I love the movie, but it confuses the hell out of me trying to figure out like which ones are infected at what time and who's infected at the end. And I think I need to watch
The thing had to have time to simulate you, almost like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It needed time, so that means it needed to have you alone. So when people were alone, they got infected. Kurt Russell's character was always playing chess, but he got mad and he destroyed the computer. So there was no reason for him to go back to his little hut where he was at, because he was the pilot.
Yeah.
So if you are a survivalist, you're going to want to simulate a pilot so you'll know how to fly and get out of there.
That would make sense. Yeah.
And that's what it did.
Right.
And remember, one piece is his own mind, is his own entity. The other pieces were running to people that were absolutely dispendable.
Right.
And that's what it did. The only one that it found helpful was a scientist that they left in that bunker. And that joker built a whole spaceship.
Right.
But they blew all that up. So now Kurt Russell was like, yes, now I'm the only thing. I'm going to survive because I know all I got to do is go to sleep in the snow and I'm going to be rejuvenated when somebody finds me and thaws me out, because they're going to want to do an autopsy on me, just like how they did with the others.
Yeah, like at the end of it, it seemed like I couldn't understand what they were like, what they were doing. So it's like they burned down all their buildings. Like now they're just out there in the cold, and it ends. And so what? They're gonna freeze to death now. Like, is one of them the thing, and it's gonna infect the other? That ending threw me. I think I need to watch it more closely.
It wouldn't throw you because remember, the answers are in the beginning.
Right.
They defrosted the thing in the beginning.
Right.
So it already knew it can go to sleep. It can hibernate.
Makes sense.
This is why at the very end, both characters were comfortable and laughing.
Yeah, they're in such good spirits, both of them. And I think I need to, now that I've been, initiated into like the world of mystery series, like From, that you have to really pick apart and dissect. I think I need to watch it and dissect it like I do with From, and maybe then I will that will make more sense. It'll be more clear to me.
Mhm.
You know.
And look at how the characters were in the beginning. They weren't like that, but yet still now they're so calm. Oh, prime example of Kurt Russell. Think about it. He fought hard to get into a place that was warm, but at the very end, he's happy to sit back.
Right. See, like it didn't. The attitude he had didn't make sense. So
It wasn't him.
makes sense that that's the most logical thing, that he was infected. That's
Yep.
why.
He came in with a blowtorch, a flamethrower, through that door. Him and I believe it was Charles was with him. They came through because they tried to leave him out there to freeze. They came in. They fought their way in. And then the people that weren't affected, they died. They killed those people that were not infected.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think I found it harder to follow because I wasn't dissecting it like I did with From, but yeah, like it can just get, if it is infected, if they are infected, they can just freeze and thaw out again, like at the beginning of the movie. It's too bad there wasn't another movie after it. You know,
Yeah.
I would have
We
liked
should
to see
do
a
a
sequel.
we should do like a special like Sci-Fi Academy episode on the thing.
They should.
We need
Yeah.
we need a couple weeks or something for prep to rewatch the movies and listen to the audiobooks, but I think that'd be really fun.
I would love to do that.
Did you know how they say that all Stephen King books are all tied in to each other?
Oh, no, I hadn't heard that.
Okay. They're trying to say that there's like a timeline that somehow everything is connected. Like The Storm of the Century was written by Stephen King. An extremely bad storm that had these people trapped. I believe it was probably somewhere in Maine. I'm not for sure, but it just didn't stay in Maine. It went everywhere. So, which means that this storm that happened affected Misery and The Shining. All three of these movies took place during a snowstorm that a very bad snowstorm that lasted a certain amount of time and then stopped. Time period that it lasted is the duration of the movie of The Storm of the Century.
Okay.
So when the wizard finally got what he wanted, that was when the storm was over. But during the storm, like right before he got what he wanted, was the ending of The Shining. And also, when the storm was over, was when the author escaped from the woman in The Shining.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that would be cool if they're all connected to each other. And a lot of his stories also, of course, take place in Maine, which would also fit with them being connected with each other.
But that wizard, the last time he was mentioned in Storm of the Century, and then he was mentioned again in Dark Tower as a wizard. Just like in Dark Tower, Flag was mentioned in the movie The Stand. The man in black in Dark Tower is Flag in The Stand. And I had to read the book and do all that stuff to figure that out.
Yeah. You know, I've actually, it's embarrassing, but
I've seen Stephen King movies, but I've never actually read any of the books, and I should, because I've loved the movies of his that I've seen. I've just never read the source material.
The books are extra detailed, way more than you like it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've heard it is bonkers. Like he was on acid or something when he wrote that one.
I don't know what he was thinking, because oh my God. Okay.
I only heard about it.
There was one girl amongst them, but after they defeat it, she decides to sleep with everyone to keep them bonded. I mean, I don't get it.
Oh, it's so fucked up. They're kids. They're supposed to be kids. Yeah.
Yeah, but she brought them to adulthood in the book. She slept with all of them.
That's oh my God, it's so fucked up.
Yeah.
So what was Stephen King thinking about? What kind of sick fantasy did he have? I'm sorry to say, but I mean,
right?
Some
of the stuff in his books.
I don't get it.
Yeah, the orgy. I heard about the orgy. That is fucked up, and the stuff with the giant turtle is it's so weird. It sounds like he was on some wild drugs when he wrote that one. The giant turtle was the creator of the universe or something.
All I gotta say is this: you look at Never in the Story. I don't like turtles because of that. Dear God, that turtle still nope. Don't like turtles.
There was a lot of terrifying in that movie.
Yes, but that turtle was the goat of it. That turtle, wow. Ooh.
Now I need to see this movie. I gotta see this movie. You guys have made me want to see it so much. Like,
wait until you see that turtle. Jesus. That's all I can say is, woo.
Nightmare fuel.
Pure, like that's some Lovecraftian nightmare fuel. That turtle could eat Cthulhu.
I want to fly on Falcor.
Oh, yeah, Falcor can get you out of there. But you know what?
I'm terrified of heights.
I didn't like Falcor's back, bro. He had all that fur, but his back looked like some pus. Like, yeah, I know. His back looked like a bunch of shit. Falcor had a cis back. Oh my goodness. Now see, Julie, you have the best community ever. I've actually been up here all night. Now for me it is, it's 6 something. Yep. It's
Same here.
Yeah. I'm fading. I need to go to bed. I'm already technically laying in bed now.
No, not going to bed. It's time for me to get ready for work. I left work, hopped on. Now it's time for me to get ready and go back to work.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, take a look at my picture. You can see in the background. Yeah. I do. I've done a lot. I do a lot.
Aren't you tired? When do you sleep?
Well, when you're, being a former sailor, you get used to, minimal amount of sleep.
Wow. I wish I could get away with that. I can't. I feel so much worse if I don't have sleep. A lot of people think I don't sleep because I'm up all night doing this. No, I just have the luxury of being able to go to sleep when this is over. I can do that. But trust me, I sleep. Believe me. I'm just kind of a vampire right now when I do it.
I'm more of a day walker. Vampire that can still be out in the daytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. But you know what? It's it's the adrenaline thing. I mean, being able to see people and, in my field, I'm able to deal with all types of people. And I'm telling you, it is amazing and it makes if you truly enjoy your job and what you do, it really doesn't become work anymore.
I've heard
You're
that. Yeah.
you really are excited, and that becomes your food in a sense.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, how many people can actually say that they were able to meet everyone, and I mean everyone, that they have ever seen on TV?
Wait, what?
Being able to meet them, shake their hand, everyone.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Well, not many people would say that. I'm sure. What the hell?
I was able to meet Bill Murray and you know everyone from the Ghostbusters except Harold Ramis, of course. But
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, all of this was, like a blessing because I had dreamt of all this. One day I want to meet them and so forth, and I've seen all of them. I've met all of them.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Wow.
Shook hands with, I can say, our president and now vice president. I've met all of them.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they say oh, it's risky, meeting like famous people. If there are famous people that you like, if there are famous people that are your heroes, they say never meet your heroes because they can really disappoint you. I've never had that opportunity. I mean, I've like been able to go to a few meet and greets at concerts, and I never had a bad experience with that. The few people I met were really nice, but for the most part, I haven't met anybody super famous. That's wild.
I got to hang out
Never,
with my favorite musician for an hour, and he was super awesome.
Oh, that's cool, Doc.
never ever be starstruck because understand that they're human,
Oh
just
God,
like you and I.
yes,
Never put people on a pedestal
yes.
because you're going to be disappointed.
Oh, absolutely.
And you have to
Human, like
also, yeah,
yeah,
and you also have to understand that look at their side. You could have caught them at a bad time. They're tired, they're cranky, they just want to get some sleep, and you're all in their face.
absolutely. Everybody has their bad days,
Exactly.
and then you hear these horror stories, people saying, "Oh yeah, this celebrity was rude to me" or whatever. Well, that none of that would make the news if they weren't famous. Everybody has off days, so yeah,
But
it's
think about that though. These people are famous. So if you mention their name and you can say something negative about them, it's going to make the news.
oh yeah, like that happened to Ellen DeGeneres. Everybody was piling on. Um, I thought my Chromebook died for a second. Everybody was piling on Ellen DeGeneres, saying that she's a horrible person and saying all the times that she was rude to them. Now, I mean, maybe it's true, and she's an awful person, but I mean, I just felt kind of bad at the same time because she also did a lot of good, but they basically canceled her. She was canceled because so many people said she was rude to them. But I also saw her doing lots of good with her show and a lot of acts of kindness. So it sucked to see
What
that.
what what brings in publicity? It's the negative, not the positive. So you could have done a lifetime of good and they get one thing on you that they can publicize to tarnish your name.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the news.
Oh yeah.
And that right there is, the bad part about it. So I really feel sorry for those that are in the limelight because they really don't have a life because they're walking on eggshells.
Oh, God forbid, you look at someone the wrong way and
You're
it
racist.
makes the news. Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
you're under
so
a
I
microscope.
so I truly pray. I always pray for everyone that I meet because I always wish them well because I don't wish to be in your shoes. I should say, like the people that are always in the news. I don't wish to be in your shoes.
Yeah.
Some people may, glorify them and everything, but you don't know the actual stress that they go through behind the scene. And that's why I pray for them.
Right. Uh, and just look at Doug. Doug Hughes is getting his first taste of people freaking out over him. He's been doing theater for most of his life, and when you're a theater actor, you don't get much attention. Now he's getting his first taste of fame, and people freaking out over him just saying hi to them, and he can't understand it. He's just like, I'm just me. I'm a normal person like everybody else. And he likes that he's become part of this community that now just treats him like one of us. Like,
Hmm.
he doesn't want to be treated like some alien, like
Hmm. I
like
mean,
any.
even though he was on Star Trek, I did see it,
Mhm.
and I'm like, it was Deep Space Nine, I believe, but
Yeah.
no, Deep Space Six or something like
No, no, it's what they call it, the new one, Discovery.
that. Ah, yeah, because he was like, it looked like he was like a reporter or something in the back.
Yeah.
But the key thing is, he's able to tell his stories and feel free. And that's what a lot of people, they're not able to do that. They're not able to go ahead and express their stories, and people are there to listen to them uninterrupted and be able to give feedback for hours.
Yeah.
And it's something new for him. This is why I say this community is so great, because you know what? I have never seen or been on, well, I don't go on, but I've never seen any type of site like this that lasts this long. I mean, you have that what if they only go maybe like 4 3 hours with
Yeah.
with his little, but everyone has these little tropes. They got a fish, a dog, whatever you want. I mean, I get that,
Yeah.
but it's not real. This is real. You have real people, and you actually answer and talk to the people that say something online. There are other sites that, you know, say something online. You say something online on other sites. If you
Mhm.
type it in, they completely ignore you. But
Yep.
you have gone and you have seen dang near every person, and you have posted them up there, and you have responded to them.
I
That makes
try.
that
I like
makes
to do that.
everyone think about it, Julie. That makes everyone feel appreciated.
Well, that's what I want. And I genuinely enjoy doing that. Hearing everyone's feedback and ideas and having a conversation with the chat, not just the people on the panel and ignoring the chat. Like there are a lot of channels that only highlight comments if you throw money at them. And
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
never
they
want to
say
be
you
like,
can't. There's some that's like, oh, you can't speak unless you pay.
oh, yeah,
But
I
guess
would never
what?
do that.
You don't even have to do that, because people are gonna they when see the way how you're doing it, which is great. People are gonna do it just because they want you to stay on. They want you to be here.
Well,
So people are gonna come out when they have it, when they can spare it, because everyone has lives and everything. They have to take care of kids, et cetera, et cetera.
hmm
They're going to do it when they can. They are going to support you.
well, I've been getting some
Oh
donations
yeah.
lately. I have, I've been getting some donations and I truly appreciate it. And every little bit helps. My mom and I are barely keeping our heads above water here, and every little bit helps, and I appreciate it. You know, I didn't mention the donation stuff much. So now that people have been sending some stuff here and there, and I truly do appreciate it. So whatever they can, because I know it's expensive. Everything is so expensive now, but when people can spare a little bit, it does help a lot, you know,
Mhm.
and I appreciate it. And when they do it, you know, that's awesome. And if I get this channel monetized, which I did apply to do, and I'm able to do super chats, I will never be one of those channels that only highlights super chats. You can be sure of that. I mean, if people want to do super chats, they're welcome to do it when I'm able to do that. But they, you know, and I'll appreciate it, but that's not going to be all that I highlight ever. That's never going to happen. I enjoy talking to as many people as possible. That's how I wind up on here for so many hours. I mean, I've spent hours just talking to the chat, highlighting a million comments and reading them.
I can tell you a lot of flaws with a whole lot of others. I mean, there was one I saw, and it said before your chat can be posted, you have to be on there for 3 hours.
Wow.
You have to be, you have to, you have to subscribe, but be on the chat for 3 hours
Jeez.
before you can even post a text. And I was like, wow,
That's
nope.
insane. What the
I'm
hell?
like, I'm not dealing with you. And
That's crazy.
these are some stipulations. Others are like, no, you have to pay $5 before you can chat.
Wow. That's fucked up. I didn't know about that.
There's
Wow.
there's a lot of people or a lot of different, chats that I know of that do that. They have these stipulations on there.
Wow. What the hell? And then that's and then like they have conversations with each other on the panel and just ignore the chat. And it's like, why are we even here? You know, you're not even acknowledging us.
Completely. Yeah, completely. They're
Yeah,
they're
I've seen
going
that.
they're going off their script, and you can see all these people asking questions, and no, it seems like you're talking to a robot
Oh yeah.
because they are not looking at you. They're just talking. They got
I
their
hate
own
that.
script.
And if I am in the middle of a conversation with people on the panel, at the same time I'm multitasking and I'm looking at the chat and typing stuff. I've been doing this all night. I type stuff in the chat and respond to people. If I don't have a chance to highlight and read what they say, I'm in the chat typing stuff too. I don't see other people doing that, but I, I like doing that. I like acknowledging the people that are here, and responding to them and bringing them into the conversation.
What
You
I've
know?
noticed and what I love about this channel is that when a question comes up and you're reading someone's, question or comment across, you notice your chat stops until after you're done and then it continues on. That's called consideration right there. No one is going to jump in and interfere when you're speaking because you are the queen of this channel.
Yep, I call her our antler queen.
Yep. Now, there was many a times I was getting ready to jump in and be like, Don, this is not your channel, bro. It was many a times I wanted to do that, but I'm like, no, it's no, it's not my call. It's Julie's call. So I'm gonna sit, I'm gonna listen, and wait my turn. But I'm not gonna interfere a special guest that you have. I'm not gonna do that. That's disrespectful.
Well,
That's why KP, no shot at you. The very first time I came on was the night you popped on with no shirt.
oh, I
And
remember that.
yeah, and they kind of heard me in the background, and I was like, nope, I'm not coming on here with. I'm not going to be disrespectful. No, I'm going to be presentable.
Right.
And that's when you was like, Brandon, your mic is still on, and I had to fix some stuff, but I was like, okay.
Oh, but we
Yeah.
know KP is going to be on shirtless. We expect that from him.
But I'm
Yeah.
proud of. But I'm
Some
proud
actually
of,
like it, I think.
I'm proud of him because he said something that I can go along with. Was that he said that he felt that he was fat and sloppy at one time. So he's showing what he worked on and he should be proud.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
before I had my growth spurt, I was that short, chubby kid that loved cookies and milk and all the burgers you could think of. But then I had a growth spurt, and then I went in the military, and I became extremely fit. But it's not something that I'm gonna show off.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing.
Yeah. I mean, when KP came on the panel, I did when Doug was on last Friday, and I saw KP backstage. I meant to DM him in the private chat. Please put his shirt on before you come on. Doug was there, and Doug didn't know KP, so when KP came, I forgot to do that, and I put KP on. He turned his camera on, and yeah, he didn't have a shirt, but I explained it to Doug later, and he said the only thing that threw Doug off was just that he doesn't know KP like I do, so he thought KP might be a flasher, like.
No, I could tell how KP. I could tell how KP talks. He's not a flasher. He's extremely intelligent, but
yeah.
He gets caught up with. See, you can tell when a person thinks faster than how they can speak.
Oh yeah.
His brain is going so hard and so fast he can't get the words out fast enough to match his thought process.
Oh hell yeah. That's a mark of his intelligence for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, like he's a brilliant guy.
That's why when he brought up the story of Job, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm very diverse, with Christianity, but I also studied numerous religions. I did that because I have a thirst for knowledge, and that was the route I pursued. That's why I was like, when I was trying to figure out his accent, yes, I am studying, various languages, but I think my favorite is Arabic.
Okay.
I can't read it, but I can actually speak it.
That's cool. Wow. That's got to be a challenging one.
It is. It is.
I can only speak English, at least fluently.
When you dive into learning a different language, a language that's out of the norm, is very exciting. Like writing Arabic is more like drawing to me.
Mm.
And it's great. It's an amazing feeling.
Mm.
It makes you look at dots and cursive in a different way.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Like the written Arabic, yeah, it looks beautiful, absolutely beautiful and challenging to do.
Yeah, it is. But I can definitely write it.
Nice.
I can write it. I just can't read it. That's the funny thing, because everything is kind of meshed together like one long sentence, but that one sentence is actually a paragraph in our language.
Wow.
Okay.
That's why it's so much easier for English speakers to learn the Romance languages that use the same alphabet as us, and the French, Spanish, Italian, so much easier. When you get into things like Arabic, I mean, oh God, it blows my mind. And Chinese, Japanese.
Oh, now when we go into the Asian side, it's all
I know
about,
Chinese.
oh my goodness, it's all about your voice tempo.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you have to have a certain pitch for your voice, and you could be saying one word, but if your voice is low, then it would mean the feminine version of it.
Yep. The rising, falling, flat, like the in Chinese, it'll mean 3 different things.
Yes. just by the tone of your voice.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how the hell they learn like written Chinese characters. That
Mm-mm.
baffles me.
It's too hard. I'm sorry. I couldn't. No reading. No, I couldn't do it.
Now
That's
Korean's a lot easier. I was really into K-pop for a while, and I had friends who said, you can teach yourself to write in Korean. It's really not that hard. The characters are much simpler than Chinese, but I never actually attempted it. It's interesting though. People that do it. I mean, there are people that teach themselves Korean just, because they love K-pop so much.
if
And
you learn. I know someone and this person speaks 11 languages.
God,
He's actually my tutor for Arabic,
wow.
and he said once you learn one language, everything is easy. You can learn everything else. He taught himself he can speak fluent Spanish, and he learned it within 2 months.
Wow.
And you would
Wow.
think that he went to school for it and all that. No, he taught himself it just from talking to people for 2 months.
Wow, it's amazing.
It's pretty
Mm.
impressive.
I mean, people who can speak multiple languages blow my mind. 11? that's
11. Can you think about what goes through your brain? How can you go ahead and you hear one language and you can process your brain to be like, okay, we're going to speak this language. And then right after someone comes to you and they start speaking English, and you can process it back to speaking English.
I could not. You'd have to. He must be some kind of genius. I mean, to be able to do that with that many languages.
Yeah, he's he's my best employee.
I bet. That's incredible.
I
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm falling asleep, folks.
Oh,
So I need to let you all go
Well,
and
thank
say
you so
goodnight
much.
to all of you.
Julie, I know I may be the last person standing. Good night, Doc. Hey,
Good
but I'm
night,
gonna
all.
go, or actually, good morning. But
Now it's
I'm gonna
Good
go.
morning.
morning.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and leave as well, Julie. I get ready to go into work. It's always a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to your next.
Well, thank you so much for joining, Brandon. It has been a pleasure, a stimulating conversation,
It's been a
and
pleasure having you.
Doc,
yeah.
thank you, Julie, and God bless you all.
God bless you too. Thank you for being here. And Doc, hanging in for all this time. You're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
Thank you for having me, as always.
oh
Thank
well,
you to Dieter for being a BAMF, and thank you for Scott for being an awesome mod. I know he's already in bed.
yeah, yes, and this has been an amazing live. I'm so glad we did this, and we got to have both Tony and Doug. Doug was a last minute surprise. He just asked at the last minute, and I said, "Hell, of course, yeah, we're
Right?
happy to have you." The answer is always going to be a hell yes if you want to join. So that was cool. We got a twofer for special guests, because Tony Teflon, that's a special guest, and it was just
hmm
awesome. This was the first time we were scheduled to have him here with us. Like last time he joined as a surprise call-in, and this was the first time it was planned, and I really hope we can do it again. I hope he wants to come on again because I had an awesome time.
I
Right?
explained him to my boss as a celebrity guest, which
Yeah,
is true. He
he
is. He's
is.
got 100,000 followers. He's had millions of viewers at different points, like maybe not on the same video, but across like YouTube
Mhm.
audiences.
Oh yeah. That's why in the title of this video, I said special guests, Tony Teflon and Doug Hughes. Tony's a special guest too. I consider him a celebrity on YouTube. So
Yep,
he's awesome. He's an inspiration to both of us. I know he's an inspiration to you. He's an inspiration to
he
me
is.
too, you know? Um it was an honor to have him on my panel. I just really, it was thrilling, honestly. It was so much fun, and hopefully we can do it again. If he's down, then yeah, I just I loved the discussion. I thought it was great. You know, the different perspectives. Doug has his own perspective on the show, and yet we had a really interesting conversation, even though we all have different takes, different perspectives, and ways of looking at it. Tony and Doug, but I thought it was awesome, and so I hope Scarlett's boyfriend is okay, and
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna DM her about that, and
It's a little scary, but more than a little.
yeah. So, you know, wishing sending well wishes out to Scarlett's boyfriend, and hope Scarlett takes care as well, and sorry that she couldn't be with us as much because of that, but you know, that's way more important. And
I hope she doesn't get sick too.
yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, I better sign off too. And good night, Samuel. Good night, sleep tight, and don't dream of cicadas. Yes, let's not dream of cicadas. But
Unless you're me.
yeah, you might not mind.
I wouldn't mind.
And Scarlett wouldn't either. She loves bugs. She loves all insects. She's a friend to all insects. But
I like most. I don't like the ones that suck my blood.
yeah, I can do without that. Thank you very much. But I'm looking for a cameo to sign off with. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just download this and I'll share my screen, because last time I tried to share it in Discord and it wouldn't play. It was frozen. But I appreciate the awesome chat, and everybody on the replay gang. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. We didn't do our typical like. Sorry, what, Doc? What did you say?
Oh, and thank you to Amy, Brandon, and KP for coming on too.
Yes.
They were awesome.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Amy, Brandon, and KP. Awesome call-ins. That was great. We weren't even planning on doing call-ins, but hey, it was great. I'm glad we did it. It was a great discussion that came out of that. And I think next week is the last week that Doug will be able to join us before he goes away on his trip. So
Okay.
so we'll probably have Doug on next Friday, and who knows? I don't. If Tony wants to come on again, he's welcome to come on too. Who knows what'll happen? But I would say Doug will come on one day next week, probably next Friday, and we can talk about, you know, we'll maybe do a From Academy thing too. We'll keep you guys posted on that if we're doing another theory chat, or if we're doing like an actual From Academy topic. We will let you guys know. We'll announce it once we figure that out. And next week we're going to be skipping the rewatch, I think. Yeah, because we're doing 2 Severance lives. So Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're interviewing Mark Geller, who plays Kier. And then Tuesday we're going to break down the finale. So that'll be around 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. We'll break down the Severance finale. Wednesday we'll take a night off, and then Friday we'll have our either From Academy or another theory chat. We'll let you know when we figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, thank you again, Doc. Thank you to the chat and everybody who
Thank you,
joined.
Julie. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Have a great night.
Yes. Yeah. Have a great night. Get some. Hope you can get some sleep, Doc. Well, yeah, you don't work till later,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I don't have work today. I'm gonna
Oh,
sleep in unless hubby wakes. Well, hubby's gonna wake me up, but hopefully he lets me sleep.
yeah. Okay, I was gonna try to play something, but the thing won't work, so I'll just play an old cameo compilation. For some reason, it's like sabotaging me. Every time I try to play the new one that Dieter made me, it won't work. I'll just play the old one. Anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody. Keep an eye out for my Severance finale breakdown. That's going to be a project, so don't expect it in the next few days. That finale is going to be one hell of a mammoth task to break down. So, but it will be out within a week. I'll have the Severance deep dive breakdown out. I can say that much. That's all I can say. And please take a moment to check out Doug Hughes's link to his play Deadline. It's in the description of the video. Fans of From would love it. You can read 32 pages free on that website. It's linked in the description of the video, playscripts.com, and it's called Deadline. That's his murder mystery with comedic elements play. So check that out if you haven't already. We're going to be continuing to talk about that with Doug. And the rest of Doug's info and his links are also in the description. Subscribe to Tony Teflon. Subscribe to Kaiju Labs. That's in the description of the video. Definitely subscribe to Doc. He has his channel too, so make sure you subscribe to Doc as well. So, and Doc, are you doing anything right now with your channel? Anything coming up before we sign off that you want to mention?
Nope, nothing yet. I've got some ideas for streams that I want to do.
You there? Oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh, I had muted it by accident. I couldn't hear. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. No, nothing right yet. I have some ideas for streams that I want to do. There's a movie that I want to cover. But that's all still being worked out.
Okay. Well, yeah, keep us posted and we'll plug it for you whenever you're on, and make sure everybody supports your channel because you're awesome and you deserve it.
I really appreciate that.
Well, you're awesome and you deserve the support. So whatever we can do.
You're awesome.
Well, thank you. Okay, fam. We're nearing the 8-hour mark, and the cameo will put us over the top to 8 hours. So I say that's an awesome length live we did tonight. Have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. The big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.